Live. Let's turn you guys on. And welcome, as always, I'm very good at
You always turn
on.
us on, bud.
Hello, Smithers. I'm very good at turning you on. You probably should. There, some old Simpsons to start the day. Hello, I am Low Energy Videos. This is Bearded Ramblings. We have our guests, but they came in while the countdown was on, so I couldn't alter it. As such, we are joined by Krendar, who is currently. I don't know how to do that. On. And welcome, as always.
You don't know how to do what?
You
always turn us
Me?
on, bud.
Me? Hello. Oh, I was hearing myself. I knew something was off.
You okay over there, bud?
Yeah,
You haven't even started your wine yet, have you?
No, I was generally terrified that I was like, wait, was I doing a stupid? And the answer was yes, but it's fixed now. We are joined by, might as well say, to the only person who's currently on screen, John Morgan, who is in front of the Rockefeller building by the looks of it.
Is that
the
what that is?
Ministry of Love and Affairs from 1984, the movie. It's where they torture you for,
Yes,
or it might be
it
the
is.
Ministry
I
of
see Big
Truth.
Brother. Yeah.
Man, the world really went to shit 20 years ago. Or what? Actually, 40 years ago. 38 years ago.
Yeah, we all grow up sometime, man.
Hey, well, he did get it right that everyone was going to have like a camera and a screen in their house that watches them that spits out propaganda.
True.
So he got that
That's
part right.
not correct, actually, at all.
What's that?
There's no camera watching people and spitting out propaganda. The TVs and the computer spit out propaganda.
Yeah.
Not everybody has a camera on their computer.
Yeah, but everyone has a camera in their pocket, and there's like smart cams,
which
everywhere.
is not watching them because it's in their pocket.
Oh.
Unless it's turned on 24/7.
You're being pedantic.
Oh, that's right.
I wanted to make you feel at home, John.
Yeah. and just as you say that, Drunken Crow, our other guest, shows up.
The classy background.
Yeah, he just takes over John's stream. And I really appreciate that. Thank you, brother. Anything to overcome the tyranny of Oceania, you know?
Speaking of stories that came true, didn't Idiocracy pretty much become accurate as well?
Oh, stop. You're making me feel sad.
I've never actually seen it myself, but I hear people say that it's basically just what the world is now.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's kind of funny because when it comes to discourse, it's like the scene in the movie when he's in court and he's like using basic logic, and the person that is like arguing against him is just repeating what he's saying like a little kid. It's like that's pretty much what I dealt with like Ben and Billy, like arguing against them. It's just like we're grown men approaching our 40s, but we just repeat what other people say like little kids.
John, why are you a ghost? How long have you been dead and haven't told us?
I don't know.
You keep slipping out of existence while you're talking.
Yeah, Shad kept me up all night, so there's that.
What?
So I haven't
hot loving all night.
Yeah.
All night long, all night. I never thought that Shabby would have any form of endurance. I always expected him to have some form of greed. He very greedily comes quickly as a power move, as a dynamic to show dominance.
He probably doesn't have endurance. He probably just slept in late, and that's why he was up. I bet you.
Your money
is
up.
I was playing Civ 6 while he was watching cartoons with his audience, and I looked over and it was 4:30, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get to work in like 3 hours, so I'm not sleeping tonight.
Zabisky acting in a way that is bad for other people's timetables? Say it ain't so.
Yeah, Shab's worse than Hitler.
Shab's worse than Big Brother, right behind you there. Making that you are a part of the inner party of INSOC, which means I don't trust anything you have to say.
That's fair.
Wow, you really are clipping through the green screen, aren't you?
I'm gonna put a hat on. Usually,
he only exists half the time.
For some reason, it doesn't like my hair.
He's an ethereal spirit.
The hat's not helping.
Actually, no,
Oh, the
just a
hat's
little bit.
flickering through less than my hair.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's your entire head that's disappearing.
Oh God, you're
Too
right.
fancy.
Yeah, you're clipping out of the screen.
It also doesn't want to click about my treadmill for some reason.
Well, you're here with us, and if the rest
Yes.
of you want to help us more than
Literally.
spirit, more than hopes and dreams, but rather cold hard cash, we have a stream goal. Won't that be delightful to see that number go up? Especially because over the past few days, I've had to tap into the money I put aside myself because I'm in constant pain. Hence why I'm drinking. Yeah,
Don't you have a sciatica?
I do
Yes,
indeed.
that's why you're drinking. No other reason.
Look, I
Well, he says he's
know.
in constant pain.
Yeah, which if you knew anything about if you actually know my second name, then that's actually like fun. I am technically in, but here's the
I didn't
beauty
know you
of it.
were related to Egghead.
I honestly thought his second name was Simpson. Like, so I
I
don't
don't even know
know.
what a second name is.
Yeah, is it Payne or Simpson? Because he's claimed both.
Are you trying to say last name?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's last name.
I
Oh,
thought
is
he
his last
Okay.
name?
played it to Egghead because Egghead's in constant pain. Because on Twitter, he's always spousing
Yeah.
about
But he
how
always
Well,
emotionally
claimed.
hurt he
that too,
is.
but also his Twitter handle being Crazy Pain.
Yeah, and it's
Oh.
spelled the same as mine. I'm
I
no
don't know if this
shock.
is actual real life name or not. I don't know.
Well, I know it's. I once accidentally mixed him up with Lazy Game Reviews and called him Clint instead of Colton, and he lost his fucking mind.
I
Like
guess
it
he gets
was.
that a lot.
I don't know if he does that specific, but he was looking for anyone to lash out. He was doing his whole standard. No one likes me, guys. Like, yeah, and I was like,
Poor
okay,
guy.
buddy, I've been around. I've been around now. Cut the shit, okay? We all know why you're doing this, all right? It's why he gets in the diminishing returns. Why he always gets diminishing returns. Everyone increasingly stops giving him the time of day because they've all heard that shit. And yet we
Yeah.
had him on only a few weeks ago because we love him. He's awesome. He's
He
excellent.
seemed to be in a good mood then, though.
Absolutely, he has been good actually the
That
past
was
few
nice.
weeks. I'm
Like he was in
really hoping.
Shabisky's chat, and like we were all like on drugs and stuff, and like I made like some joke about him having like a hole in his heart, and he got all butthurt over that, and he unfollowed Shab and everything because it's like people make like jokes about me having like red skin and like lupus all the fucking time, so it's like why like he's such a big baby getting all triggered over something like that and then leaving a community over like just one joke. But then he complains that nobody wants to be around him. No one wants to hang around him.
I honestly don't know. Oh, and by the way, no limit gaming in the chat.
That's Scotty.
If
Wants to
you
know why you're ignoring him.
well, wait, well, you know what? You know why we're ignoring you? Because you're not donating. You want to talk to one of us? You want to?
Oh.
Yeah, you have to throw some
Yes.
fucking. You have to throw
Loves
some.
We'll
pulling a
give
Billy
you-
the Fridge.
We'll give
And
you
you know what?
attention.
It will
Limit gaming.
statistically work.
Yes. We'll give you attention if you give all of us money.
All of us. I mean, sure. Yeah. Yes. Start
Give
with me.
Crow
Then.
money.
Start
Give
with
money.
me, and the
Give
biggest
Red Eye
number
money.
with me. I mean,
Give
Crendor.
August and Red Eye and Rick and Morty guy in the chat. Give all of them money, and then we'll talk to you.
Yeah. Doobly-doo, by the way, along with Twitter, Discord, and Crendar stuff, as well as Pedantic Pedestrians, if you find yourself so inclined to kill 5 hours of your life where we only demand 2 because we are generous overlords.
We cover lots of interesting stuff. Like
I've been on
people
the
getting
show. Interesting is a stretch sometimes.
We cover kids getting shot in the back of the head in Burma, and
We
human
cover
rights violations in Ethiopia.
fetus whole lots of cheetahs and leopards and big cats, and then you constantly demand that we need to acknowledge that they make good pets. That's my
Exactly.
time on it.
We have kittens and carnage, so we'll
Wait, hang on.
cover.
I have to disagree. Ethiopian children do not make good pets.
We were talking
I'm
about
against this.
cheetahs making good pets.
Oh, well,
What
that's
the
okay then.
hell? What? Hold on, before we get into the show tonight. Back to Trent. Where the hell did you get Ethiopian kids? Is that hat talking to you from the dead, like soul of
I
an
mentioned
explorer?
before you mentioned the cat thing that like we cover like Ethiopian human rights violations, and then
Yeah,
Ah, okay. There's the connection.
there you
So
go.
I
He
like my
gets it.
idea that Krendar is still like this positive racist. Um, but in
No,
a
it's the
very
hat that's the racist.
yeah. It's like the Sorting Hat from Harry Potter, but really racist compared to the Sorting Hat in Harry Potter, which is really transphobic. Uh,
Is it? Well, I guess
well,
it would be, wouldn't it?
yeah.
I never liked
It would have to be.
Harry Potter because it was really popular when I was a kid, and so many kids were in love with it, and it was like the only books they read were fucking Harry Potter, and they love to claim that they love reading, and it's like they think they're a genius just because they're reading a book, but then outside of Harry Potter and Twilight, like what have they read? Like nothing.
Yeah.
50
And
Shades of
then
Grey. They probably
yes,
read
and then
that
you
shit.
ask them to
I
give
hope the
like,
kids aren't reading 50 Shades of Grey. Holy shit.
The teens
well, it's
are.
like they'll claim like this one girl I was talking to, it's like her favorite movie was Grandma's Boy, and then she'll say things like, "Oh, it's rare that a movie's ever as good as the book," and it's like you don't know why. Like you're told that you're supposed to read by your teacher, you just know that you are. So you read through a Harry Potter book, and it's like, yeah, I read something.
Some people
So
are
yeah.
like that.
I like to read the book before I see the movie and then point out the inaccuracies or like the
Oh my god.
plot holes in
Yeah.
the movie.
Well, the thing is, it's like that's always the case because like a movie is only like 2 hours and a book has like 18 hours worth of film content in it. So it's like a lot of people will do that. Like this is like the only time they've ever seen a movie that's adapted off of a book that they've read. So they think they're so clever. Like, hey, there's all this stuff that was in the book that wasn't in the movie. It's like, yeah, no shit. That's always the case. Thanks for admitting that you don't read on a regular basis.
Unless
Basically.
every adaptation needs a soliloquy, like Dune, the original like 70s Dune, where it stops every 5 seconds for people to talk among themselves, and it needs an overarching narrator to describe what's happening. Randall Thor walked in through to a room. Like we needed that version of Wheel of Time. That's why I didn't like Wheel of Time. It didn't have the overarching narrator. We also need the spelling errors, the occasional bit of grammar, faux pas, and of course
Yeah, sorry.
the rampant racism.
Well,
I forgot that was a TV show. No, actually, you know what the Wheel of Time TV show needs to do? They need to spend like 5 minutes of the camera doing a close-up examination of a door, because that's what reading the book is like.
well, the
Yeah,
book, the Eye of the World, like I read the first one and it was like 800 pages in length. It kind of reminded me of Avatar: Last Airbender a bit. I'm guessing they were kind of inspired by how they described the magic because it was very fire, water, earth, air based, and
yeah, the weaves. Well, the two are overarching. Don't forget, both lay heavily along Eastern philosophy. Because although the guy who wrote it was a hardcore Christian, he was a dualist. He actually did believe. No, and I don't mean the fun dualist with like pistols at dawn sort of thing. I mean the dualist as in he was a Christian dualist, so he did believe in the idea of darkness and light, and he did borrow heavily from Eastern. Is it Eastern Synchronism? I can never pronounce the word.
I felt
Um,
like fire, water, earth, and air. That was like alchemy.
well, that's because you're
There's
thinking of that's
there's a
because you're
version of
thinking of
alchemy that's about that. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah,
But alchemy can also be, for example, colors, or it can be even mood. There is mood alchemy, which is also known as
yeah.
fucking music.
Well, alchemy was like the the precursor to chemistry. So before they believed that there was a periodic table of elements that made up everything, they believed that there were the 4 elements or the 5 elements, and like some.
Yeah, and then that made up everything. Yeah.
Can you
Yeah.
even make a brooch of green? Let's see how many people get that reference.
But like ether, like you mentioned that, like that was like spirit or heart. So I guess like Captain Planet, Monty, he'd be ether,
he
he'd be the
had
fifth element.
Yeah, because also don't forget that also it was kind of a vague reference to the humors as well, Captain Planet.
And they believed that people, like if they were sick, it's because their blood, mucus, or black bile or yellow bile was like out of sync.
If your humors are a little bit off, you have to rebalance them. I am so glad we are past that point because my God, I think I'm very sanguine right now. Quite honestly,
It
Although
only
in a
took us
way,
thousands of years to get past all of this.
in a way, they semi had a little bit of a point in the sense of like an imbalance of body chemistry kind of concept, but they did not have the details.
I just want to say, microphone 1, 2, 3. Yes, good on you. You fucking got that reference. The rest of yous fucking came up short. That was indeed Blackadder. Blackadder, the second.
I've only seen a little bit of Blackadder.
Oh, you all know Rowan Atkinson for Mr. Bean. Brilliant.
Unfortunately,
Oh,
Or Mr. Bean.
God.
I can't
Yeah, that
stand
was.
Mr. Bean.
There's a timelessness to Mr. Bean. You can't. Like 10.
I mean, it's a classic, but that doesn't mean it's good.
That's
I've never
true.
watched any of it.
I've only seen a little bit of it, and I didn't like it. I thought it was really boring.
Well,
But I like to make good chunks of Blackadder though, especially the one where he was
World War One.
Which era was it where he was hanging around with like the prince in like the
that was
white
3. Blackadder
the white
third.
wig?
Yeah,
Yeah,
was.
I like that era of Blackadder a lot.
Napoleonic era Blackadder.
With Baldric.
Yeah, they all have Baldric. He always has Baldric. It's always
okay. Well, that particular version of Baldric I quite liked.
There's 4 versions. There's the original, which was set in the medieval times. There was the second, which was set in the Tudor times. Third, which was set during the Napoleonic War, and fourth, where they all die at the end, set during World War One. And then they had a special for 2000 where he's a modern day version and he's about to lose his family home because he's run out of money. And he creates a time machine and goes back and relives all the different shows. And at the end of it, he becomes the King of England. So it's definitely an icon. Oh, like it's so good, especially 3. I think 3 is the peak of the humor in it. Like there's a lot of good jokes in every one of them, but once Blackadder the third came around,
which humor? There's 4 of them.
all
And
right,
some believe there's the 5th humor.
Or the 5th element.
Oh,
yes, like spirit. Your spiritual health. I might be out of sync.
I want animals to come and attack my enemies, like he did in Captain Planet. Like he had chimp friends. Can you imagine having a gorilla army? They would just destroy everything. He was always played off as the weakest one of them. Back off with that shit. Like
what did he even do?
Elephants at you. He never
that's
used
what
his
he did?
power. Yeah, no, he could command elements and convince people not to be pieces of shit.
So, like, if the bad guys were being bad, couldn't he just use his ring?
No, because all of them were too twisted. Some of them were mutants, some of them were aliens, some of them were demons. One of them was literally the devil, and there was one that was a cyborg. But he could indeed convince others to. 1 or 2 of the lesser villains didn't have such a bad heart as they thought, and they were convinced not to be pieces. That was his power.
Wasn't there a Captain Planet episode where he went back and fought Nazis?
Yes, he actually ran across Hitler and he said he never felt anything so corrupt and evil. And Hitler just glowered at him.
And he's fought demons. We just mentioned.
He fought literally Hitler. That was already happened. Yes, prior.
No. I want to point out, you just previously said that he has fought actual demons, but he said Hitler was worse.
Yes, he fought the devil, and he didn't feel anywhere near as the level of hate. But that was a show that.
Then again, on the other hand, We saw that Satanic Temple thing the other episode. They seem pretty
Yes,
nice. So
they
the
did.
Devil's
They
probably
seem,
pretty cool.
yeah, I think the devil just got some really bad PR smear early on in him, and it just stuck. It kind of
I
sucked.
Also,
think for my patron episode, I'm gonna just watch a bunch of the weirdest Captain Planet episodes.
What's the episode
Like,
where the guy, the New Yorker with the fire, I forget his name, but he ended up, it was like one of the last episodes. He gets to see what the world happens if they fail. Goes into the future. And oh god, that was a two-parter. That was some fucked up shit.
did he go all Horus Heresy after that?
No, because it is literally like it's 90s idea of what climate change will do to the planet. So, for example, New York is completely underwater, and like he's like, oh, it's oh,
Someday.
I think they do a Evil Dead reference because I think he goes like, oh no, I was too late, and it just pans out over destruction. You know, like,
isn't there
oh
evil Captain
no, I
Planet
slept too
named
long.
Captain Pollution?
Yes, evil version of Captain Planet was brilliant. He was like he was basically Bart Simpson but fired toxic rays. It was great. Um, all right, look, we're being up and awesome. Better. All right, here we go. Let's get it from one toxic thing into another. That's us. That's not the picture I wanted to show. That's very dumb of me. Let's fix
We're not the
that.
toxic thing this time.
She's kind of fat.
Shockingly, he is. Okay, we'll deal with that when we deal with it. Once I find where the. There it goes. Christ on a cross. What the fuck? And now your cameras are gone. Okay, never mind. That was not what I wanted. Oh my fucking Christ. Have I made a disaster tonight? I think I have.
Too much wine already.
I've had one sip.
Too
Holy
much,
fuck.
apparently.
What happened to the cameras? They just went away. Oh god, I know what happened. Oh god, they're copied. So, there, that'll fix it. Create a new screen.
Sure.
Hold on. There.
Let me try to turn my chroma key
There.
off.
Yeah, you work with your technical problems. Clearly, your technical problems are the major issue tonight, not mine.
Yeah, how could you do this to us, John?
Yeah, it's all.
God damn it, John.
It's all your fault again.
There we
Okay,
go.
there. Christ, Jesus, penis. Speaking of a penis, let's talk about Jordan Peterson.
He's definitely a cock.
He's
He has a
definitely
penis?
well, I guess he does. So yeah, he basically saw the woman from the Sports Illustrated over there, and she looks quite. I know other people's tastes might differ, but I think she's fucking
She's fat.
hot. Yeah, she's very attractive.
She's chubby. She's got like love handles.
Little bit.
Obviously. She needs to exercise more.
She's Zaftig. Thank you very much.
She's encouraging people to be overweight. That's unhealthy, and yeah.
You know, probably
maybe a little bit.
You know what? If they actually check between you and her, she probably has a healthier body.
Than me?
Yeah, I'd say so. I see your paunch there. I see the paunch.
She can stand to lose a few, but she's not huge. You know, like
I don't see anything wrong with this. Like
nice curves.
Yeah,
Love the
obviously.
hips.
Oh yeah, the hips are. But Jordan called her out and said that she was not only unattractive, but where is the exact quote? He basically said, "You can't make me." Did I not quote him? Did I not literally just give him a quote? Oh, it's probably these, the third parties, your cookie settings. No, fuck off. Basically, what he says was, "This is not attractive, and no amount of authoritarian wokeness will convince me otherwise." That was, if more or less, what he says.
I mean, he can have his own tastes, but let's not
speaking out
act
against
like
the evil SJW
attractiveness is a
rhetoric.
universal thing.
Yeah. So
I do find her attractive, but putting her on Sports Illustrated with a body like that, I do not think is
what
the right
sport does
idea.
she do?
That's a good question.
Yeah. You
I
mean
think it's fine. Like I wouldn't put like a 400-pound woman on the cover of it and act like this is
I wouldn't
something
put
to aspire to kind of thing
Chantel
necessarily. But
on the front of Sports Illustrated, but this
Wait,
is
now
you
Sports
what?
Ivan.
Illustrated. I don't know exactly what they discuss, but if they actually discuss sports, like, is she an athlete at all? I
No,
mean,
they don't. Okay,
Oh
so
no,
she's
the cover art is always just clickbait essentially
yeah,
for a magazine.
hmm.
becoming the first plus side muzzle of Asian sent to do so. Englewood, Ruckel. Um, yeah, she seems that she's not an actual sports person, so I guess.
None of them. I don't think. I'm not sure how many of them ever are. They're just models.
Oh, the woman who was
You-
Lady D. What's her name? Demostrea from
Dimitrescu.
yeah. She was on the cover of it because she is an actual Olympian, like what 999
Yeah.
foot.
Oh, you mean the actress?
Yeah, the woman who you know the one talking about the cosplay.
Okay. So I was gonna
Yeah.
say because it's actually kind of fitting you should say that because Lady Dimitrescu herself is actually has a bit of a punch. Like
Well,
she's got her build is close to this lady's build, except that she's wearing a dress and you can't tell.
yeah, obviously, although you can kind of put two and two together when you look at her.
Yeah, like I know there's people who have gotten into the files and taken like her model details out and like rendered her without her clothes on because smut. Um, and she's actually very similar to this.
So, like, why did he even feel the need to like comment on it at all? I mean, it's like, did somebody like ask him about it, or is he just like
No,
trying
he
to?
just lashed out, and it gets
Because he's just a grump like that.
yeah. Obviously, a lot of people called him out on it, pointing out that he looks like fucking Skeletor, and
Yeah,
as a result, he threatened to. He said he was leaving Twitch, and he hasn't left Twitch.
Twitter.
Twitter, yeah. For all I know, he's also no. He was on
You've
Twitch
made
at
that
one point,
mistake
wasn't he?
3 times today so far.
Let
Kind of
me answer that
frustrates
by having
that
more wine. That'll fix everything.
you don't have
Yes.
to be that rational in order to obtain a PhD.
I like how he's throwing a temper tantrum and being like, "Oh, you put this person on the model of Sports Illustrated. That means you're telling me what I'm supposed to like."
Yeah, no, obviously. I look at
By the way,
so many.
scroll down a bit. Go back to the last picture of her you had up. The
Oh,
one
good.
where she's in the white.
Yeah,
The one in the archway. Down. Down.
yeah,
There. That's even better than the Sports Illustrated picture.
right.
I like that.
She's still a little chubby.
Yeah, a little bit, but not unpleasantly so.
Other models' reaction covers, and I would be like, oh my.
This is, I think, her responding to it. No, she just learned she's on the cover of it. Okay. Look, the thing is
Didn't
that
they?
tastes also change as well. Like for the longest time, the blonde bombshell was the idea of like
I never
female
really
beauty.
liked that.
Me neither. And a good chunk of that was because my ma kind of fulfilled the role, so I don't want to think of my mother that way.
Yeah.
Back in the 90s, like she was back in the 90s. Like she was an actual model. Well, actually, back in the 80s, she was a model. Back in the 90s, oh God, I remember now in hindsight, I remember so many men hitting her. But
Wait,
like,
what do you think of a modern Medusa? Speaking of like
I
blonde,
think, no, here's the thing. Modern Medusa,
Eh,
I'm going to say this now. Modern Medusa is physically very attractive. I just don't think she'd be a good fit for this show.
she's kind of an airhead to an extent.
She
Yeah.
is her own business, and
Yeah.
I have no comment to say on that. Take the fucking hint. You know, Medusa and I have no beef, but Jesus Christ, did
Yeah.
we? Yeah,
I've never
we
interacted with her, so
yeah. I didn't realize though that she had such a history. When I was like, okay, no, we can't. We won't be able to find a guest to have her on with. Um, I imagine we could, but it wasn't work. But oh, I'm still like friends with her on Twitter and shit like that. I've got no hate. She did make that video response though after we had to drop her. That was a bit odd. We've never had that before. Um,
yeah.
I didn't watch the whole thing because it very quickly didn't become about us. It became about all the people who, in theory, didn't like. But
on the other hand, that's a good milestone for the show. We managed to cause somebody to do a video reaction.
yeah, and you know what else?
Modern
It's the
Medusa.
only and it's the only one too we've
That's
had.
a first and only so far.
And you know what?
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with checking that balance off without having like 50 people in the chat, like stock
Mhm.
accounts spamming stuff that'll get us flagged. Although I don't imagine she has that sort of audience.
But yeah,
No.
I think this picture of her in the archway is better than the picture they used for the cover.
Either way, like I have a particular taste, and I have many tastes, but she fulfills one of them. She is nice and curvy, and I like
Yeah.
her, so I can see why they put her on in front of a model thing. He doesn't
Like
like
she's
it.
kind of pushing the borderline, I think, but she's within it, I think. I
I
wouldn't
still,
want to go for somebody much bigger, but
yeah, but I've been with someone way bigger than that, but I still find.
Let's work on her thighs.
the thighs are the best part.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, she's got some nice legs on her.
That's thick with 3 C's.
Yeah, she knows she's attractive too. That's the thing. So having someone like Jordan Peterson probably didn't ruffle her feathers too much. If anything, I haven't found anything except for other incels and
Oh
MGTOW
no, I've been
supported.
insulted by a cave troll. What shall I do?
Oh, speaking of, before we go on to the next topic on the list, Scientist Mel. When I was up in the pub, Scientist Mel posted this, and I'm going to actually we'll look at this first because this is fucking hilarious. Because I've had this on for a while now. Let me just boot it up on.
Are they gonna beat somebody with a stick?
You beat the stick.
Damn right.
Got him.
Glory to the People's Republic of Iran. Yeah, let me bring up Mel. Mel pointed out this dude.
They should have used a shock baton instead.
That would have been more metal, but you honestly think that they can afford that shit?
What, throughout the entire country?
Yeah, maybe one between them.
Oh god, xenophobic.
Oh, absolutely, but only towards Iran. No, that's not true. Also France, but France knows what it did. It was being France.
Dude, apparently France, like their like previous colonies, like if they weren't exploiting their previous colonies currently, because they forced them all to use the franc and everything, they would have like the 30 something largest economy on the planet, and they have one of the top 10 largest economies just because of them exploiting it's all the neo-colonialism with
By the way,
France and Africa so far. But
I just have to jump in and say I noticed while you're scrolling around Alpha Masculinity's feed, I noticed in his profile he had something about biblical, which does not surprise me at all.
Yeah, don't spoil because they can't see it quite yet. I'm looking for the actual.
Because I'm only looking at what you're looking at.
All right, fair enough. But I mean, they can't see it themselves because I have no idea what exactly we're stumbling on.
Well, sure, but I mean,
Did
you're
he take it
scrolling through trying
down?
to find the thing, so I don't have time to really read any of it either.
Yeah, he took it down. He took it down. The fuck in the time between I was up in the pub about half an hour ago.
He
and
took it
now,
down, or Twitter took it down.
I think maybe Twitter took it down. So the basic gist was this guy made a massive argument against women riding bikes, riding horses, or driving cars because it will destroy their clitoris for regular men.
Oh, hang on though. While you're here, can you put this guy's little profile thingy there up for everybody? I just love what he's claiming here.
I don't think that claim is very accurate, but I do think there's some other reasons why we shouldn't let women drive or
not that thing. Like close that part. Like yeah, right there. Just all right. We'll
alpha
put that picture then, I
masculinity.
guess.
He's a
I'm getting-
self-declared
No,
alpha.
close the picture of the thing.
Okay.
I'm talking about the headline of like just click the X in the corner there and then leave it.
Yeah, sure.
X the upper left corner. Left. There you go. Yeah, just there.
Writer on biblical masculinity, gender roles, masculine frame, female nature, and general manhood.
What the fuck does this idiot know about female nature?
Evidently not. See, nothing. See that he's obsessed with women taking horse
He's
riding over having sex with him.
He's a woman like zoologist or a woman.
He's an alpha. He knows
Oh,
everything.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Alphatology. Like he'll.
I thought it was
like, stalk
especially
women.
funny. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he'll stalk women with a pair of binoculars, and he studies them very thoroughly. That's why
I
he's not
bet.
married. He doesn't have time to have like a committed relationship. He needs to like really study women because they're different species.
I thought I saw where he was going earlier when he said the thing about riding horses and riding bikes, but I don't know how he lumped driving cars in on that whole thing, even though it was all stupid to begin with.
Yeah, the idea behind it was this 4-part thing. I know it's elsewhere too. If I find out, I'll show it. But oh my God, it was like this constant sort of like declaration that clearly he is feeling emasculated when a woman will go out riding a horse.
Yeah. Also, I like do not allow your wife or daughters to ride horses. How the fuck are you going to stop them? You don't have authority.
Yeah,
Maybe over
you
your
would
daughter
know
if she's
that
like
if you're a real man,
kid,
how to stop the how to tame your wife.
right?
Well, he says
Real men know how to
romantic
tame their wife, and they know how to tame horses. So that's why.
we'll hold down the fort.
Women don't know how to tame the horse.
Well, that's because they're marrying horses. They shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
He says women who ride a lot of horses display some sort of weird romantic relationships with their horses. What's the one video that all of us, or pretty much all of us, know about involving a horse and a person? Mr. Hands. If you guys don't know about that, that was like Blue Waffle in high school. If you want to watch it,
Blue Waffle is.
If you want to watch it, go for it. But I mean, that's a cursed video.
I'll pass.
No, Mr. Hands. Back in high school, my friend showed this video to me. It's this guy who gets
raped by a horse.
Yes, and then
God.
I come back and all I hear is raped by a horse.
I was just joking when I said that. It's like
no.
I didn't know you'd left.
The horse's name was Mr. Hands, and this guy was doing some stuff with the horse, and then a couple hours later, the man died off camera due to horse-related injuries.
I heard about that happening to somebody once.
Bam. I honestly, all I can think of is just A, Vosh memes about horse dick, and B, white girl memes about fucking animals. So
I didn't know Vosh was such a big fan of horse dick.
He that guy on DP when he had the debate who tried to dox him and everything was like, "You like fucking horses," and he's like, "No, I want a horse dick." Like he's very, very open about the fact that he always thinks the idea of him walking around with a fucking horse dick be kind of a turn on, and I'm like, I guess from a proud sort of point, it just
I don't suppose that guy might happen to be a furry, would he?
no
kind of reminds me of
Bosch is the one who wants to have a horse dick, so he can fuck everything with a horse.
Oh, I didn't know Bosch was a furry.
I think he's furry adjacent.
Like that,
I don't think he is furry, but I think he is furry adjacent.
Yeah, Tom Green would like find farm animals and like.
I remember I was there.
Jerk off the.
Yeah. I remember when he sucked the milk from the udders. That was
right from the udder.
I saw that shit exclusive the night it released on British MTV. I'm old enough to remember when MTV actually had some fucking content that you'd want to watch.
I don't.
Oh,
My number
you.
one
Oh,
fan is here, PP Gate.
oh,
Pee-pee.
PPK is a well-established member of the community, so you better be on your best behavior there, John
No,
Morgan. You have
PP
so
Gate
many
loves me.
enemies.
They're one of the best like John Morgan fans, like on the wood and everything.
Um, well, here we go. John W. Bush. George
Mhm.
W. Bush confuses invasion of Ukraine with Iraq with a Freudian slip. Yeah, this
Oh
probably
my God,
takes them
look at them.
back.
Well, he
Oh,
is like
He
100
is
years old
old.
by now.
Yeah, I mean, his
yeah.
dad died a few years ago, and he was a World War II pilot, for God's sake.
Elections are rigged. Political opponents are imprisoned or otherwise eliminated from participating in the electoral process. The result is an absence of checks and balances in Russia and the decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. Of Ukraine.
Yeah.
We all have flub.
I didn't expect him to confess so publicly.
Yeah, and I like how when he did it, he immediately realized what he did, and he was like, "Well, I did a boo-boo," like,
He's right though. That was brutal and wholly unjustified,
Hey, but Iraq
yeah.
had weapons of mass destruction.
That's why
quote unquote.
that doctor from the UK who claimed that and then rescinded it found himself dead in a field. Wow. Like,
Yeah,
Hey,
silencing people who talk against him. Like I didn't know that whole speech was about himself.
yeah. Um, uh, the thing is, he's right, but he's also right about himself too. So
Mm-hmm.
there must be like a 5% part of his brain that is aware that he is indeed a war criminal, and if there was real justice in this world, he would be either in jail or dead. But then he just puts it aside. He just like
do you think?
immediately he justifies it to himself and puts it aside and gets on with his day. And knows also that he's old and can't be that many years left, so pretty soon, well, they'll be all happy when I'm dead anyway. We will be.
I mean,
But
I think Bush is a terrible president, but I mean, like unlike Russia, where it's very totalitarian and Putin pretty much has the final say on everything. Like with Bush, it was much of the government that was behind him, like or initially when they were invading Iraq. So there's a lot more people than just Bush.
all he
That
had to do was talk up one.
yeah.
I was there
I
too.
mean,
I
if you mean
remember this shit.
when you say behind him, if what you really mean is actually in charge, because we all know that Cheney was the real president
Oh,
during that
Cheney
era.
was
Yeah.
was so. Can we just acknowledge that America at one point was run by literally Emperor Palpatine? Like what the
Yeah,
like? And you know what else?
Cheney was really the one in charge, and Bush was just the figurehead.
Yeah, he was the guy you'll have a beer with. And you know what? Every once in a while,
Mhm.
you'd hear stories about Bush speaking up and Cheney talking him down. And you're wondering like how true is it? But I guarantee it happened more than once. I guarantee you Bush was like, "Well, I don't know if what I'm saying is something I believe." Oh George, just you listen here, right? Shut the fuck up. Okay, okay, okay.
Hmm. Hmm.
You know what happened to your brother, the one that no one ever talks about. That's right, we fed him to your mother. Fucking Barbara
Mhm.
Bush. Now, can I just say that I was so glad when Barbara Bush died because she was a fucking piece of shit. She killed someone. She actually killed, I think, two people running them over, and she got away with it scot fucking free. It
So
had
did
Whereas
like,
on the other
Cheney.
hand, I've heard that Nancy Reagan was really, really nice in her Hollywood days.
and I hear Reagan was too. And then nature takes its
But Reagan,
course, power.
Ronnie was also a throat goat. I didn't know that.
Well, he was hanging out with a bunch of apes. Who knows? Maybe he got curious when he did one of those monkey movies, and he was like a cowboy, and it was what was the film where he was a cowboy and a chimp? What was
Oh my
that
God, I
film?
need to watch some of the
I
Reagan
don't know.
films.
Oh, they're not great. They're not terrible. They're
Yeah.
just very bland. You want to get some Robert Redford and chimps going on there. That's where the money maker is. Oh.
I still like what Wolfenstein did with Ronnie. Did you play that one?
Describe it, and it
I
might
think it
go on.
was. I think it was Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus, if I remember correctly.
Okay, I did play that, so keep going.
The bit where you meet up with where you were pretending to be an actor auditioning for something, and Ronnie's there.
Yeah, and Hitler ends up shooting him because he wasn't good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 999.
I also like that. I also love the fact that they didn't completely blatantly say, "Hi, I'm Ronald Reagan," but it was there, right? Like you could
Right.
tell.
You know, in the German release of that game, they had to change him to from Mein Führer to Mein Chancellor. They would
That
not
makes
have him.
sense.
Yeah, they would not have him be called Mein Führer. They will never have anyone put word to paper in Germany after 1945.
I'm
The word
surprised they
Mein
allowed the
Führer.
game there at all.
A Wolfenstein game for like the 360.
The New Order and Shadow of Colossus, and then the other one, which is like Resistance. Is that what it's called?
I
Remember-
don't think there was one called Resistance. There was Old Blood.
Oh no, that was DLC.
And there was
That was
Young
the
Blood.
DLC.
Then there was Young Blood.
Youngblood was the daughters, and it was designed to be a co-op thing, and it just didn't do very well.
It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. It was so-so. It wasn't as good as the other ones, not even close.
I do
Remember
love
there's,
how they're very tongue-in-cheek in it. Go on.
Yeah, there's Return to Castle Wolfenstein for the Xbox. I thought that was kind of boring. And then there's one for the 360 just called like Wolfenstein. And I think they tried to do like
Return
an
to Castle Wolfenstein is the first foray into 3D that they did back in like 2000. Gonna say 7. You owe that game a lot though, because without it, you wouldn't have had the multiplayer matches between the Axis and the Allies that a lot of people really liked, and so we were like, what if we made a game based solely around that? And they did, and it became basically Battlefield. Like that's
the Castle Wolfenstein.
Yeah, Return to Castle Wolfenstein had a multiplayer, and it was so popular, and it had nothing to do with like mysticism and magic and all that shit. It was just allies versus Axis, and so many people liked it that some people were like, maybe we'll do a massive multiplayer online sort of like combat game, and they did, and it turned out being incredibly popular. Well, obviously to this day, it's very popular as a medium. Battlefield is doing.
Like predate Return to Castle Wolfenstein.
God no! I mean, don't forget that the original Wolfenstein was one of the first shooters ever put into a video
Well,
game.
I know the original Wolfenstein was like some considered the first FPS, but Return to Castle Wolfenstein, I remember being on the Xbox.
It's definitely in the top 5.
It's definitely not the first FPS, but it's close.
Well, it's the first. From what I know, it's the first one. Yeah, it's the first one where you're actually in the perspective of the gun, and you have the ammo counter on the side, and
it's not. I don't think it is, but it's in the top 3 for first.
There were other games. Ultima.
Well, as far as what I know, is the other ones were like FPS, but you were playing as a tank or a mech or something. So
no,
I think
I will say though, the Wolfenstein 3D you're thinking of, while it wasn't the first, it was definitely the first to become widely popular. And there was maybe only a small handful of other FPS before it to ever exist. So it's definitely a pioneer of the genre for sure, and it made it popular. And then Doom came along and blew it up.
Oh, Doom was heavily inspired by the original Wolfenstein.
Right, but it took the growing popularity of FPS and like skyrocketed it even more. Like FPS now is what it is because of Doom. And Doom is what it was because of
I was
Wolfenstein
going to
3D.
say the exact same thing. Yeah. And so is Ultima Zero, and so is what was it? Was it like the Thief's Quest? And it was like it was like that weird transition from the text games of the late 70s to like early like cell frames. Spoony years ago did a big video on it.
That reminds me of Zork.
Yes,
speaking of text
Zork.
games.
Yeah, Zork was an inspiration for a lot of people.
You are likely to be eaten by a Gru.
Yeah. The Stork, and I'm thinking like there's like a Stork simulator video game.
There
Probably
probably is.
is.
There's
I
probably
wouldn't
a
be surprised.
sexual. There's probably a porn one as well, where the stork
Yeah.
does the deed himself, and it turns into like this six-pack muscle man.
Oh,
with
so
a
it's a game
stork
about
head.
Zeus then.
Yeah, basically Hong Kong, motherfucker. All right,
I do believe Zeus was a goose, though.
That's very true. Hence the Hong Kong, because storks don't make
Swan,
Hong Kong.
actually. Swan.
Oh, Swan, yeah.
Ooh, that's true. Ooh, we should look at this. This is fairly new. He's out of prison now, but already did it again. Stupid me. Oh, there we go.
Andy Dick's such a character.
Andy Dick gets swatted already.
Cops everywhere. Jesus Christ.
He's been hanging with Chicken Andy for the past few days.
Yo, what's going on?
Not like he has anywhere else to go.
Yes, hello, I'm right here. Yeah, I'm the. Yes, it's the motorhome thing.
I like how there's a Vosh video there about the thing that we watched.
Oh yeah, Channel 5. Here's actually something we keep ahead of his Channel 5 videos, I've noticed. Anytime we watch a Channel 5 video, it takes him a few days to get around to it.
I've actually been rather amused a couple of times when Drunken Peasants discovered something that we've been doing for a month or two already.
Yeah.
No, I apologize to you guys. I'm live on
we spend in
YouTube
the
and
same
there's just
ocean.
whole fucking assholes on there.
Didn't they just have Luna Da Vinci on recently?
I think so, yeah.
And
Obviously, I knew
beat
her
you to it.
from. Yeah, I do like when we can pull that off. Obviously, the ultimate coup has to be getting a yeah. Hell, their latest episode they had Magicus on. Someone I'm thinking of pairing up with Naira, who's coming in not this week but next week.
Yeah. She's always
Apparently
fun.
And next week, idiot of me, it's not this week. All right, let me try that again. She's not coming in next week. She's coming in the week after. Next week we're getting the shit show.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one.
Mhm.
But if I can, I'm gonna try to get Magicus to join us for when Naira shows up.
I need to get Hannibal and Monty to come on more. Like, I'm really bad at reaching out for guests. Probably could get a lot more people on the show, but I never ask.
Oh no,
Hannibal and Monty are always a great get.
Yeah, you just have to make sure you get them well in advance because they're busy.
They're fun.
But if you can get them to pin down on a date, they are there on the time. Anytime they've been on, they've never shirked at the last minute. They've never had to cancel. They make time out of their day to be here, so that's pretty
Professional.
Yeah.
Anonymously, so.
I know, but what happened? What were they?
Nothing. No, they're just fucking assholes.
I think we should get Chicken
that's
Andy
fine.
on. I think we could get him.
I can open it. You guys don't open it all day.
The infamous RV.
Oh, shit. No, we're good.
If we ever did an RV, you'd have to drive. I can't drive.
It's just the internet assholes, you know.
I've never driven anything that big.
Hi,
Only a car.
we're agreed by.
Oh my
there he
god!
Fucking.
Oh
That
my!
face.
Oh my god!
Looks pretty disoriented.
Look at that face!
Screenshot.
Yes.
Screenshots in Photoshop. Let's go.
Here, I'll make it full screen. Here.
Do your best Photoshop of this screenshot and then send it to Ben.
I'm sure he's seen like 20. If I didn't know, I'd send it to Billy.
We've gotten blank. There we are.
There we are. Yeah. Yeah, that's a face. That's a face.
This is begging for Photoshop right here.
He looks so past the point of caring. You know,
He is.
He's transcended. You know, if you drop the whole sexual assault stuff, like Andy's life mantra is probably pretty positive. You know, like just don't worry, be happy. Just repeat it over and over again. I think he lost the happiness part, and now he's just on the don't worry part. But at that point, that becomes self-destructive. Like, don't worry, put your hand into a fire. Why? I don't know.
PP says that RV
Fun to
needs to
play.
be donated to the CDC for research.
Oh God! Imagine taking a black
Pretty
light.
unsanitary.
We're detecting traces of Gucci's over here.
A little bit of Catholic content over there. There's some JJ. There's a lot of JJ. Oh shit!
I was just
And
I was just
Billy the
suggesting that
Fridge.
Gucci's name sounds like some sort of residue.
Oh God, the chemical goo of chi.
There's fucking 20 of them.
What are you doing? Are you like streaming right now? Or
Yeah, I am streaming, so for my YouTube, it's my job. And sorry, no, it's literally
I am known as Chicken Andy. Yes, that one. You may fall to your knees and praise me.
like people that
I once got pile drived in Las Vegas and got up
That
like it
sounds
was
more
nothing.
sounds like
I'm
coke.
thinking of doing an episode just exclusively about police brutality and how cops are douchebags in America.
They're douchebags in other countries too. Big shot.
Yeah, but
I watch a lot
America
of
really
videos.
endorses it. We really like to people like white knighting cops and their abuse of power in America, and we make it a lot easier for them to get away with their acts of brutality.
It's very easy
I
for them to get away with it, sadly.
Yeah, I watch a
Yeah.
lot of those. The Audit is one channel that I watch.
just kind of like
There's a lot of people that do First Amendment, Second Amendment, and what is it, Fourth Amendment audits.
Isn't
Yeah,
that
it's
closely?
it's
Isn't
just
that
a
closely?
few bad apples.
Yeah, just a few. Okay, so that one cop actively hunted black people in the streets, but the whole cop system isn't bad. Okay, so the other
Well,
one also helped out. Every other cop looked the other way and said nothing. But you know, the whole system isn't bad.
well, like statistically, if you're married to a cop, the likelihood of you being a victim of spousal abuse
Yeah, there.
skyrockets
So,
astronomically.
and
It's
you know
like
what? If I
it's just a
remember
few bad
right, it
apples. It's
isn't
just
just.
0.1. What's
I
that?
actually know someone who was the first female detective in the city she was in the States. Um, the mother that's the mother of someone I know. So I'd hear stories about it. Eventually they had to leave the force because they thought they could change it from the inside. And the second they got to some level of power, they realized it was all just a big boys club. They hush up so much shit on apparently a weekly basis. I'm not going to say which because it would narrow down the people that I know that I might have met in the States, for example. But oh my God, they would tell stories about like how the detectives would actually have a meeting all set up at least once a week, and they'd be like, "Okay, so such and such went and beat this black kid. He's not dead, which is good. We can use that. Let's put them on meter duty for a week." Or another one would be like, "Hey, yeah, so this person raped their ex and then buried the body in a field somewhere. You know what? You know what? I think they need to go on desk duty for about a month. That's how it would be. Like,
Like,
Yeah.
there's
The
this
problem
one
is that
woman.
the jobs of this level of authority tend to attract psychopaths that like to abuse authority.
Oh no, that's not true at all. Like certain jobs attracting certain
Uh,
personality types and people have certain levels of neuroticism. No, all jobs have the exact same percentage of people that are like highly neurotic or narcissistic or whatever.
Are you
I
trying to
mean,
say that jobs that would allow people to throw their weight around aren't attractive to people who like to throw their weight around?
no. Like we live in a perfect world and numbers are just completely clean and like
Oh,
all
you're being
jobs.
sarcastic. Okay.
Yeah.
you
Well, there are
have
people that make that
all right,
argument.
all right.
Like
Usually, I can usually tell when you're being sarcastic. But you got that one past me.
Yeah,
It
John,
takes a little bit with John.
you gotta remember inflection. You got to promote when you're playing a role and when you're
Well,
talking.
I thought I was.
While that's true, I can usually tell with John,
No, that one went over
but I
me
couldn't.
too, but I have been
I
drinking.
couldn't this time.
After his second
usually the
sentence, I
smirk.
was just like, Yeah.
It's the smirk. He says a deadpan, but he's usually smirking.
Yeah, there's deadpan, but sometimes with your man, like there's deadpan and then there's deadpan. I'm like, oh right, of course you're talking out of your ass. You're making a
I'll be
joke.
right back.
Yeah, like I don't know. Sometimes it does fly over my head, but you could argue that's more me than you. Oh God, Ethan, we need to talk about the Ethan. The Ethan, the Ethan of the Klein. Hold on. Ethan Ralph. I was gonna say I said Ethan Klein. Oh my God. No, not Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein has other issues. Um, Ethan Ralph, Rage. We can't watch this one.
I have no clue who this is.
Okay, so he was kind of like big in the whole blood sports stuff. He's the guy in Portugal who got his face smashed in, and he claimed he got into a fight when in reality he probably got mugged. So, we're not going to watch obviously the whole half hour of it. We don't need to. I'm going to show you once. Crow, you're back. Good.
Mr. K.
So here's Ethan at having a chat with a female streamer. I don't tend to know who she is, but we'll skip ahead.
She's got an American flag on the background.
Oh yeah,
she's patriotic.
You know what? She's really gun guarding. Oh my.
I used to have an American flag in my background. It's packed up right now. I should unpack that thing. I've got plans for that.
She likes.
That does not promote happiness.
I would get Nero.
Yeah, I was gonna say you might as well have Nero in the background.
Or Caligula.
No, guys. The bust you want in your background is Robot Gilliman.
Well, yeah, of course. He is the finest bust of all. As Naira has pointed out numerous times, that man be front thick. He be front
dick?
He be front thick.
Oh, front thick. I
Yeah.
said front dick.
There's the accent cooking in.
Oh my God! Give this to.
All right, so
So he's
I'm
Portuguese.
going to possibly if the genetics go back far enough. Ethan. All right, quick recap. Ethan. There's a video of Ethan. His mother came in and basically asked him to take her to the hospital because she was feeling really unwell. But he was so hungover, he just basically is like, "No, you get yourself an Uber." She died. Yeah, I don't know if she died because of that specifically, but she died very shortly after. And to say that it's a sore subject is an understatement. Now you have the context.
Ralph, please.
What was the pledge? What was the exact
I'm gonna
pledge I was
skip
supposed to say?
ahead
Hold on.
to. I'm gonna skip ahead to what
Was his
caused
mother
him.
mean to him? Because I don't know. Mean
Well,
parents.
he was. No, I don't think
No, I
that was
forgot.
really a major
No, I'm not
issue.
supposed to. Chris, you should do.
I don't
Okay.
know that he. I don't.
Touch for him.
Beautiful soul for hosting this washed up
No.
has been with the grace you have tonight. Oh, ice Mexican.
Okay, so let's find the actual quote. So she receives a Chrissy, apparently that's her name. Receives a donation.
When I see
It's like a
people
$5
who
donation,
come on my
if I
show and
remember right.
go into greater things, so
Yeah. Scarebro, didn't you claim that if there were no consequences, you would gun down?
No, but it's just basically calling shade. He insults everyone all the time.
Insulting people's fun.
Here. No. What the hell? This is not as long as it was. I don't know who edited this because this is clearly not what it is. No, negative about faith. Medicare will outlive you. Oh, he has a big problem with Medicare.
There's a lot of people.
Yeah.
Mr. Medicare is kind of.
Medicare. He's a mixed bag. I see why people hate him, and I can Yeah, it's kind of like he reminds me a little bit of Dankula in that regard, but I actually like Maneker more than Dankula.
Oh wait, hold on. There was something about the mom there.
Yeah, that could have been it.
Yes, this is it. This is it. Thank you.
That's new. That's new to me. I'm
Yeah.
learning a lot. I'm learning a lot of this stream.
Like I don't know terms. Okay. Coast. Xander calls another man daddy. I don't know who that is. Kiranu. Pull up the Pillstream clip where Ralph tells his mom to hitchhike in the summer heat to her dialysis appointment. Really? That's kind of
This is where it changes.
funny.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
It's
exactly
subtle,
what
but
it
you
means
might
by
notice a
the
bit of a
Pillstream
change.
clip, but why didn't he send it? Actually, he could have just.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, only two more. K-Max does the online left feud.
Is that funny, by the way? Is that funny?
The idea is kind of funny that like.
Do you have any clips of your dead mom when you were arguing with her? Do you think that's funny?
Do I have a clip of her?
Yeah, do you have some clips where you were talking shit to your dead mom? Would you think it was funny if I was to pull that up?
Maybe, depending on the clip. If it was funny.
I don't think you'd probably laugh if I was to pull that up and start talking about it. Take money.
I don't have any clips.
And,
talk about it. I don't think you would think.
The sunglass thing doesn't really work with him. He doesn't pull it off.
No, it's very douchey.
I honestly.
But he's a douche, so that works.
Oh yeah, he's a hardcore douche, and he also reminds me. I've said this before. He reminds me of someone who's wearing a fat suit.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't look natural on him. It looks like he's gonna peel that shit off. It's a good prosthetics, but it's not great prosthetics, you know.
I think that was too funny.
It just looks fat to me.
I feel like I touched
Maybe
a
it's because I
nerve.
haven't seen him.
Well, here in this image, I think the thing is, I think it's because of his legs. Like, he looks like a normal fat guy here, but if you ever see his whole body, then it looks weird.
Mm.
He's got skinny people legs.
He's got skinny people legs, but giant bloated torso.
He's
A lot of times that
obsessed
happens-
with hiding his gut, and it sometimes shows that when you do it. A lot of people are like, "Oh, he's not that heavy." Oh my god, you know, like some people see it and they're like, "What the fuck?" He looks like a balloon. Like it's impressively heavy.
I just think.
Well, that happens when people gain a lot of weight really quickly. Like you'll see, it's very
Maybe that's what happened
disproportionate where the weight's stored.
Like there aren't any clips.
Hey, I'm just asking you if I had that clip and I pulled it up
You
right now.
had a clip of my mom.
$5 to pull that clip up. Would you think it was funny?
If it was a funny clip, then
If they pay me $5 and they said, "Hey, Chrissy, here's your dead mom. Here's you talking shit to her." Would you think that's funny?
well, I've never talked shit to her like.
I'm asking you a direct question.
Such a clip existed.
I talk shit to my mom all
talked
the
shit to my
time.
mom.
It could exist. I think you probably talked a lot of shit to your mom, actually.
Be nice to be
Why
able
would
to
you
talk
think
to your
that?
mom.
I mean, I have no reason to not think that. I think everybody probably has some unguarded moments with their family.
Talk shit to her.
I'll be right back.
No.
Laughing about that shit to my face. That's what I think.
I can't tell if you're joking or not.
I'm not joking at all. I'm being dead
Okay.
serious.
Well, I also don't know if what that person sent was real or not. I was just
Okay,
thinking
well,
the
I'm
idea
telling
of
you
it is
now, I'm not
funny.
joking. I'm being real fucking serious right here live.
I love, by the way, he has the I Love Portugal thing on the back to try to hide the
Yeah.
fact that he got mugged in Portugal.
Yeah.
He got fucking
Which is ironic because
smacked.
he's really just reminding everybody about it.
Right? Because in his narrative is that he got into a fight, and while he didn't win, he fucking gave his best, y'all. He died like a man. You know, like reality. He
I think everyone, when they tell stories about getting into a fight, it's always like they always win. Like people never tell stories about how they got into a fight and lost.
So I think chat could use maybe a bit of background to what's actually happening here. I don't know if we've actually said at any point what the deal is with
so
him.
so Ethan is here. I'll let Google describe who Ethan is.
Not necessarily who he is, but why they're talking about his mom right now.
Oh, he kind of had. Oh yeah, that picture back there is when he got beaten a few months back.
Mm-hmm.
It's not flattering because no one looks good after getting their face smashed in by about 4 guys. But yeah, his mom was
His mom was the one that did that to his face.
he came back from the dead and possessed 4 random Portuguese thugs who just beat the living shit out of him. Yeah, he was a part of the kill stream, and he just basically ended up like living near. I think near the end of her life, didn't he move back in with her, or was he already living separate? Because he's not so pathetic that he was just like spending all day every day at home. He wasn't Jared. He wasn't Jared Genesis. Like he had a life. In fact, if I remember right, he is actually currently engaged. Like he has a life outside of this, but he like he's very blood sports, and the thing is that he makes himself look worse every time he tries to do blood sports. Um, it's
Well, what's the point
very
of blood sports? It's just they come in and just talk a bunch of shit to one another. I mean, it's
yeah,
like
yeah. You just throw shade. You know how
It's
well the
completely
other person.
pointless.
Yeah.
I don't.
So
Well,
they're
I
like
don't
a bunch of
understand why
little
anybody
kids.
likes that.
So it's like just a
Yeah.
bunch of like middle school lunch table rhetoric. Just you're
Yep.
a piece of
Oh
shit. Fuck you. Like, oh
yeah,
yeah.
I forgot
See, we
about
are
this.
living in idiocracy.
Yeah, I remember this. This
Well, what I
event.
love is when people try that shit with me online. It's like talking shit to some random stranger, and it's just a bunch of like I bet you're this off the internetism. Like it's like when I was a kid on Xbox Live and two people are fighting with each other. It's like I bet you're this off the internet. Well, I bet you're this off the internet. It's like okay, like just make a bunch of random assumptions about some stranger you don't know anything about.
Um, yeah, like I don't like when people do that because it's very easy just to like check content. Like if you see someone online and you're like, "Oh yeah, I don't want to be a part of this community because clearly this person is like a piece of shit," and then you go and you find out that, oh no, they were playing a bit or the context was completely missing. Sure, yeah, that's fine. But like in the case of Ethan, Ethan was like deeply involved with like the what was it, Kumite?
Yeah,
Um,
that's what they called it. Yeah.
yeah, and I just I was
I don't see the appeal of that stuff.
no, every once in a while, if it's really like flooring levels of like shade, like you knew something so well constructed, you made an argument so well constructed that the other person basically like either fumbles or just walks off, like this walks off camera. That I don't know, there's a level of impressiveness to that. But this shit was just pure like rage and bitch. Like
Yeah,
he
I
would
don't
just
get that.
complain. Yeah, like he was just an angry dude. As we are beginning to see a little bit here, and I might show the stream after. He made an immediate stream after this where he just fucking rages against her for laughing for like all of 5 seconds at a joke that she wasn't 100% aware of. Like,
So
oh,
he's like an alpha, but then he gets easily triggered and throws temper
yes,
tantrums.
like all quote unquote alphas. Yes.
Oh.
Live on air.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what I was saying was funny. It was the
She
idea.
actually handles herself pretty well throughout this because she just stops and goes, okay, yeah, this is what I thought and this is how I responded. And in the context, you can kind of see where I'm coming from. But he's like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. He just goes
that you would tell
more and
some
more
like
like
that a person would tell their mom to like go into the sun, like go out in the summer. Like I was just
Well, I'm telling you, I sat here long enough for your faggot super chats, is what I'm telling you. And I didn't appreciate that
You
last
said
one.
it
I
in
didn't
a word
appreciate your
there.
fucking faggot laughter. And I'm really about done. So what else do you have for me?
okay.
Team
Like I was
Start
talking
off
about this, like Shab got mad at me because I actually said the word. Do you care if I say it? Like referencing other
yeah,
people saying it.
we'd prefer if you didn't because we know what
Okay.
you're talking about. We're
But
very
yeah, it's people where it's like it's the only adjective they know. It's just like using that slur, and it's like they have a 6-word vocabulary, and they're like such alphas and stuff. But when you have discourse with them, it's just a bunch of like it's an amalgamation of random ad hoc. Where it's
I
just
think
like you might as well just call somebody a poopy head. It's like that. That's how
Basically,
inventive their
yeah.
discourse is.
I think it was
Mhm.
Goth who said he loves how Ethan here insults a woman by calling her basically insinuating that she's gay. Like, what? Are you saying lesbians aren't fucking amazing? Because I sure as fuck think lesbians are fucking amazing.
Reference
PPK, you're
Shield's video
not
on why men love lesbians.
you're not exercising good social skills, PPK. You're being rude and disrespectful. You're being like Ethan Ralph here. We're just talking about throwing like random ad homs.
I don't know. She's being nice to
See?
me. I don't know what you're
Just
talking
being a
about.
bully.
Too upset. I don't know. I feel like
We stand for our PP
there's some
bullies.
confusion or
No, there's
Why
no
do you keep
confusion.
bullying me, PPK?
Obviously, I'll jump around.
genuinely think.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I fucking think. That's
That
what
was
I
a good
said.
part to get
You
into.
don't have to
Yeah,
like
no
continue to be
context.
triggered right now because I'm talking to you
Oh my
first
God, what's
person.
his face there?
Like,
You're triggered because you're continuing to be mad after I'm telling you honestly I wasn't trying to like make fun of your mom. My
Dude,
mom is dead
alphas are
too.
never
I
triggered.
literally just told you a story from a roast
Right?
battle where
When you
something
yell and
like
scream
hurt
and
my
throw a
feelings
temper
in the moment.
tantrum,
something
that's
though.
not
Now
being
it's like,
triggered.
oh well.
No, because I didn't know that.
No, I love when people like him are like, no, I'm fine. You clearly can tell they're not okay. So instead of
Yeah.
addressing it, they're like, no, I'm fine. It's like you're a piece of shit. Yeah, how did you like when your husband left you? Ha ha ha. You know, like I'm just having
Well,
a
I
So
like
shall
joke.
we move
how
on
like
to the next thing?
There was
when I
Yeah.
get
Go
into
ahead,
disputes
John.
with people like this, it's like I'm completely like I'm talking in a calm and collected tone, and they'll talk shit about how deadpan I am, but it's like they're throwing temper tantrums, and then they'll claim that I'm triggered if I like bring up how rude they are, and it's like they're throwing a tantrum over like me making a joke, and it's like
Those are not
what,
just
like,
mad. They
but then when I mentioned that they were like talking shit initially, it's like, okay, so you're all upset and throwing a fit over me making a joke at your expense. But then when I bring up the fact that you're a hypocrite, that's me being a snowflake.
No, I
Yeah.
I thought I had
Who's this person here that's calling him a rage pig?
well, he is a rage pig.
Well, yes, but I'm just wondering
Dude,
whose
he looks
channel
like
this
a
is.
fucking pig when you look at that face
The
that he made
archivist.
earlier.
The archivist and his icon is here. The reason I'm not showing this in full detail is because he played Metallica music over it. Now, DP had a copy of the whole Screaming Fest. That was they put some non-copyrightable music over it. But rather than us watching a DP episode of them watching it, let's watch this one clip and move on. Oh yeah, he has a wrestling intro apparently.
Sad.
Very sad.
Really sad.
No idea where he is. Oh my God.
He does
Hey,
the
there's
thing.
Jaworski.
Boy. Dude, Worski's a true alpha.
Moment, man. This is some Joe Biden tier, like.
Yep, just
He
like
fell
Crowder.
from grace
Dance
really
level
fast.
shit, like,
Jaworski's very different now than he was a few years ago.
no clue where he is on the planet Earth right now.
What has changed with Worski?
He does the thing with like Triple H where he sticks his arms out and does the thing that he looks around like,
Yeah.
what? It looks so sad. He looks, you know, who he reminds me of? He reminds me of Dudley from Harry Potter. Or is it like, yeah, it's Dud.
Nope. It's
on.
Dudley, cousin
Yeah, it's
Dudley.
Yeah, you could see it, right? Like he looks so vapid that like there's like no brain cells.
There's
beyond
nothing
the
in
face.
there.
Yeah.
It looks like Copper Cab.
He does a
does.
little bit. Yeah.
He acts a lot like him too.
Only
Yeah,
a
but
lot
Copper
of what?
Cap's a troll. It isn't being like serious.
Yeah, he is.
That's the difference. I think with him it's serious.
Metal jacket where Gomer Pyle kills.
Oh my God, he looks almost exactly like Copper Cab now.
He does. Christ, all we
Jesus
need him is to
Christ.
fall into the fucking water in Venice.
Open up another tab and look up Copper Cab.
Hold on a minute. Has anybody ever seen him and Copper Cab in the same room at the same time?
Oh, grassy knoll level of conspiracy going on there.
Yeah.
It looks like the wheels were spinning, but the hamster's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's Copper Cab like a decade and a half ago.
Yeah, this is closer to it. I imagine this is overarching closer to it.
I think Copper Cab's like pretty much completely gray now. Like even his facial hair.
Is he? Jesus. I talked to him once. He was very aggressive, like aggressive. I was not prepared for that.
Yeah, I don't like that.
There is something uncanny valley about Copper Cab, isn't there?
I know he's doing the rage thing as an act, but I just don't find that particular kind of humor very funny to me.
I don't know. Like I want to try to get him on my show.
The eyes are very similar.
The dead eyes.
Yeah.
Ginger rage.
Black like a doll's eyes.
Oh no.
And fucking, he's just sitting there with the shot.
Is Ethan a ginger? Because gingers don't have souls. That probably explains the eyes.
Ah, yeah.
Soulless eyes.
I'd be worried, Andy. This guy.
There we go. Let's go. Look at that face. Let's go, Brandon.
I don't know.
Get ready.
I think I regret everything.
I don't know. They're the same person.
Let's go, champ.
All right, that's John Morgan. Yeah, that's John Morgan.
The whole time, like there's no dad.
No self-awareness on this guy, is there?
Be like,
whoa. Wait, what's John Morgan?
That's John Morgan's head cam.
Where he is.
My head cam?
Your head cannon. That Copper Cab and this guy is the same person.
Yeah. I cracked the code.
Yep, we see into the fourth dimension.
I think John makes some strong points here.
I can definitely see the logic.
Right. No more Ethan Ralph now.
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
Let's find a different thing to be angry about.
Yeah, like why the hell is this blank bar going over
it's weird.
everything? Yeah, there. It's gone now. What the fuck?
It's probably some sort of pop-up ad failing to work correctly for a minute.
I'm okay with that. This made everyone angry for a whole bunch of reasons.
I want to point out as well, the people that they're pandering to by doing this were also mad about it.
Like I said, everyone.
Everyone.
So, white people are in the center, for the record. They're the middle ground. Everything bounces off it.
They're the 0-pointers.
Yeah. They're the true neutrals if you want to go D&D. And you just have to bounce around with that.
I remember seeing somebody talking about this. Is like, how do you score ethnicity points or culture points exactly?
By telling everyone that like you're Native American, that you're like 0.001%.
Right, but I mean, like, what ethnicity is worth more points than what other ethnicity?
I don't know.
What culture is worth more points than another culture?
Yeah, what if you're full body type? Does that mean that you're better than half an ethnicity? Like, what's going on there?
Also, on this tool, what is the difference between ethnicity and culture? Like, obviously, there's differences between them in the world in general, but within the use, like, we're just looking at characters on a screen.
Well,
how do you score culture versus ethnicity?
Well, ethnicity is usually like genetics. So like if you're
that's what I'm saying. That's the real definitions that we all know. I'm just saying within the context of this tool,
I'm
what's
guessing
the difference?
Culture would be more nationality than ethnicity.
Yeah, I mean, good example would be.
How do you know that by looking at a person?
I don't know.
Then again, I guess that's kind of happening because Zarya has 1 point on culture, but no points on ethnicity. So she doesn't get any points because she's white, but she gets points because she's Russian.
Well, I was actually thinking along the lines because she's obviously queer. That she is very.
I don't think that's a known thing actually. Also, you'll notice sexual orientation 0 points.
That's very true. But she gets
1
body
point
type.
for gender identity because she's a woman.
But also I think I know she is queer because when they briefly tried to have her represent Russia for the Olympics, and the Russian Federation was like, "Nope, you have to ban that because we will not have a queer person represent us because queer people."
Well, that just means that Russia thought that she was queer. Obviously, Blizzard themselves don't think.
They did that. No, they did it first. Yeah.
Right, but I'm saying this is the scoring set by Activision Blizzard using this tool. They would know if their own character is queer or not.
Well, that might explain then why she's ever so slightly heading towards it.
No, that's because of the gender identity point.
Well,
It's a 0 point on sexual orientation.
Well, she's not
Wait, now,
trans,
in, like-
unless she is trans. In which case,
In like
okay.
LGBT,
No, it's because she's a woman.
Like the LGBTQ, isn't queer like a person just doesn't know exactly what to identify as? They don't know.
Queer is within LGBT. Queer is anything that's not straight.
Yeah, it's pretty vague, and they don't know themselves.
But what I'm saying though is they're giving her a 1 point on the gender identity scale because, in their view, diversity feels like, or like, you know, the woke crowd, quote unquote, thinks that you're, you know, being oppressed if you're a woman. So therefore, they're giving her 1 point for being a woman.
Okay. So by that logic, if she was, for example, a trans woman, would that one be a 3?
Yeah,
People
definitely.
really
Okay.
love racking up their oppression points.
That's
Yes,
it. Like,
this is an
no
oppression
one
point
likes
fighter.
this. Like, everyone is angry. The right is angry because they think this is more woke bullshit, which, let's be honest here, it kind of is. Yeah. And the left hates it because it's beyond pandering, and it makes no sense once you start breaking it down.
Oh, another thing I've heard about, like other people discussing this, they had a great point. They have said directly themselves that they use this tool to avoid, you know, having characters being made certain ways due to tokenism, right? Like, oh, we're not doing that. We're making sure that they're not just here to be a token gay or a token black or whatever.
You mean tokenism?
Token.
No, I'm joking.
Not Tolkien.
You didn't watch the latest episode of South Park?
The point is, yeah, like Token the kid in South Park. But the point is, they're saying that it is to avoid that when it is very obviously, literally, specifically for that. They're making characters specifically be like, okay, we need a gay character, we need a black character, we need, like, it's literally tokenism that they're doing, and they're claiming that it's to avoid that.
And
Another
they're
reason
making
people are angry at them.
They made the only in that thing, the white guy old, fat, and what was the other one? Fucking
Ableism.
Abel, yeah, because one of his arms is missing. It's
Oh my god!
replaced with
Don't
ball.
you think it's mostly a bunch of like pampered, like rich white kids that mostly care about this kind of garbage?
Yes, it is entirely the woke schools that do this, and not old either. You're thinking more along the lines of liberal, the idea of everyone should get along and that's okay, and that's not think about it too much. No, the young 14, 15, 16-year-olds on like Tumblr and Instagram who have identified as otherkin, they demand respect. But here's the thing: there's like 5 of them. But someone will then piggyback off that, get their own clout points by promoting it. And here's the thing: all the actual like people who genuinely want to promote this shit get sidelined because this is easy. This is easy for a creator to look at and go, okay, well, we need to hit these certain things. It's stupid because that's not how people work. And that's why no one
Right.
likes it. Because no matter what, right wingers are going to look at something like this and will lose their fucking minds. But anyone on the left will look on it and be like, you've completely don't know anything, do you? Like you're completely fucking like blind to anything that we have to deal with. Who we are, roll a bone because everyone's pissed off at this.
Yep. By the way, I just want to add for context on this. While they're using Overwatch characters as examples on this, Overwatch actually has some really good characters, and that's because the people who make the Overwatch characters have come out and said, we've never seen this tool before. We don't use this tool to make our characters.
No, this is new.
They
new.
just used Overwatch characters as examples to show it off.
But you know why they made it, right? Overwatch 2. There's going to be at least one
Yeah.
character that was at least partially before the
Probably.
backlash. Yeah, I can't wait to see what that character is going to be. It's going to be like
They don't
that.
have any characters in
that's
wheelchairs,
Probably.
so where's that like
That's
demographic.
that's first of all, that's ableism. That's literally why the dwarf had his one arm missing.
Oh.
Second of all, oh my, did any of you watch season 3 of Drawn Together?
Yeah.
I
It's
haven't
been a
seen a whole
while, but I
season of it
have.
at all.
Yeah.
I've just seen scattered episodes.
So at the end of it, they broke the fourth wall by having the Porky Pig guy break down a door and find his major critic, and it's literally she's a hold on, I got to go to the toilet, but beforehand I need to show you guys the actual character they drew. Drawn Together.
Also, is anybody else confused at what the point of Overwatch 2 is? It's basically just Overwatch 1. Like, I don't know what the difference even is.
Oh, I remember that show.
Isn't it just Overwatch 1 with new maps or something?
I don't know.
I agree.
It
I haven't played any of them. I'm trying to I'm thinking I'm going to do a let's play of Civ 6. I'm going to try to beat the game on deity. So I've been trying to practice that.
See if I can find her.
That sounds rather masochistic.
Drawn Together. Blogger?
Eddie Boo.
Yeah, that show went to all over. The screen can't see it, which is good because I have no idea because there's a lot of poor. Hell, I watched the uncensored version of it. A lot of TNA. On
I still think it's
Drawn
funny that
Together.
the princess and the Betty Boop character are the same actress.
Yeah, although when you listen to them, you're like, oh yeah, well obviously. Drawn Together. Critic.
My favorite. It was either
There
episode
she
or it was
is.
on the movie.
Oh,
Jesus.
Yeah. He breaks down the door.
Oh.
He breaks down the door, and this is what he finds. And he's like, "Well, of course you won't like it."
I feel like that's one of the episodes I saw. That's where they go and kill all the critics and stuff.
Oh my God! She was voiced by Tara Strong too.
Oh no! Why?
That's funny.
Tara Strong's awesome.
Yeah, and she's already two characters in this show, the two I just mentioned.
So she's Christian and she's Jewish. Because she's got the Star of David and the cross.
Yeah.
I'm going to claim
shows
to be
the pandering, you know?
Yeah, I'm going to claim to be every religion just so I can celebrate every holiday, get more presents and stuff.
There you go. This show also has my favorite form of Penny Gadget.
Wait, you don't mean the cult in Russia?
No, that's Gadget the mouse.
Oh.
I'm talking about Inspector Gadget's niece, Penny.
Oh, what happened to her? I don't remember.
Well, her actress is the same person who does Foxy Love.
Oh, okay.
Which is hilarious to me.
I never saw any
This
of the
little girl is also a horny fox girl.
Yeah, I never saw any of the Inspector Gadget cartoons, but I did see the live action movies when I was a kid, and they were terrible.
My condolences.
Yeah, you missed that.
Which is weird because
so inaccurate.
The cartoons were before my time, so I guess it was people who were a decade older than me. But then the live action movies were made when I was a kid.
The live action.
Oh, so remade Skyrim in Unreal Engine 5.
It will never end, and I am never not going to be sad about it. Skyrim is my baby, my father, and my lover.
5 is here, and of course someone had to make Skyrim in it, and it is
Unreal Engine 5 is looking pretty impressive.
Side by side with the original Xbox 360 version. Enjoy.
My baby, look what they've done.
Did you ever see? I saw a video at one point. There was a trailer that got put out by Epic where they were showing off all the tools that are in Unreal Engine 5 and how easy it is to change stuff.
With the giant monster that's it shows.
No.
Oh, okay. Because I watched Vosh watch that trailer. That was pretty impressive.
But yeah, it looks like a really good bunch of tools to use.
With New Vegas and Skyrim, like I have these mods that I've been like scripting and everything for the last 10 years now. I don't think I'll ever finish.
My God, this looks good.
Doesn't it? I know I'm a Skyrim simp, but you have to admit this doesn't look too fucking bad.
This is great, yeah. Also, I love the fact that they give Unreal Engine away for free.
Whenever we see Elder Scrolls 6,
that'll happen.
Who knows?
That'll happen on Todd's deathbed. Like
when are we gonna get Half-Life 3?
Yeah.
That'll happen when
we
Gabe
already
died.
got it. They just didn't call it that.
Yeah. Well,
It was
we
called
got
Alex.
well, it was like only 4 hours in length, and it was like it was like a prequel, a midquel, I guess. So we still don't. Yeah. Do they ever find the Borealis?
The answer is
Who the fuck is G-Man? They never explain who like G-Man is.
we know who G-Man is.
I mean, we don't understand G-Man either, so I can't blame them.
Your daily dose of internet. A few days ago, a massive tornado ripped through a school in Kansas and captured this incredible footage. Nobody was hurt because nobody was in the school at the time, but it's crazy to see how easily these cars are being tossed around.
Damn.
Yep.
Well, if it destroyed the school, that's probably a good thing. The kids were probably better with like no school in Kansas.
Even nature's mad at American education.
But what's for breakfast? I have to know.
I do think that a lot of public schools in America, it's like once you get beyond like the elementary level of education, just teaching kids basic literacy, that's pretty much all they benefit from it. Because like once you get beyond that, like the statistics show the kids don't retain anything in the U.S. from an educational system from like the 5th grade and up.
You are a public servant, right? You work for the government.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know multiplication?
Yes.
Okay, then you learn something from school.
I'm talking. Well, that's what I said, elementary and up. So it's like once you get like the data shows that a third of Americans like read and write at a 5th grade level, and then it's something
I don't
like
actually. Yeah, I don't pretend to know what happens in American high schools.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys have
Well, like I
middle
said,
schools that are separate, which is bizarre to me because our middle schools and our high schools are fine.
Our high schools and middle schools, I mentioned this, it's pretty much the page numbers on the board, do the bookwork. That's what it is. It's just you're kind of just doing bookwork, and the teachers don't teach. And the statistics show that over half of Americans read and write
we had this
or below an 8th
we had
grade
this
level.
conversation on the wood, and you won't find much sway in the support here either for your
I want to see the mouse fuck up the kitty cat.
Yeah.
I know, right? You know what this scene reminds me of?
What?
This feels like Elden Ring. This is an Elden Ring player fighting one of those rabid dogs.
This dog somehow escaped from their crate on the plane and started running around the airport.
He's just happy to be free.
Doggy's having fun.
Yeah.
It's like, yay, new place.
After a few minutes, the dog was eventually captured.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh no.
This bear was kind enough to respect this photographer's personal space.
I would just run up and try to give the bear a hug. A bear hug.
That sounds like a safe thing to do.
Yeah.
It is a safe thing to do.
Running at a bear, totally safe.
That's actually what...
Whoa.
Ooh.
Fuck.
What the freak are you doing about
What are we looking at? Mmm.
I'll bring it back because it's something to do with the womb.
I know that babies kick around in the womb, but this is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Ooh, it wants out.
Damn.
That's a fucking xenomorph trying to come
No,
out.
I've actually
belly
talked
burster.
to enough women who've had kids who are like, yeah, at least once they get crazy. That means statistically, that might be in the best kick in our lives.
Uh-huh.
The ancient Romans would have horses.
That must feel weird for the mother,
Alright,
eh?
now here's the weird thing. Shewan had posted this, and I want, and I have it linked to watch as well.
Today we have
No point
motorcycle
What is it,
now.
pod
chariots.
racing?
It's modern chariot racing.
Yeah, they're motorcycle chariots.
This photographer used a
That's
stabilized
kind of awesome.
camera to capture
Yeah,
its
well, it looks
rotation.
really fun. Really.
What's with the weird tilt on this?
I was in London a few days ago.
I still
and
think the
noticed
Earth is
many
flat.
old buildings had windows
No, you
Well,
don't.
we all know what you don't think.
that were filled in with bricks.
The Earth
so I
is
looked
flat
it up, and
and
turns
it's
out there
hollow.
used to be
Hold
something
on,
called
pause. I didn't catch a word of what this part was saying, so let John Morgan finish, and then we'll continue.
Yeah, let's hear. All hail
I'm
John
saying-
Your system,
Morgan.
buddy.
I'm saying the Earth is flat and hollow. It's both. It's like I
That's
think the Earth.
impossible.
I think the Earth's
What's in
more
a
like.
box?
I believe in the cylinder Earth theory, where it's kind of like a cylinder and it's hollow, so it's like
Cylinders aren't flat, John.
the reptilians live on the other side of the flat Earth of the cylinder, the other face, and then
Cylinders
like,
aren't flat, John.
Well, you know what I mean. Like,
No, I
we
don't.
live on the one face of the cylinder,
If
which
it's
that's
flat,
the
it would
one
be a
side,
cardboard box.
and then the cylinder's hollow, and then like
And it's not flat, then, is it?
in Area 51, there's a tunnel in Area 51
You're
where you
all
can go from
wrong.
one
We
side of the
live in
cylinder
the
to the
eye
other
of
side.
a great giant called Matumbo, okay? That is a reference to fucking Game of Thrones. I am living with it. You're all
And the
wrong.
Sasquatches, Bigfoot, they live inside the hollow Earth. Reptilians live on the other side. We live on this side of the cylinder, the hollow Earth.
Well, yes.
All right, moving on.
John Morgan is a cultist. It is official.
and noticed many old buildings had windows
Many
that were
blood
filled in with
sacrifices.
bricks. So I looked it up, and
CPP's
turns
bullying
out
me
there used to
again.
be something
All
called
right, we
a
got to
window
rewind
tax.
again.
About
John, shh.
He's
Lev,
doing. He's
start it
doing
over
more
again,
than-
please.
I am. Don't fret.
buildings had windows that were filled in with bricks. So I looked it up, and turns out there used to be something called a window tax. About 300 years ago, England wanted to tax people's homes based on the number of windows they had. So in order to pay less in taxes, people would permanently board up the windows of their homes.
That's a stupid fucking tax.
It is,
Yeah.
and you know what else? I understand that completely. I can point to tons of buildings I know, even around here, because of course they would have still been we'd have still been a part of the United Kingdom at the time.
So-
we have buildings that still have like false windows in them.
If you were like a dictator and you wanted to just be a douche and create some kind of like tax just to fuck with people, what would it be?
It would be the I'm taxing you because I feel like it tax.
Like, would you tax people for like just having mustaches, or tax people
No, I would tax
for
them
every
just based on nothing because I felt
Bad
like
style.
$20 every time you flush the toilet?
No, bad style.
You're missing
and
the
I'll
point.
always-
You don't need
I'll
a
always
rule.
be big.
No.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
but
saying. Like the bad style one. Even if someone walks in dressed in a nines, I could be like, that was last month. No, you're being very sort of blasé right now.
Oh, you're wearing white after Labor Day?
Oh God, that's a taxing right there.
I never understood that whole thing.
I don't
Me either.
either.
Very American.
That is the end of this
That's
video.
awesome.
Really hope you enjoyed. And
I don't know
I'll see
how
you
he's
guys again
doing this,
very,
but that
very
is
soon.
cool.
There's a trick to it, but I don't care if I'd ever find out the trick.
Magic.
Yeah. There you go.
Telekinesis.
He's defying gravity.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of
They're
Internet.
super
For
quick.
some reason, this person's car wouldn't stop farting.
What?
Is it gonna explode?
Blame it on the car.
Someone that knows cars, just let me know.
Her dog wasn't around to blame it on.
Why is it farting at me? I don't understand what's going on. I literally passed it like 3 days ago. And it never made sense until
I think it's really her farting. She's just blaming it on the car.
That's funny though.
Don't worry,
Oh,
the bird is okay.
I like that we add those parts. Bird is okay.
not a very smart bird though, was it?
What's up, yo? What up? What up? You go.
It will take forever to inflate this bag by blowing into it, but it is possible to inflate an entire bag in one breath by using something called Bernoulli's principle.
We're not going to put our mouth right on the bag. And what happens there is as we blow in, surrounding air is pulled in as well.
I thought they said inflatable bed, and I'm like, oh, you're going to inflate an entire inflatable bed just with your mouth.
Know what could be inflated? That blue bar at the top of our screen. Any donations given tonight will be
that
greatly
was smooth.
appreciated. As smooth
That was
as
smooth.
cream gravy, baby. But
Smooth.
I would very much appreciate it, as well as Krendar would, because anything given tonight will be divvied up between us. Never a requirement.
That reminds me of those Dyson fans. You ever seen those? Bladeless fans? That's how they work. That's what he was just
Traveling
doing.
in the North Sea when they noticed that they were able to see day and night at the same time.
Yep.
Whoa.
It'd be like that, though.
See, if the Earth was round, this wouldn't be possible.
That's true. For the record, I've actually been that far north that I've seen it. It's actually not too far from Northern Ireland. So if you're on a cruise up near Scotland, you actually get to see stuff like that. It gets more prominent as you get closer to the Arctic Circle.
This guy had to use the bathroom while
I
he
don't
was
get
at
it.
the
What happened
airport,
there?
so his dog had to
I thought she was taking a piss standing up.
Yeah, me too. Like there was some text. Plenty of fish
I don't understand what happened.
All right, let's just see. Damn, there's plenty
Plenty
of
fish in the sea, and then the fish do something.
Oh, they stop before
just-
reaching. They stop before reaching her. Okay, that's the joke.
This guy had to
I
use
think
the
it was the
bathroom while
smell
he was
of
at the
dead
airport,
fish.
so his dog had to just hang
Oh.
around and wait.
Aww.
Very patient puffer.
I am the king of old dogs. Fear me. Whoa.
Are you enjoying
Aww.
Are you?
Duck. Oh my god, that duck has a fucking quaff like a 70s news anchor. Tonight at 7.
One of my
Ducks
subscribers
do have a
was
lot
out
of
skiing when
personality.
they saw the sun create
Oh, I
this
know.
incredible halo
I hear Pitbull
Say they're good pets.
I hear Pitbull got up a duck.
effect through the snow.
Damn.
This
Not
beaver
even-
was
It's
seen
the Gale
walking
shield.
around near
Nukake, it can't harm you now.
New York City.
Oh, damn.
Apparently,
That is
beavers are
Beavis
pretty
Bear. I really
aggressive.
hope you enjoy.
Illegal immigrant.
And I'll see you guys again.
They're very skittish until you get them into a corner, but what they constitute as a corner can be surprisingly shocking. I mean, they're dumb animals, so they'll freak out at anything.
Very soon. Later.
Very soon. By
Just
the way,
hanging
check
out.
this guy's check out this guy's Twitter out. It's definitely something. The guy from Daily Dose. Yeah, let's look at some ordinary sausage because this motherfucker's been busy.
Ooh.
Oh, I love this
Yucky.
guy.
I love.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of
Diet Coke spaghetti?
Yeah.
What?
It's not even a sausage. Let's start with that.
Answer what spaghetti boiled in Diet Coke tastes like.
Like ass.
Turn them up a little?
Oh, that's some
Bam, bam.
good fizzy action.
make
Oh,
like
this thing can hold a lot.
like frappuccino like sausage.
Yeah, you can do that.
A Diet Coke. How do you know if it's boiling and not just carbonation? It's doing something. Where did it go? We're creating art with our boiled pasta dishes. It's
Every Italian just lost their fucking mind. Not just because he's throwing it into Diet
Because he
Coke.
broke the noodles.
Yeah.
it's looking exceptionally brown.
You're
This
just
looks good.
easing
I think
in.
this
It's
is gonna
just
turn out
right.
good. This thing,
I asked an Italian once to explain to me why breaking the noodles offends him, and he couldn't explain it.
Yeah.
He just said because it does.
Yeah, because they weren't
Mussolini-
raised by it. Yeah, let's put it down to Mussolini. Mussolini or the Romans. The ancient Romans had a way of their noodles. Wait, didn't they not even have noodles yet? Yet, absolutely. That's why they were so offended that what you did.
I'm worried about this thing right here. What do you
I've
think
done.
that is? I
Yeah,
think
I've done this stuff.
this goose is officially cooked. Let's get it out of the pot and give it a taste.
It's gonna taste like sugar. That's what it's gonna be. Sugar noodle.
I can tell you
It's
right
Diet
off the
Coke,
bat,
though, so there's
it
no
smells
sugar.
like
It's gonna have a sweetness.
maple syrup. It looks delicious. Let's see if looks
Does
can be
look
deceiving
nice, but question mark.
Yeah, I imagine also it smells nice too.
here.
Have you guys heard of konjac noodles?
Nope.
Konjac.
Now they consist of this like lean fiber, and it's like 1 cup of them like cooked is only like 40 calories. So you can have an entire bowl that's like 80 calories, and they really fill you up, and they got a decent amount of calcium. So I usually mix it in with salmon and then season it
Are
with
they
a bunch of
good?
different spices.
Ooh.
They taste plain, but the thing is they fill you up, and
Yeah, I'm gonna need
Hold on. If you
I'm gonna
need
need a link to some information about these things. I'm gonna check this out.
Yeah. Also,
And I usually
if they taste plain, then just throw some spices in. Then we'll have
yeah,
a calorie taste.
garlic, onion, parsley.
I want some of these, but I'm not gonna remember the
like
name.
pumpkin spice. It's very sweet. Yeah, it's good. I would order this at a restaurant with a
Yeah. All right. Maybe I'll make a video about this some days. Maybe I'll make some pasta with Diet Coke. Oh, I could even get crazier. I could try regular Coke, Pepsi, Cherry Coke.
Oh no, you want to get crazy? Here's an idea. Cook them in Coke Starlight.
I don't know if we have it. Have to get it.
I don't know.
Like I can't stand regular Coke. Like the way it like stains your teeth and gets on your teeth and stuff.
cup
That doesn't happen to me.
of
I get this
honey
weird
on the side
sensation
to
on my
wash
teeth
it all
when
down.
I drink regular soda. I always have to drink diet because of that.
But what does the hot Diet Coke
Oh no, I am not okay with this.
the water taste like? That
Oh, it looks like gravy.
Oh.
Really shit gravy.
it.
KFC get
what
gravy.
I think everyone wants to
Do
know.
it.
Ah, the finer things. It may look like that you have blood in your urine, but it tastes like hot chocolate. Do what you want with this information.
Still, I don't think I'd have the balls to try that.
This guy has an iron gut.
No, he doesn't have an
Regular
iron.
sausage.
Which?
I like the Tacos Fuego looks like a good idea.
Well, hey there, folks, and welcome back.
I
I guess. We learned a lot from our Flaming Hot Cheetos episode, and that is to use way more of the chips or corn-based snack,
We don't
whatever.
have
So
them over
I've
here.
never had a
And whenever I was in the States, I've never tried these. And you know what else? They look like I would fucking destroy them if I was left alone.
I've never tried these either.
Taki before.
I've had Flamin' Hot Cheetos though, and they are delicious.
Dorito.
Oh, in fact, like we have
Just,
them. Not these.
They're just a little bit too spicy for me, but they taste great.
Oh,
Dude, Galen wants to ban my what ifs.
Oh well, you know what? Galen. First of all, you could have been where Crow is now, and you didn't. Second of all, it's important. If you donate, I will mute John Morgan for the rest of the stream.
Why do you want to mute me?
Lots of reasons, not all of which.
He doesn't want to. He wants the money.
Give it the old.
Galen wants to mute you, apparently.
Yeah. If this is the path you want to make, link in the doobly doo. But you want to throw shade at our guest? 100% agree. If the money's right. What a mercenary! I'm a
How much?
I'll try.
How much is the minimum from muting John?
Surprisingly low.
Tastes like a rolled up Dorito as well. An almost 10-ounce bag is
I would try
worth
these
about
things, but they
4
look
cups
they're
of
probably too
Takis.
spicy.
Oh no! To me, if I was the state I'm in now, they would be heavy.
I don't know. I eat like wasabi peas all the time, so I think I can handle them.
I would love to find
looks good.
like take Flamin' Hot Cheetos and like make another version without the flaming, just hot Cheetos. So it's like take the Flamin' Hot Cheetos flavor.
I can
But
give you
hold
an
on,
answer.
hold on. Take the Flamin' Hot Cheetos, but then like half the spice level. That would be perfect for me.
Okay.
I thought you loved me, Galen.
May I give you an
go for it.
example?
Yeah.
Pringles. Pringles has a spicy hot, and it goes from 3 tiers. The highest tier is nowhere near as high as the Doritos.
Yeah, but does it taste as good?
Yeah, it's a pretty damn good taste. Is it as good taste as the Doritos? Well, the only way to find out is to get yourself a
To
pod,
find out.
a tub, and get it yourself. I like how, by the way, it's called a Pringles tub, a pod. That seems kind of
Actually, I think it's pretty funny to call them a tub as well.
yeah. What would you call it? A tube. A
Tube.
tube is yeah. So get
I
yourself
think
a tube.
you should just need to make a sandwich and put a bunch of like what is it, ghost peppers, cut them up, use them as like a banana pepper substitute.
I did a shot for donos with hot sauce, and I had Frank's hot sauce. And Magicus donated like fucking I think $25, and at the end of it, my insides were my outsides. There was no hope. There was nothing. I just gave up. So no, I don't think you need to eat nothing but spice. You need to add that spice to something to mitigate.
Mm-hmm.
It's why, for example, I think garlic is a great counter for all things spicy, because garlic will pull your taste buds back. It's to
You
me.
just need a ham sandwich with like nothing but wasabi and ghost peppers.
Well,
Well,
then
John,
be shitting that
most-
in 5 seconds.
Most wasabi is just dyed horseradish.
Yeah,
Like
The
wasabi,
cheap
like
stuff.
original wasabi is hard to come by.
No.
Yeah,
you
that's
just
why I
have to
don't
pay
like
more.
that stuff. I don't like horseradish. So the wasabi that's basically just a copy of it is just crap.
Yeah, that's true. But just get yourself the real stuff. You're gonna have to pay more, and you can't just immediately dump it on everything. It's something, enjoy. But if you're willing to pay for it, we were talking about this Luna. You remember a few weeks ago, she was saying like you get what you pay for. Yeah, if you're willing to pay out your arse
Often.
for it, yeah, like you will get yourself some fucking bombast wasabi. But you're right. The vast majority of the stuff otherwise is horseradish, and it's not good horseradish either.
This looks like some fine sausage seasoning. And of course we have our frozen pork butt.
But.
Look at that booty.
But.
All right,
having
our
fun.
mountain of meat looks
Jordan Peterson crying in his sleep. No, it's too fat.
good.
He does seem like the kind of person who wouldn't like flavor.
Oh god. Spicy mayo.
Yeah, we
would
add
be
the
too much for
talkie flavor. Well, that was
Regular
so
mayo might be
fast.
too much
It
for
looks
him.
exactly like bacon bits. Yeah, we got way more coating
what?
on the sausage meat than we did with the flaming hot Cheetos. Let's give them something to
That is very pleasant to look at, though, I gotta say.
talk about. Come on, you little. There we go.
You just destroyed.
In 3, 2, 1, let's sausage.
Comes the alien head.
We got that talkie sausage.
That came out pretty well, actually.
And
Usually breaks
special
apart
thanks
before
to
that.
today's Mark Buxlow box artist, this guy.
What the fuck?
Some real strong vibes happening with this one. This Will It Blow is brought to you by Manscaped. Hey,
No, it's not.
Don't know how to feel about this.
I don't know. I kind of like that one of Space Odyssey vibes going for right here. Or Interstellar.
Oh, yeah.
or as always, Manscaped.com. Oh, there we go. We got a pretty decent Will It Blow. We got
your
some
appetite.
surrounding area, and we got some stickage. So I'm gonna have to give that Will It Blow 3 3 Mark Ruffalo.
Okay, solid.
Here we go.
Now here's where it really lands. All right, right.
It's got a new pattern, eh?
Will it or will it not burst?
I'm
gonna say no.
not sure.
I'm
50-50.
putting my chips on exploding.
All right, mine is not explode because there's not enough liquid going on there. Oh!
I can't tell if it's still raw or not, so we're just
And it's what a golden color. Golden, a fucking more reddish.
I was gonna say.
Gold, yeah.
We want to get your eyes checked.
It's definitely not an unappealing color though. You have to admit,
It looks spicy.
Yeah.
gonna
You know
believe
what
in
you're getting into.
ourselves. Get this out of the pan before it burns or
It's a nice warning sign red.
Right? It looks like a chili.
Well, we managed to burst it, getting it out of the pan.
Okay, that doesn't count.
Oh.
That doesn't count. He did that himself. It wasn't just it bursting that.
Let's open it up and see how we did.
Very skinny.
So it looks more Takis than it does pork. So I'm hoping that'll help flavor-wise.
I
The
bet this is
texture
pretty
should
good.
be interesting. You
I'm
know,
gonna
I
say
just
5.
don't want to eat that big piece of fat there. Takis Fuego sausage.
Don't blame him.
Here we go. We used way too much Takis, I think. It tastes like corn chips and not so much the Takis spice. Texturally, it tastes like there's a lot of crushed up corn chips in there. You get a little bit of the heat, not so much the flavor. These little granules are really screwing up this sausage here. So I don't know what would fix it because you can't add more Takis to.
No, you can't add more Takis, but you could have added more pork. Whoa. Okay. You could add more pork.
What's that?
Like way more pork to it. So that's my theory. You just didn't bounce it. You went too far in the other direction because originally he didn't add enough in the other crisp, chip,
Yeah.
whatever the hell direction. I think he went too far in the other direction, and there is a golden.
Sounds like it. I mean, he even said like, we're gonna need to add more this time.
Yeah, he
Whoops.
went full on, which that's what I'd have done too.
Make the spice, because adding more Takis doesn't help resolve the issue. I think you just got to get a hold of the spice that they put on the Takis themselves. So this sausage wasn't very good. I'm gonna have to give this sausage here a 2 out of 5.
Yeah. 2.
It's a shame. Oh my god.
Biblically accurate
Cayenne pepper
angels.
or whatever.
Yeah. Somebody's been playing Bayonetta.
And it smells like crushed up Takis. Oh, one made it through the grinder.
Oh, lovely.
Got it.
Got it. Before we go, there is something I wanted to show, and that is what $20 fantastic cast.
Stop knocking your bottles over.
Yeah, it's
What's
not
that?
me. It's Crow.
God damn it, Crow.
Oh, the noise you hear.
Why are you so drunken?
There's a dumbbell I'm lifting with my feet.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Crow. Crow, are you okay? You've gone a
Here,
bit
I gotta-
quiet.
Here we go.
Okay,
It's
maybe
loud.
not do that for a few more minutes. I think you'll live.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so this is an
Was this
actual
Coffin Hotel?
Yeah, this is a capsule hotel in Tokyo for about 20. Talk about how they got there, what matter.
No, we don't need that stuff.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, I always love wandering through another city, even through camera, but I'm more interested in the actual place. And oh my god, it looks gimmicky as fuck. It looks like a fucking there's all the shoes.
I got
trying to think.
really eccentric hotels in Japan.
Like what you mean about
Yeah, Scotty in the chat doesn't like Japan.
Oh, okay.
Who?
No Limit Gaming. Scotty.
This is what they give you for 20 quid for night. Toothbrush, earplug, and
Why do they give you a hoodie?
I guess when you're going in and out of the shower.
Oh, maybe. Is it just like on rental, I assume?
Oh yeah, you return it all back. Except for a massive flip-flops, which are probably burned.
Sanitize.
Yeah. I would do the shit out of this. What's his name? Barbs from Geography Now went to a
It
capsule
doesn't.
hotel.
That elevator doesn't seem very accommodating for like claustrophobic people.
No, or crowds for that matter.
The
Like
whole
you couldn't
place
get.
is not for claustrophobic people. Are you kidding me?
You wouldn't walk in here. You wouldn't walk into a
Yeah.
capsule place if you were claustrophobic.
I like the camera work. It feels like a first-person video game camera.
Yeah, I didn't hear the capsule part.
Oh no, this is extremely capsule. Like everything is slightly minimalistic. And you know what else? The fact that he has the whole place to himself, that's pretty chill. If you're going to be at a capsule place, I wouldn't want a bunch of people. I'd want just myself.
I think most Americans wouldn't fit inside here.
They are designed for Americans to some degree, apparently. Apparently, their ratio is the fattest, the tallest. They found exactly what. This is.
I think a lot of Americans wouldn't like fit in the elevator.
Oh well, they came across the edges. I should know. I'm a fat fuck myself. But no. Yeah. As for the room, yeah, you have to switch out the slippers.
Are
Still
all those
Japan
like
after
weird
all.
scribbles above the English?
Yeah, it's called Japanese.
Oh.
Yeah, it's weed shit.
Moon runes.
Hair dryer for those who need it. I feel sorry for like the 6 women in the morning who have to do their hair, and the one guy who walked in along. Oh, okay. I guess I'm gonna not dry tonight or today. My room, quote unquote, number is 417. It's kind of surreal that he doesn't have anyone with.
Doesn't
Okay,
have any what?
anyone else with him? Like, there's no one else here.
Yeah, it's probably just like the middle of the day or something. I don't know.
I wouldn't like this because I'm a heavy guy. I would have definitely made sure I have a bottom bunk or whatever the hell it is. Now that is off-putting. You have to. I've seen capsule places that have like TVs.
Well, this is the kind of bed I sleep in every night.
I'm claustrophobic, but I would be okay with something like that if it's just me.
Oh, does it happen? No, it's plugging in. You have to bring your own. Okay.
Bring your own what?
Your own like laptop or your phone or whatever if you want to enjoy any sort of media. But I've been to ones. Well, not been to ones, but I know of ones that have like TVs built into the wall and shit.
Do you ever like use a hotel TV? Because whenever I go to a hotel,
of course.
Yeah, they always have it like set up where you can't connect anything to the TV. So it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna use my laptop and my like phone.
No, that's well, not to me anyway. Last one I went with lady was Dublin, and we went to Weatherspoons, which is like a chain bar out of the UK. But there's a few in Ireland now, and they have a couple of hotel rooms, and our one had it all set up. And not only that, clearly whoever was there last was a gamer because it was set for the gaming mechanic, which included checking for the Bluetooth for controllers and shit.
Yeah.
So whoever was
Yeah,
there last had a PS5.
Hit
A long time
You
ago,
know,
I
always
bought my GameCube to a hotel once. Hooked it up.
Really? I never did that.
Yeah, when I was a kid and I would bring game consoles and stuff to a hotel, you always had to bring your own TV because, and a lot of times the hotels
No,
would
I
have
used
their
their
own
TV.
control. Yeah, a lot of times the hotels would have their own controllers like hardwired to the TV, and they'd have video games that you could rent to play. So
Yeah.
American hotels, they want you to like rent their movies. They want you to like use their
That's why they don't
services.
want you to be able to hook up your own then.
Yeah. So
Yeah, sometimes the TVs are positioned in a weird way where you can't like hook up the HDMI cable without
Yeah.
just like blindly fucking like going behind the TV.
Yeah,
to
they're
hook it
like
up.
I went to
glared
New
towards
York
the back
and
of it.
like you had access to the HDMI port, and I was like trying to plug stuff up using like HDMI, and then I talked to the clerk, and they're like, "Oh, you can't connect stuff to the TV." So they had it set like the settings of the TV, so you couldn't. It
When I
wouldn't
was in
recognize.
when I was in Oslo, the TVs were built into the walls. They were brilliant TVs, but they were literally built into the walls, so there was no way we could fiddle around with the back of it. Not that I could anyway, but I had a laptop with me, so I remember when I was waiting for some money to come in, I was stuck in my hotel room for like 18 hours, and I think it was a blizzard outside as well, so I couldn't really go outside. And I ended up watching like I think about 18 hours worth of Drunken Peasants. I played like a massive old school Drunken Peasants. It was crazy. But I remember when I was in Brighton, they had a PlayStation 1 attached to their TV, and I played Ace Combat for the first time, and I thought that was pretty cool.
Remember James Ralph? He
You
did
had to
a
pay for it. You did have to pay for it.
he did a video. You know what's bullshit, and it was about hotel TVs.
If you watch the video I made on in the really fancy place we went to in Sligo for St. Patrick's Day, that was some hardcore good TV right
I
there.
bet the food in this place is amazing.
The food doesn't look very accommodating to Americans.
Good.
non-Americans.
That's what I said. It's probably good.
There's Tabasco
Yeah.
sauce there, John. That's the only American thing. Wait, is Tabasco American?
They've kind of taken it over at least.
Yeah.
All these different countries, they need to learn to be more like non-foreign to like what
How long have
America's
we been
like.
waiting?
So
Oh,
here's the-
yeah, this lady.
I knew yeah, I remember you liked your last, so I found another one. Captain
Yeah,
Ambassador
she was
really
funny.
does not want to meet the Romans.
Yeah, I thought so. No, it's fine. We'll just do everything on your schedule, just because you guys have a way of keeping time. Oh, here they come.
I'm offended by how like those markings on her face. I know it's
Good.
like probably indicative of some kind of like tribal culture somewhere, so I'm just going to assume.
Yeah, the
she's
Celt.
being insensitive.
Big shock, but the white people actually did this at one point. My people, yours didn't, so you can't do
Dreadlocks.
this. But I fucking
Dreadlocks
can.
are racist.
LOL.
Yeah, your
Yeah.
boat's very fancy.
Dreadlocks are
Yeah,
racist
yeah,
against
come on, come
Celtics.
on. It's like
Very true.
He's got a brush on his head. It looks
I think the most
ridiculous.
famous woman Celt was Boudica. or Boudica.
Boudica.
Yeah, I know who you mean.
Boudica or Boudica, depending on how you want to pronounce it. It's kind of up in the air how you want to pronounce the name. But yeah,
Boutica.
Boudica.
Huh. What the fuck is that? Oh, it's a horse. Oh, they had a horse in the boat. Oh my god, I thought it was some kind of weird Roman sea horse. If he does that joke about me having something on my face,
Imagine
I'm gonna
before
shit.
like modern times, like old classic like Renaissance ships when they would like transport horses. Imagine like the stables on those ships and just how grotesque they probably were.
Oh god,
Like-
that must have been rancid.
Hey, at least you
My
could
God.
throw all the problems overside, right?
What was that weird
Ugh.
fruit they bought last time? What was that? Apples? Apples never gonna catch on.
Apple's never going to catch on in the UK. Nah.
There's just like an arrogance that comes with inventing underfloor heating that makes them just unbearable to sit through dinner with. Maybe I
That's
don't
probably
need
true,
underfloor
actually.
heating. Maybe I like being cold. I swear, if he complains about the weather, if you don't want it to rain, maybe don't come to Britannia. I know this is meant to be like, you know, a
Panica.
cultural exchange thing, but if you read about their gods, they are weird. They have a god for door handles.
They did.
I just get this feeling that they think they're better than us because they're more tanned and therefore you can see their muscle definition better, but it's not actually good to be out in the sun all day. Hi, welcome to Britannia. Are they? Nice
Not
boat.
like
I was just thinking that as I
ancient
came up the
Rome.
river. I was like, nice boat. You guys want some blackberries? Some nettles?
No, you
Yeah,
say
like-
it like this. Blackberry. That's how you say it.
Nettle soup does not sound like a good idea.
No, but didn't the
nettle soup.
Romans, like,
It's,
in ancient...
Not good.
Yeah, in ancient Rome, didn't they call, like, the
Welcome
British
to this.
Isles Britannica?
Yeah, that was a name they added to it. But then again, they also called their sons Germanicus. So yeah.
Special
Yeah.
Braveheart tour of Stirling. My name's Craig. Come with me now on a magical journey through Scotland's past. And the movie about it that's almost as long. Braveheart is an award-winning film about Scotland, featuring Mel Gibson and some of Ireland's finest actors.
Yeah.
To Scottish history.
Oh God, 40%. I know people who've actually were in Braveheart. My dad actually was a consultant on the film. Like no joke. Like
By the way, just that pause face right there.
Yeah. Oh, every one of her faces is perfect. She's so doesn't give a shit. She's been up since 7, but she's been partying since until like 5. So she hasn't gotten any sleep. She just wants to stay home and watch Netflix and cry.
History, what
Sleep is
Gone with the
annoying.
Wind
Or
does to
sleep.
America, and that it's there to make a lot of white Americans feel very patriotic, and the rest of us feel slightly nauseated. This is Stirling Bridge, the location of
She
the
not
Battle
white?
of
No, white Americans, as in like black Americans, wouldn't feel the same thing about Braveheart as a bunch of people who. You do realize that a lot of like white nationalists in America will obsess over their heritage, right?
Yep, Boston. Oh, I'm part Irish. And then
Oh
they're
yeah,
from
yeah.
Boston
What
and
sort of
shit like
what
that.
part are you there, mate? And he's like, oh well, my mom's cousin's dog was half Irish, so henceforth I'm one of you. Of course you are, mate.
And since she was a white lady, that means the dog's genetics are in our family tree.
Right.
Stirling Bridge of 1297, on which the Scots beat back the English invaders.
I met
And
somebody
yes,
who had red hair once, and they're kind of a douchebag, so I
Yeah,
think there's a
me.
connection.
it is absent from the film Braveheart, in which the Battle of Stirling Bridge takes place in a field.
That's
I
actually
suppose-
What is she
very
talking
true.
about?
Yeah, that is very true. If you watch the movie,
That's funny.
they have three major fights in the movie, and all of which take part in a field. And I think like the Battle of Stirling Bridge, like the name suggests, you'd think they'd be taking part in a bridge. Nah, it'd be too hard. They all take part in a big ass field.
Filming a battle on a bridge was too much hassle. You know, like what battles are. Braveheart is the story of William Wallace and the name of Robert the Bruce, in case you were
No,
confused.
a lot of Brits
Braveheart.
were offended by Braveheart. They
Yeah.
didn't like how it depicted the Brits as being a bunch of like
Well, they wouldn't
treacherous,
have. It wouldn't have
evil,
been
like,
the Brits. It would have been the English. You have to remember the
Yeah.
difference.
Takes place in a
I
fantasy
don't think the Welsh
Same
gave too much of a
thing.
version of Scotland
They're both
where everyone wears
non-American.
18th century kilts, 4th century Pictish woad,
And you're not Texan, so henceforth you're not true American.
and 20th century 90s rat tails. Until
No,
recently,
Maryland's
Stirling was
real
home to a
America.
William Wallace.
First of all, how did you pronounce it?
Maryland.
Maryland. Okay, you got that right at least, because I know a fact that when I once called it Maryland, and oh my fucking Christ!
Oh my god.
Well, I live in Maryland, so I would know how it's
Yeah.
pronounced.
You know, oh, do you know Dylan Burns by chance, or perhaps ContraPoints, because they both live in Baltimore?
Statue. I say William
what's
Wallace
that?
statue.
Do you know ContraPoints or Dylan Burns? They both live in Baltimore.
No.
Okay.
It looks more like
Gotta go
Mel
find
Gibson
them.
sex doll made of stone. And if that's your kind of thing, you can find it in Brecon now, where they needed a talking point. We now come to the Wallace Monument, a big stone tower that the Victorians put up. It houses a massive fuck-off sword that may or may not have belonged to William Wallace. It is also home to the busts of several famous Scottish men. But don't worry, ladies, as recently as 4 years ago, they put a couple of women in there too, so that's nice, isn't it? It's nice to know that there were some Scottish women alive before 2017. Thank you for taking this tour today.
Can't make out
If
what
you
she's
enjoyed
saying.
it, I
Like, what
do recommend
language
checking.
is she
It's
speaking?
literally in the fucking title. Look, here's the thing. I know you're being pedantic. Shut the fuck up and read the damn
He's not being
damn.
pedantic. He's being sarcastic. There's a difference.
Being
He's
facetious.
Morgan.
There
He's
you
being
go.
Morgan. He's being John Morgan.
Out the film.
And now I know that he doesn't
Pedantic
watch.
is when you take things too seriously
Where you can look
and
out
you're
for all the
overly
bits of
like
sterling
literal. I'm the
that aren't
opposite.
in it.
This time, anyway.
Nah, I'd say I don't know. Like Dirt says, I'm too sarcastic for my own good, so I think I'm like we
Dirt
probably
says a
shouldn't
lot
have
of
called
things.
it. We probably shouldn't have called it the Pedantic Pedestrian Podcast because
That's not how TVs work, little cat. You's a silly cat.
I mean, that's a good compliment to the image quality of that screen, right?
Right.
That's funny.
We can
before
talk
the cat gets
briefly
scared, you look at the cat
about
like bobbing its head. Oh,
Buffalo
immersed.
happened. Many people died. He put it on Twitch. A lot of right wingers are coping because he was an outright neo-Nazi. But rather, I want to focus on his room really quickly.
Wait, a neo-Nazi did a bad thing? Really?
Yeah. And now all the other neo-Nazis are like, well, I. But I'm trying to think of the Buffalo attacker room.
Did you know Hitler was a Nazi?
No, I didn't know. Please tell us in graphic detail about his political stances, particularly towards the Jews.
And Himmler was a Nazi.
No, I heard he was a sweet boy. All right, so there's a meme going around that I don't know if it's 100% or true or not, but it showed a My Little Pony room, but also a Klan flag flying, and
Oh.
a Confederate flag. And the
My
thing
Little
is,
Clan?
yeah, and the thing is, in a jar at the very base of it is a jar, let's just say, that involved a My Little Pony. Now you
Well,
think
the
about
bronies
that.
aren't gonna like
My
this
Little
one.
Pony Confederate jar.
Oh, for God's sake. It had the cum jar in it. Do you not know your memes?
Oh God,
So,
no! Please
are-
don't. tell me.
Yes!
are we
Yes, I'm
talking
glad
about-
someone got the reference. Jesus Christ.
Are we talking about brony Nazis?
No, well, we're talking about Buffalo mass murderer.
Well, this guy was a brony Nazi, apparently.
Yeah, let's.
I don't think he's absorbing the message of the show very well.
Yeah, I mean, friendship-based magic. Yeah.
I think I have a meme of a brony and a jar. I don't know where to find it though.
Yeah,
have
I
so
mean
many
that's famous in its own right. The famous the cum jar with the
I don't want to know
half
about this
part.
game.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but Buffalo shooter.
What about are there any black ponies in like the My Little Pony verse?
There we are.
The ponies don't have Earth human races at all.
And
so
at least until they made that
doesn't matter.
not the live action, the human equivalent.
See, you're being pedantic, Krendar.
Yeah. And your point?
Ruin my Little Pony race joke.
So here is.
No, I was just
apparently-
sidestepping it because it was going to be a bad joke.
See, this is why I keep Krendar around. He can read a room better than most.
Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes. All right. So first of all, look at the bad pillow there. That's a nice touch. Second of all, that jar. Right next
Yeah,
to
that's weird.
Spencer's gift, electrical current thing, a bunch of stuff. Apparently, this is his room, but I think
Wait, the pony's wearing a MAGA hat.
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, that's adorable.
I don't
He's
know if
even
this,
got the main six on top. That's funny.
I just keep wanting to go back to the cum jar because it's a cum jar. Apparently,
Did
the
you
You would.
know that the
yeah, of
Civil
course.
War wasn't really about slavery?
No, it's about economics and states' rights. And good thing we have you here to change the course of history.
Yeah, the states' rights to have slaves. So it wasn't
No,
really
no,
all
no,
about.
no, no, no. What you do is you talk about states' rights and you ask what states' rights, and then you just get angry. You don't answer the question, you just get angry. That's
Mm.
what a Confederate does. That's a natural Confederate. I don't know if this is true or not. Like, I kind of hope in a way that it is, just because the person. Oh, I've been looking up on the guy who shot up the mall. He was a week before he did the spree. He was asked by his teacher how he felt, and he said, "I just killed a cat. I hope to kill some people, then kill myself."
Damn.
That's not a giant call for help.
Doesn't sound
What?
very stable or happy.
No, no.
Gigantic call for help. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a smidge. Just a hint. He was obsessed with right-wing pundits like Gavin McInnes and stuff like that. He was obsessed, of course, with also the whole white replacement theory. Yeah, he is still a piece of shit. He's actually alive. He was shot by a guard who actually managed to keep him. Who died even though he was shot, but not before he was.
He was shot by a
It's
Nazi guard.
very confusing to me that anybody like super far right wing would want to watch My Little Pony in the first place.
I don't know what the
Yeah.
appeal is. It's very white.
It's a very lefty show.
Yeah, I'm
Not
gonna
like
take a
far
guess.
lefty, but it's liberal in general.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a guess and say that in the My Little Pony show, there's a lot of like Sesame Street level ethics of accepting people who are different,
Oh yeah, definitely.
being nice to your friends.
Exactly.
My Little Pony. My Little Pony fans confront their Nazi problem. Yeah, because I've been curious about this too.
My God.
Yeah, I knew someone would make.
See, this is where it's like when it comes to bullying at times, it's like I'm sorry.
That's good.
The urge is there, and it's kind of hard to fight that bully urge. And it's I don't know, some people who are bullied, they do kind of bring it on themselves a bit.
Have you seen the first BronyCon? It is the scrawniest, thinnest, whitest motherfucking convention I've ever seen. And I've been to NebraskaCon. The women there at least are thick. There were no women, not even trans women. It was all dudes. Dudes and maybe their sisters who went because they have no friends in real life. And
When I've talked to people on the internet who claim to be bronies, they really like to bait you into like, what? Like you can be like an adult man and like My Little Pony. What's that? And they really want to have that discussion with you, and like most people really don't give a shit.
yeah,
Defensive much?
very.
What's that?
I said, are they defensive much?
Well, it's like you don't even like. They really wanna like. They want to wear their My Little Pony shirts, and they want to surround themselves with My Little Pony merch. And then they're really waiting for somebody to say something because they really want to have that discussion of like they really want to explain to everyone what a brony is, as if we don't already know.
It's kind of reminds me of how trans girls work on Twitter, which is very different than how they work IRL. I've hung out with enough of them.
There's a lot of trans people on Twitter who really, really want you to know how trans they are.
And not just trans, but usually very subby too. Like, ooh,
Or how gay they are, or how subby they are.
or how depressed they are. They almost play it up as a joke. Ooh, I want to put a gun to my head. Tra la la. And
I
I'm like,
love
what the
advertising, like my depression and stuff, and how mentally unsound I am and stuff for attention.
Look at this. Derpa's
Do it all the
Dudes
time.
even listed a racist as a searchable category. More than 900 pieces of art. What was the appeal? What was the connection between this and fucking neo-Nazis? And why do furries also include this? Because let's be honest here, furries and Nazis have a long history together. Why?
Go to Google Images and type in My Little Pony Nazi.
We've been
I want to see what the results are. My Little Pony Nazi. Google
My
Images.
Little Führer.
All right. Because I'm a
But as far
river
as
to
your
my
question,
people.
though, I don't think there's an inherent link between neo-Nazis and furries. It's just that neo-Nazis
What you
end
after,
up
by the way?
being in every part of
Or
everything.
like antisocial reclusive losers, and a lot of bronies are like kind of the same. So
Yeah.
maybe there's that similarity.
I don't think bronies are antisocial. They're just not mainstream. You know, they're a picked on group.
Every brony I've met that's like being 100% full brony has been a moment where they're like, so this is why I like diaper porn. You know, they'll just randomly start talking about like the
Wait.
feet. You know, like
Diaper porn?
Yeah, diaper porn. You know, there's some advantages for you not having any sexual interests there, man. Like you dodged the bullet. There's some strong reasons why you have
There's some
made
weird shit out there.
Yeah. Diaper porn, feet, amputees, vor.
These are all very much things, sadly.
Amputee feet diaper pony porn.
Yeah?
Make it happen.
No, I
bet
am
it's
not
out there.
typing that
Oh,
in.
God.
What did you want me to type in originally?
My Little Pony Nazi.
My Little Pony Nazi. My Little Pony Nazi. It's a
Now
real
that's
thing.
in your search history.
Yeah. Well, considering what else it could be. The very first thing up, of course, was the articles that we just watched. And let's see, it's all good for work. Yeah. It's about what I
That
expected.
third picture. That's crazy.
Hold on.
Brony Nazi. That gives me an idea for a Lady Gaga parody. I'm your biggest fan. I'll follow you until you love me.
Oh.
Brony.
Yeah.
Brony Nazi.
Someone's dad that they really like is a massive Trumpite. So, but they're also a brony. So henceforth, the two conflict. Two overlap.
Oh no.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
What the fuck is the connection? I don't understand.
Read this. The Nazis are tearing My Little Pony apart. Oh.
Connection.
There is no
between-
connection. It's just an overlap of two different things.
There's a connection between Nazis and ponies, but there's also a connection between like
There's not.
bronies and diaper porn.
Yeah.
No, the
So
only
are they like
connection is
pedophiles or?
No, it's like this, guys. Nazis, while they are terrible people, are people, and people like things sometimes. So some of them happen to like this.
Yep.
And they're shitting up the place.
Here's a good example. We had about last year we had a big purge of people on the far right from this channel. By their own volition, they realized that I was not dog whistling when I was like, "Hey, yeah, so I know what a few things are," and they're like, "Ooh, he must know." No, buddy, I know it because I used to be a former skinhead. You're all fucking sick. Grow the fuck up or fuck off, and they fucked off. You could then argue that, oh, well, there's a connection between low energy videos and alt-righters. No, there isn't. But you could make that if you try hard.
Which is what's happening here.
Yeah.
Jamie
there
Gargay
is.
thinks I'm a closeted writer.
I just think that you're a little bit sniffing your own farts sometimes, that's all.
What do you mean?
You think that you're very, very smart when in actual fact you're just speaking obvious facts and you're just
I don't think like what do I talk about being really smart? She thinks I'm a secret alt-writer because I make sarcastic like comments all the time. So
Well,
what does that have to do with
Jamie always comes up with reasons not to like people that she doesn't like for reasons that are bigger than just the reason she doesn't like it. That's fine. No, seriously, you do come across as a know-it-all. So yeah.
Okay.
I'm not the first person to say that. So there you go. But here's the thing.
Everybody says that.
Well, I
Everyone
think
says
people
that.
are kind of insecure when it comes to the know-it-all thing.
Okay, well,
I'm not wrong. It's the children who are wrong.
Well, I'm saying that I listen to what other people have to say, and if somebody doesn't want to agree with me, whatever. Like,
You're literally at this point, at the point in the meme of
Doing it right
Skinner.
now.
Yeah, he's holding the chin and going, "Am I so out of touch? No, the children are wrong." Like he's at that stage right now.
Doing it right now.
Yeah.
Well, you brought up the know-it-all thing and intelligent thing out of nowhere when we were talking about. We were talking about My Little Pony, and then we were talking about, like, I mentioned how somebody thinks I'm like a closeted alt-righter. What does that have to do with me?
Why did you bring up Jamie? Like, why?
You were talking about getting rid of like right-leaning people in your community and stuff. So you're talking about
Yeah,
that. Like,
and here's the thing: they did it to themselves in my community. Like, I was just there, like, "Oh yeah, you completely misunderstood me. Fuck off." Go on.
Also,
And
that's extreme right leaning, not just a little bit right.
Yeah, because there's still some people in our community who
Big
have
difference.
Yeah, and as because they're civil and they can play well with others, they're more than welcome to stay. But we did have a purge. It was completely unplanned, but we did have a purge, and when it was done, I was like, all right, that was actually probably better for everyone involved.
yeah, so you were mentioning a purging like right-leaning people, and I mentioned that very recently somebody's accusing me of being a closeted like conservative, and then you mentioned me like being a know-it-all, and it's like what does that have to do with that?
We're purging you, John. It's okay.
Yeah. You want to get Pitmunk? I can get Pitmunk in. So he can have the same conversation he's had with you 40 times now. No.
Pitmunk doesn't think I'm a know-it-all. He's told me he doesn't think I'm arrogant.
Then how come every time I've been on stream with him, he's told you, like, dude, like. All right, that's fair enough. That's not the same thing, is it? Like, it's
different thing.
Yeah.
Different thing.
Anyway, look, the important thing is we're always happy to have you on, but like, yeah, sometimes I don't know, man. You know, you don't play well with others. I'll say that.
What's that one picture that says what bored dads need to blank blank blank?
Oh
in the
God. What bored dads
Where?
about My Little Pony? Friendship is matter. I don't want to know because all of those ponies look so kind of like
Saccharin?
Yeah.
They look very naive, like they have no fucking clue that they're part of this like Nazi kind of thing. Like if you bring up Nazis into them, they're like they have no clue what that is.
Ooh,
it's kind of
what's
like
that? Is that
Well,
some
it's
kind of
so-
game? Yeah.
It's fascism is so polar opposite of the message of the show that I'm amazed that any of them watch it.
That's like it though. That's I think one major reason why they had in I think the My Little Pony movie they actually have a character that was vaguely based off Trump. One of the villains is like a sheriff of a town, and he has like the Trump hair, and he thinks that all the new ponies coming into town is going to upset the status quo. And that's a lot of people have made the comparison with Trump, especially because one of the creators.
Isn't there like a Chris Chan My Little Pony character?
I know there's a Sonic. There's a
Sonic
there.
Yeah, that's what it was. He was literally like referenced in one of those like Sonic.
All right. We are getting on in the night, so before we go, I have to show this, and then we can watch our dancing lad, and then we can be done.
He's a dancing man.
It's just you mentioned Chris Chan, and it's wrong not to. One last time, guys. If you are enjoying yourselves tonight, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check the links down the doobly-doo for our guests.
Doobly-doo.
Also, Krendar. Don't forget
Hello.
to join Twitter, Discord, and if you want to help out financially, Stream Goal. Anything given will be divvied up between us after the show. And don't forget that this time next week we will be joined by the Shit Show. Awesome. All things
Oh
considered.
yeah.
Also, I want to point out that alcohol or no alcohol, we are now on a clock because the pain is finally cutting through the booze.
Hey everyone, this is Walter, and I'm back with a subject I don't cover very often. We're here today to talk about Mrs. Jesus Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu, the goddess blue heart of the nation of Quickville, guardian over the Sonichu and Rosechu species, immortal avatar, Lord, Messiah, Savior, and God of all.
Sonichu and Rosechu are a species now?
Holy
Chris Chan's-
fucking title.
Yes, Chris Chan has been busy in prison.
Yeah, what a fucking joke. Chris Chan is actually an internet weirdo who's currently awaiting trial for incest with her elderly mother, who many see to have dementia. But
Not
I'm sure
just
you know
incest,
that
but also
already.
rape.
Let's get started with this Chris Chan letter. Chris Chan's new 10 commandments. So Chris Chan's invented sect of Christianity.
What happens if there's a Chris Chan rape baby? Incest Chris Chan baby?
Well, the fact that
Something
she's
very
like-
bad happens, that's what.
Yeah.
She has to be dried up. There's
Right,
I don't think that's
well
possible.
dried up.
Let's just, guys, can we move on and watch this? We're way over time already.
Christianity is apparently called neo-spiritual Christianity, which is just the most unbearable name I can think of. The letter's pretty hard to read, so I'll just format this myself. I have received your kind letter, and I am thankful to count you, redacted, as the 62nd good/neutral individual who has expressed genuine good vibrations.
So rest.
To address your letter, thou hast not told me anything I have not long already known and foreknown. I tell you true and authentic that everything I know and have long foreknown has come from the higher information, truths, and insights of Emmanuel, God above gods. Formerly my father, but as is my mother after her physical form change nearly a century ago by her own personal volition. The literal local cosmos, Akashic records, heaviest links and connections with the original Universe Core and Universe C-197, and the recently reactivated copy of the above original.
Alright, fill me in on the MCU. Was it utter gibberish?
The MCU?
It might
That's
as
a
well
very
be
broad question.
No, the MCU as in like the Chris Chan story that I missed out. Like what? Did I miss out any key points?
I don't know what that is.
Original.
It's the,
Universe.
you should call it the CCU, like the Christian universe.
Yeah.
Core, the mostly fully transitioned Universe 1218. Here, as well as the entire multiverse,
God.
multi-timelines, and beyond, and then some. And I get all this into this one God body of mine through constant, innate, 24/7, 365 plus one.
She was a very original kind of character.
I mean, in all fairness, Chris Chan has had nothing but to stare at a blank wall for hours on end. I guess they've kind of had time to process this shit.
And active meditations.
Not in a healthy
Quote unquote
way.
process.
Yeah, I didn't say like as always to quote the Scarecrow from the Batman movies. I promised my product would take you places. I didn't say there'd be places you wanted to go.
As well as conscious greatest meditations. I also work out of body in astral, light to flesh, transmogrification, manifestation with Emmanuel, the other gods and goddesses, all the angels, the overpowered and regular superheroes, as well as those closest to me at my nation of Quickville, including my beloved Magichan Sonichu. And absolutely...
I really want to create some kind of fictional character and just make some kind of like weird preschool clay medallion. Just wear it around my neck everywhere I go.
You can't fake it. You can't. It has to be as natural as this, or else it's
I'm just gonna show up to work with my little whatever, like G Morgan Chew medallion.
Oh, I don't care. Regardless of anything else, put that on a T-shirt and I might buy it.
No one of oral vibrational negative/toxic intentions shall ever sway me or any of my body and spiritual components within. And for your reference in my writing, that I tell you in full divine knowledge and truth, ultimate, that all of you may also meditate deeply to verify for yourselves. I, Mrs. Jesus Christine Weston Chandler Sonichu, am the real...
Queen that you. You can't even spell the character's name.
I just love the idea of some legal document somewhere that has Sonichu down as a name.
Player 1, the one avatar.
Chris Chan, Jesus, Sonic, Pikachu hybrid.
Oh, and don't
I also Felahem.
Who else can we throw in this little like fictional character amalgamation.
Stalin.
Muhammad and
This one
Mario.
body of mine is the God body, and I am literally the one full reincarnation of none other than Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Ricky Burke. It's just Burke in at the end of it there for good measure.
Bethlehem born, Jerusalem, child of Emmanuel, resurrected from the cross death, immortal physically himself. I also recommend looking up my recent handwritten letters that have been uploaded online for more details. You may also confirm this to be fact, because in recent months and days everything has been informed with what was foretold, popularly in the scriptures, especially Malachi chapters 3 and 4, as well as from within your own respective personal visions.
Oh, not to throw shade at them, but DP has this as a not this particular video, but this particular writing up as a perk that you have if you're a Patreon. They'll go and read over it together, and and I'm like, okay, but I could just watch Walter, and you could all watch Walter. So
You guys enjoy the rest of this. I need to
And
recharge my
enlightenments
earbuds,
of
so I
right
have
now
to
and
head out.
recently.
yeah, I was hoping we could wrap this up, but fair enough. Okay,
I mean, there's still 8 minutes left of this, and then also
but
I've only got an hour left. I got to recharge.
yeah, you
Have
got
fun.
shit to do. All right, you take care, man. I'll go.
Bye.
All the videos that I cover, I always play them at double speed.
I was saying there was some videos we had lined up that were double speed. It just wouldn't have panned out. Get you all sorted, and then we can wrap up. At least Crow, you turned out fine. You turned out fine there, Crow.
I'm always fine.
Damn right you are.
No, I didn't turn out fine.
Let's watch the rest of this video, shall we? Jesus thinks you're fine, okay? Jesus loves you.
I have also manifested more chaotic rainbows recently, and as early as 2012 through the 1218 sunspots. Square rainbows
Yeah, we're just gonna watch the rest of this and then be out of it.
and solar flares, the moon's lunar.
Oh God, I should have asked Krendar what he was up to. Listen, if you haven't already, for God's sake, go and follow Krendar on Twitch, and usually within an hour or two of streaming here, he streams over there.
Fullness and rainbows. Rainbows emitted from the night stars. And aurora borealis, the northern lights, have recently spanned more than half of this Earth, and the many, many singular and multiple rainbows in the sky. All of them manifested from the energies of the Chaos and Master Emeralds, the Chaotic Crystal S-Chew Balls, and the Ultimate Rainbow Emerald.
S-Chew Balls. So you put Dragon Balls in here.
S-Chew Balls.
Jesus, Dragon Ball, Sonic, Pikachu. Yeah.
Yeah.
So does Sonichu go like all like Super Saiyan?
He doesn't just go Super Saiyan. There's like 15 different levels of Super Saiyan, and he eventually becomes like Silver and Demigod Super Saiyan. He also works with Robotnik, who is revitalized as a demigod. Knuckles is Trunks, not Trunks. Broly. He's the Broly of the society.
And my body and soul are
Sonic,
the
like has his noodle arms. Does he like when he goes all like Super Saiyan? Does his noodle arms
No.
turn into like steroid testosterone?
Right. His hands do become super steroided, and his biceps, but not the middle part. So it's just a little noodle in between. But he's like Popeye. He's like a reverse Popeye. He's just these huge fucking arms, these huge fucking fists and shoulders, but nothing in between it. But like the thinnest of threads.
So is it like Rick and Morty, where like the one arm's like
the one arm, yeah,
he's walking with the arm. So it's like that, but Sonic has these giant arms, and Sonic just uses his arms to walk on them, like kind of like an orangutan and stuff.
Yeah, he's like a fucking Genlock in Dragon Age 2. He's just he's just walking around like an orangutan.
Also, the number of 1218 Earth's human population, suddenly all downloading massive amounts of information and truths from the Akashic records. as well as suddenly being more open for us gods and goddesses and religions, regardless, and more so than the typical, of the holidays. Not to mention the sudden speaking in foreign tongues, including the Akashic and other Hebrew languages, and the sudden popular individual rituals among the neurotypicals that include circle marching / spinning, bird mimicry, and so forth.
Isn't neurotypical? That's just a term that like people with autism use on the internet. Describe like those who don't have autism.
Yeah, it's what was it, in 2008 and onwards, there was this weird trend of people making the false claim that they were on the spectrum just because, I don't know, they could make eye contact or some shit like that.
They're doing it. They're just saying they have autism for attention. Like, I really have autism, so I
Dude.
get to feel special.
Quincy, you know, like yeah, it's kind of
mentioned-
it's kind of fucking rough.
We mentioned like bronies trying to advertise that they're brony, or like you mentioned people with like depression or trans, where they really want to make they really want everyone to know. Like, there are a lot of people on the internet who they claim to have autism that do that. Like, oh, I have autism. I'm on the spectrum. Did I mention I have autism? Do you know I have autism?
I had a conversation not too recently with someone about this, and they were adamant that you know, oh, they don't know any better. I'm like, you do realize I have the exact thing they claim to, and let me tell you, we do know better. There are limits for sure. By very definition, there are things that we'll turn around to and be like, oh, I didn't get that. But that doesn't excuse half the shit that people get up to. But here's the thing: it's all people under the age of like 25 who are usually, let's be honest here, white middle class American kids in their fucking parents' houses justifying being pieces of shit online. That's it.
Yep.
And usually dudes too.
To those. We had to purge a decent amount of those people from like Shab's community.
And you know what else? They came to fucking mine, and I purged them too. And you know what else? If they're any still around, I guess they grew out of it, which is good because they will always grow out of it. But I'm not going to be someone's fucking hand-holding uncle. Piss off. Figure that shit out on your own. I did.
You mentioned people like claiming I'm a know-it-all. Those are usually the type of people that I deal with online that make that claim.
I've seen the people who hate you, and they come in all mix and bags. Some of which are pieces of shit. Some of which are my friends. So, like, I understand where you're coming from.
Okay, as Google will tell us the
Discord. I'm gonna.
Is there a genuine John? I gotta ask. Is there a genuine John Morgan hate Discord? Because if you said there was, I wouldn't be shocked.
What? God, why is there so much John Morgan animosity?
I don't know myself, but I've seen it from the outside. Yes, there is an. I've been seeing it from an outsider, occasionally dipping in, going like, "Dude, hold on the fuck. Let me just like clear the room." So there's, and maybe our very first conversation was me being like, "Dude, I can kind of see it," you know, like it wasn't a great introduction, but I don't see the hate. I don't hate you. You have hate. I don't get the hate. That's the part. You haven't done anything that's earned the hate. Like, you have people who would love if you died. Yeah, if you literally like were to be shot right now, people would fucking rejoice. Why?
Here's the thing. Outside the internet, like, I really did not spend a lot of time in internet communities until the quarantine. So it's like, when I was a kid in school, it's like the kind of like kids or adults, like parents of the other kids that really had vitriolic hate towards me. This is something that a lot of people notice. Like you mentioned, outside looking in, there are a lot of people, like educators and other people in the community, that are like, I don't know what it is about you, but you really do like bring out this extreme animosity.
You do have an air of superiority to you. I will say that.
Here's the thing. Like, I do think that's other people being insecure, because a lot of the people outside the internet that have this mysterious, like, giant John Morgan hate boner, they're not doing too well. They kind of, you look at them graduating from high school and what they claimed that they were going to be in 10 years. Fast forward 10 years, look at me and look at them. Maybe there's a, I'm just saying, but I guess that makes me arrogant, even though it's the truth.
Well, what you said right there was also very butthurt.
Well, I mean, like, it's the truth. It's like they just kind of,
well,
they
if
have a
the
lot of
truth
problems of
is
their own.
You see it. Other people will have other opinions. Your job is to convince them otherwise, and you don't do a good job of that. Beyond honest.
Well, I'm just saying, like, those kind of people that really, like, would talk about how terrible I am. It's like you fast forward 10 years and they have criminal records. They're, like, dealing with major.
No. That is a terrible attitude right there. It doesn't matter if they spent a whole year staring at a blank wall. If they turn around, look at someone and go, "That's shit," that was them naturally saying that they looked at you and made the judgment call that they didn't like you.
Yeah,
your job is not to be like, oh, their opinion is invalid because of their past. Your job is to be like, I disagree, here's why, but not doing it while you're talking down to them.
I will do that initially, and I will give them like multiple chances. And I mean, Crow was there when we were dealing with these kind of people in Shab's community. It's like I tried to be very civil at first, but then after a while, it's just like these are the kind of highly neurotic, emotionally mature people.
Yeah, because they were all sent over by Ben. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, these are the kind of people where it's like
not all of them were sent by Ben. I mean, they shared Shabisky's community, they shared DP's community, but yeah, there's been a couple times where people went after John. I even went after John. I
went after John. I went after John earlier on this stream. Like I won't lie. Like I will never. It definitely burns bridges, but I will never just be like, yeah, I agree to disagree. I'll be like, nah, you're kind of wrong there. But here's the thing, like, I don't hate him for being different. I don't
I have
get
the same
where
view.
the hate comes from, actually, honestly. Like, I don't. Why do people hate you? Like, I don't get.
I agree with you. There's an excessive hate, and like I said, I've gone against John, but I was like really fucking drunk, and it. I mean,
jumping on the bandwagon with like all the other hate. With being drunk.
Yeah. So like now, I mean, yeah, I'll back John, but I don't, stop myself from being like, John, you're being a dick, or people being like, John, are you being serious after saying a joke? And I'm just like, yeah, no, fuck, John's being a dumbass. He's joking around. Like I can tell the situation.
PPH and social skills, like how do we classify social skills? That's another thing.
No, that's bullshit. That's you fucking trying to change the fucking playground. Social skills is what the vast majority of people say by their very definition. It's the one thing where the zeitgeist is correct. Social skills is exactly what the vast majority of people say are social skills. Because by very definition, they are social.
Here's the problem. I find that a lot of people like that want to accuse. It's like the Dunning-Kruger effect. A lot of people that want to accuse others of having poor social skills, a lot of times they don't have the best social skills of their own. So
so what? I can't make a movie. I've done it more than once, but the movies I made were shit. But I can still make a fucking opinion on a movie, right? Like I can still have my opinion on it.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm just saying that like a lot of people, when they want to point to me and bring up social skills, if you ask them to explain what they think social skills is, it's like you'll find that they don't really have a good understanding of themselves, of what they consider to be good or bad social skills.
All right, describe reading a room to me.
I would say that it's observing what other people are currently engaged in at the time, and being able to go along with the conversation, what the group is engaged in, and understanding how to, I guess, adjust for other people. So yeah, so some people they kind of, if everyone wants to watch a particular film and they're fixated on one movie, it's understanding that you're not the I guess the center of the universe when you're with other people. You gotta adjust and accommodate for the group.
Have you done that anytime tonight?
I think there are probably times where you guys are watching the streams and stuff, and I'm not
Yeah.
paying close attention.
Have you considered the fact that no matter what you would have done to try to convince us otherwise, we would have never considered you to be the focus point of the show?
I mean, aren't you doing commentaries? So it's like I'm just trying
Yeah,
to.
you're one of 4, though. Well, now one of 3, but you're like one of 4. Like, your opinion is nowhere better than anyone else's unless it's a specific thing that relates to you. Do you get this?
I don't think my opinion's better than other people's opinions.
That's the thing, though. You do kind of give off the vibe that you do. And
No,
that's I think at the root of a lot of it. This is what I was saying earlier, like some people see you as a know-it-all. Well, if Pimmonk, who knows you far better than I do, says that he doesn't think you was a know-it-all, then that's fine. But you Oh, camera went. Pro. Pro to Spanish. No, I don't think you intentionally do this as any sort of malice, but I do think it's that you kind of give the bad for especially first impressions. That's my theory. Um, but like like I don't know how else to stress this, that I can see this is all natural. You don't actively go out to make other people's lives bullshit. In fact, I've never seen you do it. Now, apparently you have, because you've reached a point where civility is no longer valid for you, and you just kind of
well, I mean,
break.
if people hate me so much, where they're like, hey, if I'm in the same room with this person, I'm not able to treat them with any basic level of respect, and I'm going to go out of my way to get angry over everything that they say. It's like, well, then that's a you problem. It's not a me problem, especially when I've tried to mediate and be civil. So it's like, if you hate me so much, then you leave. It's like with Shab's community. We dealt with the John Morgan haters. It's like it's you're the one that needs to leave the fucking community because I'm friends with Shab, and they're not the center of the universe. If you don't like somebody,
Hold on. If you were wrong and Shab and you tried to flex by saying you're friends of Shab, I'd hope Shab would still kick you out regardless.
well, here's the thing. Talk to Shab, and Shab will explain just how obnoxious a lot of those people are, and
I
just
saw
how
it. I
yeah.
actually I saw it. You don't need to preach to that choir on that front. Like, I saw firsthand. They were obnoxious, they were constant. Hell, that got fucking creepy at times. And it spiraled out. Missy Ann to this day is still dealing with little bits of leftovers from that bullshit. It doesn't change the fact that we're not talking about that. We're talking about you and how you present yourself, and it doesn't appeal to everyone. And I don't just mean like, oh well, no one appeals to everyone. Of course no one appeals to everyone. I don't appeal to everyone. I appeal to very few people. I'm a laid back neckbeard. Oh wow, yeah, let me just go into the fucking trough and I can pick up 50 of me. Okay, great. I guess my Irish accent puts me off, puts me in a slightly different category. But like, with you, you make more. I have to say this: you do make more enemies than friends. I've noticed that.
I
That
mean, like,
that's the
here's the thing.
weird
It
thing
kind
with
of
you.
one of the things I noticed, like a lot of people, they really hate Destiny and Bosch.
Yeah.
And these are people I've looked into recently. And one of the things I notice is that they will disagree with people and they use pretty concrete logic to just argue people into a corner. And I think that's what people don't want to acknowledge. I don't like the fact that this person was able to argue circles around me and argue me into a corner, and they didn't just allow me to be right. And I think that's what it boils down to. That's what the disdain is in people. It's just mental gymnastics and willful ignorance. And I deal with this off the internet as well. And like I said, these are the kind of, like, there's a lot of emotionally mature adults in our society. I don't think they're that rare. I think highly neurotic people that overestimate, like, just how capable they are. I mean, if that makes me arrogant, whatever, but the statistics are on my side. And it's like people will discuss politics, or they'll even disagree over something trivial, like their thoughts on a video game. And it's like when they disagree with other people and I observe how they interact with others, they laugh, they roll their eyes, they put on airs, and it's about being right. And that's all it is. It's about winning a discussion as opposed to just having a discussion. And I think that there's a large percentage of people in our society, like people who like to declare that they themselves are alphas, where that's what they're used to. They're used to, when they're in a room with other people, they just kind of like trying to strong arm others and laugh and roll their eyes. I'm right because I think I'm right. And then when they come across somebody like me and I ask them questions they don't know the answer to, and I start arguing them into a corner, they throw a fit. And it's like when people get upset with Destiny of Us, it's just they don't like somebody who's actually able to use the kind of rhetoric that you're taught in a college debate course. But that makes me an asshole, even though it's like, are they honestly going to say that that's not what's going on in that scenario?
But hold on. First of all, you don't take anything that someone who claims to be a alpha seriously, right? Like you're not aiming for their approval or their like or
No, I
their
take
friendship.
them
Like
seriously.
if they're gonna claim that they're an alpha, you fucking avoid them like the plague, right?
Yeah, like these aren't people I'm friends with, but they're like people who, and I'm like, I'm being hyperbolic there, but
Then
people who you might consider to be Karens or Kevins, people who are like, in real life, when you come across them, they're like a relative of a friend, or you're at a meetup, or like some family, like holiday party or whatever. And like, these are the kind of people where they are pretty toxic themselves. And you have that like 1/3 of the population. And it's like, when they have discussions, it's usually they're right because they think they're right. And then you look at how like their tone, the kind of airs that they like to put out, and they like I said, it's just you present an argument to them and they just laugh at it and they don't explain why the argument is stupid.
okay, but
And
here's the counter back. If that's the sort of person you have to worry about, why bother? Like they're not worth your time.
I,
Dismiss
I
them
guess
and be
you're
done with it.
I guess you're right there. That's what most people do. I think most people, they just give up right away. So when most
No,
people are
no, this
dealing
isn't
with those
about
kind of
giving
Karens
up.
and
Hold
Kevins,
on, no.
well,
Giving
they
up,
don't. I think they
like,
just don't care. So maybe I
but
shouldn't use the term give up. Like I think that like a lot of people, like you're dealing with a Karen or a Kevin, you're dealing with that kind of like toxic personality type where they're allowed to explain to you why you're wrong in a very obnoxious tone, and they beg the question. And when you present an argument to them, they just kind of laugh at it without explaining why they're like your arguments are stupid. I think a lot of people, they just kind of like, okay, you're not going to convince this person otherwise, whatever. And I think I
yeah, no.
actually entertained them, and I probably shouldn't entertain them. And I think that's the
Whoa,
I think that's the
whoa,
problem.
hold on. Why shouldn't you entertain that idea?
Well, because I think a lot of these people, they don't want to have their minds changed. And it
Yeah.
doesn't matter if they are objectively in the wrong. It's once again, it's about being right. So it's
Yes.
like they don't like when somebody is able to logic slam them, and you ask them questions they don't know the answer to, you expose their ignorance on the topic, you point out these glaring contradictions in their logic, and
And then
it's
you get on
just,
with your day.
yeah, and like they're the kind of
But
people
no,
that
no,
throw
no,
a
no.
fit. And
Focus on that last part there. you get on with your day. You
I do get on with
move
my
on.
day. I
Okay.
don't. I'm not the one that doesn't. I'm the one that doesn't care that much. But these are the
Then
kind of
how
people
come
where like
every time we've had a conversation, you always bring this shit up? And
bring
not just
what up?
me, the haters.
Well, I don't really bring up the haters. I'll bring up like when we're discussing people on streams, like in commentaries and stuff. Like I do think that throughout the United States, that there is a problem with like discourse and people not being able to have civil discourse. And I
Yes,
do.
yes, and that's only going to get worse. There's nothing you can do to stop it now.
Yeah.
The fucking die is cast there. America is probably heading towards a civil war. A war, if you don't play your cards right, you'll have to fight. I imagine what side you'll fight on, but you're still going to have to fucking pick up a gun at some point. No, my issue is just that, like, dude, you're going to get people who just don't like you, and just don't understand you, and just don't get you. So the fuck what? Get on
I'm
with
well
it.
aware of that. I'm not. Well, yeah, it's just what it
Then
is. I don't really.
Then why do you always subtly bring them up? And why do you subtly always fucking hint at, oh, well, this is like the time when such and such did this and such did that. Yes, they did. So
I
what?
think everyone's going to do that to an extent. Like when we're doing video commentaries and we're talking about, and especially on my channel where I discuss news and politics, it's like if you come across somebody being irrational and it reminds you of other examples of people being irrational, I think you're just naturally going to make those connections. I mean, it's just an example that you
First,
can
but
use.
then you make new connections. Like you do have events past these things that happened a year or plus prior, right? Like you have no stories. You have new events. Because I do. I run across shit every fucking week, every fucking day in some respects, and it will always then reflect on it. Because I will make the connections that, oh, this reminds me of the famous time where I fought such and such said something stupid. But I can also then go, well, no, this is a unique thing that happened right between him and me at this time, at this place. But the difference is between you and me, that doesn't happen because I don't get involved in this shit. Like, or here's the thing: what benefit does this bring you? Does this bring you joy? When
What are
you
you talking
can,
about? What benefit? Like you're saying bringing up unique things. Like I did bring up a unique thing, like with like JD bringing up that, and I just thought that was kind of funny.
when did it happen? When did it happen?
A few days ago.
Jamie brought you up a few days ago.
Yeah, like Jamie Darkay when
And
I
when
was
was
like
the
on
last?
her.
Yes, okay. When was the last time you talked about them?
Just now.
No, don't be pedantic. Backtrack before what caused them to do it? Because I know Jamie enough to know that they will be knee jerky about anyone who talks about them recently. When was the last time you talked about?
I don't really have a negative attitude towards Jamie. I actually like watch her streams and stuff, but like I was just joking around in her chat and she was taking my troll comments seriously. And a few days ago, a few streams ago, and she
So the whole thing happened over the course of a few days. Like I need to know the time frame for this. So you.
Well, I'm saying it was just one example of me in her chat, like making troll comments, and she thinks that I am
But
like
you do
really
realize
on the.
that Jamie is famous for picking fights with everyone. Like
Okay,
everyone.
whatever. And I actually don't like Jamie Darkay. I actually don't really have negative views towards her. I just thought
No. Well, I want to stress this enough. I've always told her that. I've always said that there's no point. Why are you fighting these fights? Half them, 3/4 of them, completely pointless. But like, I just don't. I don't know. Like, it just seems like you're causing shit you don't need to have in your life, and then you're getting angry that it's happening. Like you don't.
Wouldn't really say I'm angry.
Well, you're definitely pissy about it. You're definitely affronted by it because you bring it up, and you bring it up in a very sort of well, look, this reminds me of the time when, and then you mention something that happened. And for me, for all I know, it happened 3 years ago, or it happened apparently last week. That's the thing. Like, again, like, I'll admit this. I can't read you that well. Your tone is always the same to me. Some people apparently can read you very well, like Crow, and others can't as well, like say Krendar. Um, like you have to be a little clear on this. But also, like, what's the benefit of any of these fights? Like, they're not going to change. No one's going to. Their minds are going to be changed over the most minute shit, especially if it's shit that's aimed to you directly. Like,
I don't
I
really
never.
start the I don't really start the fights. I'd say that in a lot of these scenarios, it's usually people that kind of like take issue with me, and then they kind of don't want to go their separate ways, and sometimes they come to me with
But
the
hold on.
conflict.
There's so many people from so many different angles that you have to admit that you are the one like recurring element. You are the reason why so many people get angry at you. It is
Well,
a
I just
you
went into
thing.
detail about it. It's because it's like these are the kind of people that can't handle somebody like disagreeing with them. They can't handle somebody who's actually able to successfully like argue them into a corner. And then when you do that, it's like it takes a whack at their pride. And then you're a piece of shit, you're a know-it-all and stuff like that. And that's just how their brain works. And I think there's a lot of emotionally mature, childish adults that do that. I don't think they're that rare.
You see what you did there? That was very dehumanizing. You kind of just immediately dismissed them as a bunch of children when I don't know. I mean, Pitmonk thinks a good chunk of the arguments against you are valid, and yet he'll still have a show with you because he knows he's not bad. I'll have you on, and ideally have you on again because I like you as a person. But dude, you really got to go to someone who can fucking read a room and ask, what did I do wrong? And show something that apparently you did terrible wrongness over. And then you know what? Like, I guarantee you they'll be like, okay, stop it here. Because I can't tell you this. All I know is you do rub the wrong way. You do. I don't even think it's like a logical thing. It's just you do come across like a piece sometimes. It's not you. It's not you as a person because I know you now enough as a person to know that's not you really. But I don't know, man. You don't make the first good impression, and you could do better for yourself. Do this for yourself, so you don't have to deal with these problems down the line.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like in real life, it's like at my job, I get along with like pretty much everyone I work with, and
I have to
like
say,
this is
we only have your word for that.
well, I mean, here's the issue. Like I said, like when I was getting out of high school, it's like this is one thing I noticed is that it's like in college, it's like a lot of the kids that were big, that were giant John Morgan haters on this piece of shit, know it all, blah blah blah. It's like they were the dropouts, and oh my god, I'm arrogant for saying that, but facts are facts. It's like, and the data shows that like the overwhelming majority of people that drop out of college drop out prior to their junior year. And
My
one of the things
advice
that
is
was,
to first of all drop terms like the data proves that, because that is a very, especially because you're
well,
white,
I
that
mean,
is a very
this is the
white
problem.
nationalist thing to say. Like any other context, that usually makes a lot of people go, hmm. But no,
Well, I mean, the thing is, people like engaging in confirmation bias, where they just basically discount statistics and facts, and it's like you see that with like I said, like when I was in college and I dealt with this kind of like silly melodrama. It's like one of the things I noticed that you get to your junior year where it's like the data shows that the overwhelming majority of people that drop out, they drop out prior to their junior year. And a lot of the people where they were more focused on drama as opposed to actually like establishing a career and following through with their education, they didn't make it to their junior year. And then I noticed that there is this shift where it's like most of the drama disappeared. Like my junior, senior year in college, it's like those people were really absent. And then when you're hanging out with a group of people, they're all level-headed, like adults that like they're actual adults. And it's just I'm sorry, but there is a large chunk of people out there in our society who I do think are just highly neurotic, emotionally immature adults. And you're not allowed to think that because you're automatically arrogant. But what if it's just the truth? What if there is that subset of the population, which are just people who they can't handle people thinking differently than they do? Everything's a competition. And if they come across people who are able to like outperform them
Is
at all,
that
that person's automatically an arrogant piece of shit. It's like that. There's lots of people that are like that.
is that in your mind? Is that how your entire hate group is? Is that like the
I don't
bulk
think
of?
it's 100% because I don't think things are really ever that black and white or that absolute. But I think that it is a very large percentage of people, and I think that it's like I do think there's a lot of people who are just insecure. They can't handle like being in the room with somebody who and like this is the thing. Like I'm gonna deal with the straw man where people say what I'm saying right now is arrogant, but it's like people will bring up like, oh, you always talk about how intelligent you are, and then I ask them, what did I ever say I'm intelligent? So I deal with lots of people bringing that up,
Now here's
and
the
it
thing.
happens a
Hold on,
lot.
hold no. I gotta fight you there on that. No, you do give off an air of self-satisfaction that if you didn't notice, I fucking noticed and other people's noticed. You are very proud of every single laudit you've ever received in your life. You are very proud of the fact that somewhere you're on a list of being exceptional. Like, no offense, but you're one in 1,000, thousand and thousand at the end. Like I've met people like you. They really do smell their own farts, and I don't know if you
What?
do, but you do kind of come across like you smell your own farts.
Well, what makes you think I like come across that way? Because like I said, people will claim the IQ thing when I don't bring
For
up. They don't have any
starters, you
examples of me.
constantly bring up this sort of scientific shit when we're talking about people and not statistics. Like if you want to
Well,
bring
I
up
mean, if
about
you're
economics,
disagreeing
then
with people over,
sure.
is that what you're supposed to do? Like when you disagree with people, is bring up
When you bring up
statistics,
with
bring
this,
up facts, bring up.
yeah, but not forget the human element. You kind of do, quite honestly, won't you? Like, you do kind of give a vibe of like, um, I don't want to say an Ivy Tower intellect because apparently you fucking think they're all fucking stupid. Like you seem to be some sort of new creature, this Homo John Morganus
I don't
that
think I'm okay.
is.
I don't think I'm in that category, but I think that
But that's the thing, like
there.
that's the air you give. This is the first impression. This is why you have so much problem with other people. I now know you don't think this. But that's it. I have to work through your first impression you gave to me. Is that ideal? The answer is no. You have to work over that. And frankly, you have an ideal an ideal tutor in the form of Pitmonk. Pitmonk can fucking just take you aside and go, dude, shut the fuck up with A, B, C, D. Maybe focus on D a bit and keep going with E, F, G. And if you explain why, well, then you're not paying attention, are you? Like, dude, like you're going to have this for the rest of your life, especially if you're online. And like you have to admit, I'm fucking light with this shit. You've experienced the heavy in the hell. We all know what Rotface did to you. Like, and that was
Yeah, he
entire,
attempted to
yeah,
dox me.
exactly. Like, wow, what a way to fucking burn some bridges with us when we found out what happened to him. Like, what he was doing to you. Like, fuck no, we weren't having that. We weren't gonna have that for a second. Um, but like. Dude, you're gonna make far more friends if you just listen to some people who might not be as smart as you book-wise, but Jesus Christ, are better people-wise. Because people is the
I
problem here. Here's the key thing. people is the problem here with you because it isn't. Let's be honest here. It isn't it isn't your learning. Your learning is top notch. It's the people that seems to be causing you some problems. Some real problems, like genuine problems at times.
I think that I'm like willing to listen to other people. I don't have this attitude of like because you're less intelligent than me or other people or whatever your level of intelligence is, you don't deserve to be listened to. And I find that when I have conversations with
but
others,
do you process it and do you acknowledge sometimes when those talking points affect you, and as a result, you come across like not even come across when you acknowledge that, oh shit, 1 does equal 3. I'm the faulty problem here. When was the last time? Here's the general question: When was the last time that someone told you something that you then corrected yourself? Genuine question.
Somebody told me something I didn't question it.
No, that you then corrected yourself. That you saw yourself, went, oh, okay, no, that makes sense. All right, yeah, I'll do better going forward.
I think I like do that quite often. Like there are people like when I was younger and criticized, I think like that's people who have a difficult time like providing for themselves or being productive members of society, even though they come from like a wealthy background where they have family that can provide for them. They have a lot of opportunities. I think that's one of the problems is them not taking ownership and accountability. So I think that a lot of the issues that I had, like I would apply mindfulness to that and try to curb it, and that's where like I curb those bad habits. I'm able to actually follow through with my goals, which is something that a lot of
If it's not too personal, give us a particular example. Don't just keep it vaguity. Give us an actual example of it. Trust me, I've done it.
I would say I used to have issues of time management and being late and so forth, and I created an incentive to fix that.
Okay, were you more inclined to be late or never be late?
I was late often. Like I had a difficult time showing up like to appointments on time and missing appointments and overscheduling, and people would criticize me on that, and I didn't think that I was never late, so I started to commit to actually like writing down appointments and using calendar apps and stuff like that. And I mean, I don't I don't like the internet. Like I noticed that like when I was having issues spending too much time on the internet when I was like in school, it's like I took the incentive to be like, okay, I'm gonna install apps to block distracting sites so I can follow through with like my classwork and stuff. And I think there are a lot of people that they don't do that, where they're not gonna acknowledge that they have a difficult time resisting the urge to open up this app or to open up this tab and go to this website. So they won't do that, and then they end up like not getting their work done because they don't want to acknowledge that they have an issue with X and they need to put parameters in place to deal with X. So I've found that when I receive criticism or have issues somewhere, I do put effort to try to address it or find a way to curb it or improve myself in that area.
If that is true, then solid to you, 100%. What have you learned since being a streamer? Have you learned anything? Has
Well,
anyone
people
told
talked
you?
about my voice and how dry it is, so I have put effort forward and being less deadpan with my voice and to make it more clear to
Your
people
voice is nowhere near as bad as some other people's. Like, on the grand scheme of things, I do see yeah, it is a little bit dry. Like, it has a little bit of a long gait to think through. But that's fine. Like, that's fine. Like, I never found that as like a game. Like, I never found that as a deal breaker, ever, once. Like, I know other people might, but some of those people might be looking for any excuse. You know? Out of
Well, I mean,
curiosity, like, have you changed the way you inflect words? Have you changed the way you've like pronounce things.
No, yeah, I've gone back and listened to myself, and I've put effort forward to try to make it clear that I'm being sarcastic and to make things more obvious with like my body language and stuff like that. And but what I found is that usually on like video streams, it's not that much of an issue, or like in person, it's usually just in voice chat.
Mm.
So,
I see
but
in the chat you don't have much in the way of fans right now.
well,
You
I've
have
been
Quib and Peepee, yeah, which aren't your biggest fans. Even though they're siding with me, they're missing the point. I don't hate John. I don't. I think that there are some glaring issues that about 50 other people have probably said it better than me. I just I just see some things that I want to go, yeah, actually, if I can say my piece, which is all this is, because like he's heard it, he's going to hear this again, which fucking sucks, I'm sure. But like here's the
well,
thing,
like
like
Quib,
it's gonna sink in or it's not, right?
yeah, like Quib's like talking about feeding the trolls. It's like I don't feel like once again, like I find that I'm kind of indifferent towards like the trolls and stuff. And if I deal with like hecklers in my stream, I tell people not to ban them or mute them. And usually when people are like heckling me, I try to work off of it and try to like goof off with the people who are like the hecklers in chat. So I don't really find I have an issue there. And when he's talking about like education and stuff, it's like I'm not criticizing people for not having degrees. I'm talking about like when I was in college, the people that didn't follow through. There's a difference between not going to college to begin with. Like there's nothing wrong with that. But it's just anything. Like if you commit to the military and then you get dishonorably discharged for like just being negligent, or it's like you're trying to start like a business and you're not able to follow through, or you're making foolish investments and people are pointing it out and you're insisting on doing things a certain way. It's like it's just college is an example because I was in college and I noticed the kind of kids that ended up dropping out.
You
And I
mentioned
like
college a lot. When did you finish college? Like, how many years ago now?
well, see, I got my first major like in 2012, and then I got my second bachelor's degree in 2014, and then my master's was like in 2016.
Um, I have to admit, well, that's been a few years now. You still do bring them up a lot. Like, I would have thought at this point now you'd be making the references more towards your colleagues in work or your
Well,
former
I get along
job
with all
or
my colleagues, so the examples of me butting heads with people wouldn't like I can't really use work as an example because I pretty much get along with all my coworkers. It's and the reason why I mentioned high school and college is we're talking about the people who like you fast forward 10 years, the people who don't really I guess they don't really have their legs together. They have failure to launch. They are not in employment, education, or training. Like the people that kind of go down that route versus the kind of people that are able to actually establish a career and move out from their parents and live on their own. It's like you can see the two groups of
is
people. And
is a career a big deal to you?
well, it's not a big deal, but if you're dealing with people like on the internet that want to criticize you, or people who want to talk about if they want to criticize me and then they don't really have their lives together at all, um, then it is something to point to. I mean, if somebody is like on the internet and they're like living with their parents and it's established that they're not in employment, education, or training, and then they want to criticize how I'm doing my life, like why should that not be brought up?
All right, here's a genuine question. What's your stance on Jordan Peterson?
I'd say I'm not a big fan of his political views.
You seem to have a lot in common with his political views.
What are some of the similarities.
He thinks that everyone has to own up to their own lives and basically provide for themselves and
I don't think they need
constantly.
to provide for themselves 100%. So I think that it depends on the scenario. So, like I stated, like there are people that don't come from a more economically sound background. So it's like there are people that can't afford college, their family can't afford it, or they're in an area where there isn't a good job market. I'm talking about kids that grow up in these like suburban middle class, upper middle class settings. They have family that sent them to school and they have more opportunities than a lot of other people, and they squander these opportunities that are available to them. So it's a case by case basis, and I'm talking about people who are like that grew up in these kind of like upper middle class suburban kind of communities, and they just decide to get into trouble and stuff, and it's like this affluenza. So it's like I'm criticizing people who have the opportunity and they squander it. Not everyone has the same opportunity.
Did that happen a lot with you when you grew up? Did you know cases of kids who had like
Oh
the
God,
world on their shoulders and they kind of
Maryland. So Maryland has the wealthiest middle class compared to any other state, and
I've
this is
heard
something
that,
that's
yeah.
yes, this is something that's really important to like clarify, because a lot of people like a lot of states have their own culture and their own like Crow. Like Crow lives in South Dakota, and a lot of those Midwestern states are very barren. It's kind of hard to really kick off a career because it's like they
Oh,
definitely like
selfless plug. January, low energy videos, New York. I might go to Philly for the day. Anyone who has the means to try to get yourself up to Philly, and we can all meet up and fuck around. January 2023. Make it happen, folks. Sorry, go on.
like I knew a kid. He went to this kind of bougie private school, and I know a lot of private school kids. Their parents would pay for them to go to private school. They devalue people who went to public school. And this kid got in trouble for like doing drugs at his private school. And it's like, okay, I don't care if people do drugs or whatever, but you're kind of an idiot when you know that they like schools have draconian policies towards drugs. Like, why are you doing it on campus? This kid, like, if you want to accuse me of being a know-it-all, like I knew so many like kind of like kids where their parents are Karens and they just have no respect for other people. It's like the kind of what you expect from pampered upper middle class suburban like toxic narcissistic American culture. And it's like he is complaining about how terrible public school is and being kind of classist towards like kids in public school. And it's like the public school that he went to, which is the same as mine, is like one of the best public schools in the state. So it's like you're lucky that you get kicked out of like your bougie private school.
Yeah,
And
but
you're
everyone's childhood is different. Like, what was the
yeah.
context of that kid going down that path to begin with? Was there problems at
I
home, or
think a
was there
lot of
weed?
these. I think a lot of these kids, it's like affluenza. They're spoiled, and I mean, people
Hold on,
like don't
is
like it.
there rampant cases in America of incredibly wealthy kids like robbing stores and harassing people? Like,
Like it's like you
no.
had that kid from Princeton who like raped the girl behind the dumpster,
Yes, in
and
the fucking 80s, so much so that they made a movie out of it. Like, that was decades
that
ago.
was not
That
in the
happened.
'80s. That happened
The
like,
Oh no, yeah, you're right. Oh God, here's a great example of it.
and yet
There
the
was
kid
there
who
was a
killed,
story
like he
there
ran
was a story
over.
like that in the 80s that had the same cultural shock.
And you had the affluenza kid who ran over a bunch of kids with his car, and like he got off because his parents couldn't get in affluenza. And I'm saying that I don't think it's like this in a lot of states throughout the country, but in Maryland, where like I mentioned has the wealthiest middle class, there is this. If you want an example of this toxic suburbanite narcissistic culture, look at Maryland. And it's like I knew so many kids that their parents paid for them to go to a really good college. Their parents were able to provide for them, would buy them like a car and stuff like that. And a lot of these kids, it's like you know what? If I was spoiled like that, maybe I would be kind of affluenza like them. So that's the environmental factor. So
Oh,
permissive
okay.
parenting is a thing.
So answer this then. Like, what would happen if you were to be raised in some fucking like podunk town in Wyoming? Like, what, what, what would your outcome be? Because it wouldn't be affluenza, would it? It would be something else.
Well, I don't think I have like affluenza. Like my parents were pretty
But you seem
strict
to be
and
kind of
abusive
fixated on it to a degree.
because I was surrounded by a lot of kids who did have it. I grew up with a
Okay,
lot
but you do
of
realize that's almost a niche level, right? Like, especially that's an East Coast problem. That's a
yeah.
fucking privilege problem right there. And I worked in the States for years in the East Coast. Like, I ran across all spectrum from homeless to fucking senators' sons. That's not the start of a fucking song. I hung out with both. And I swear to fucking Christ, like there's far more homeless people than there is senators' sons. You know, like it's not a problem, except for the fact that you could argue it's the problem of the wider society that they got so wealthy and so full of
It's a
themselves.
problem. Well, I'd say America, we do have the shrinking middle class problem, and you do
The
look at
middle
like all
class
the
hasn't
care.
existed since the 70s. Like since then,
Yeah, but
it's been
yeah,
wealthy upper class and
this
not
has
too
been
bad
going
lower
on.
class.
This has been going on for a while, like the toxic capitalistic culture in America, and we're seeing that it has caused a lot of collateral overall, and it has affected like a lot of elements of like our economy and our job market and stuff. And like I said, the middle class is shrinking.
Well, yeah,
The
yeah.
poor
Ever
and
since the 80s, the idea of the nuclear family has been basically transformed into the sense of like this wealth thing that if you're incredibly poor, no one expects you to have the 2.5 kids, the dog, and the picket fence because we all know that you're going to be a crack whore. Like it's bullshit, but there you
and
have it.
you're like comparing me to Jordan Peterson, and I'm very critical of this dynamic of American culture and how toxic it is and how it needs to go away. And I grew up
You
surrounded
do
by people,
focus on it though. Like you
but
do focus on
like,
it a lot.
well, it seems like you keep kind of like backpedaling or moving the goalposts because it's like you're saying that like this is something very niche, but then like when I demonstrate how pronounced it is, you're like I focus on it a
No,
lot
it's
because it is
pronounced
a
to you
significant
in
element.
your own personal time frame. Like when I was in the States, I hung out with fucking mafia. I don't think there's mafia in fucking Des Moines. Maybe there is. Maybe there's one or two mob guys just wandering around going, "What the fuck we doing here?" But like when I was in New Jersey, I fucking hung out with them. Like I understood the context of what was there. Like you grew up and you had this experience. Other people, especially people who grew up in the States where I didn't, they can tell you different stories. Like my
I've
friend
mentioned that
Elf King.
multiple. I've mentioned that multiple times. That I mentioned that like I'm dealing with something in Maryland, in certain parts of America. I mentioned that like Crow, like in Nebraska, it's a different kind of scenario, or in South
I didn't
Dakota.
actually
But
know. I
like
didn't know you.
PP Gate in the chats, like yeah, um, like not everyone fits in your box. I've mentioned multiple times that I
I was
know,
going
like
to actually address that real quick. PP Gate,
yeah,
we're kind of on the same team trying to convince John that his outlook is wrong. You're doing it the wrong way. Like stop trying to one up him and make him feel bad about himself because these are his own experiences. Rather, convince him otherwise with facts and logic. Because this is apparently something that, like, this is the focus point. But
and it's
here,
like when I'm like the thing is it's like I've mentioned again and again that in a lot of parts of America like people grow up in less like economically sound areas,
hmm.
so it's genetic environmental factors. So when I constantly mention that I'm not talking about people that are born in areas where they can't like
You do
afford to.
kind of broad stroke though. I gotta be honest with you, do you I don't know if it's the tone or just the matter of factness to which you speak, but you do broad stroke. And for especially someone coming in for the first time, they're going to make a judgment call that, as we both know, is unfair. But it is one that is their judgment call to make. So,
like how many times do I have to like specify it? So when I just like overtly address, I'm talking about specific like demographics. I'm talking about people who are like these upper middle class suburbanites. I'm not
but
talking
right
about
there,
the
that says so. You don't hear that from people on the West Coast, for example. On the West Coast, they have different arguments that all result to the same thing: class inequality. It
yeah, and
all
class
boils
inequality is a serious
yes.
issue, and I'm
So
like that's
focus more
exactly what
on
I'm
that
addressing.
rather than giving the exact details, because the exact details will basically corner you into a corner, in your case, the East Coast. And I've been to, oh my God, I think I've told you this story before, the country club. I had a job to do there, and it was so wealthy that the blue bloods were kicked out. Like, it was the top tier stockbrokers of New York, and they'd commandeered it. And it was like this other world. But here's the thing. That's not going to be someone who grew up in fucking Omaha
I'm well aware of that,
or
but I mean,
Dallas.
it's like you can only address one place at a time. So if you're discussing
Then
problems in
focus
like
on that. Focus on Baltimore's problem of the wealth
that's what I'm saying.
inequalities.
Like when I've
No,
said
you
that
never mentioned.
multiple times,
You never have mentioned Baltimore once. You always just said these wider arching
I've
issues.
mentioned I've mentioned Baltimore's like issues where
No,
like
only when I brought up. Only when I brought up.
I don't know. It seems like you're kind of like forming a lot of non sequiturs because like you're upset that I'm talking about like the Northeast. The Northeast isn't everywhere else, but it's like okay, it would be like if you're discussing a problem in a specific country, and it's like, well, that country isn't all countries. It's like you can't talk about all demographics, all parts of the planet at once. You can only talk about specific regions and their issues. So when
Dude,
I am
you
discussing
do realize that, for example, Utah's wealthy white people are just called Utahnians. Like, they are literally just the Mormons of the society. But when you talk about it, we all know you're talking about the wealthy high middle to upper crust sort of people you grew up with. The context, you have to make the context clearer. Because when you talk about these wealthy kids who are all like, they're going to grease through life, not get much of an education, get a free college degree, and then, I don't know, fucking become crypto bros or start a strip club somewhere.
here's the
Like,
thing: a lot of these like affluenza kids I'm talking about, their parents are very conservative. Their parents are very right leaning, would identify as Republican. They're the kind of like when you look at their parents like to complain about how much they're being taxed. And a lot of those parents, and this is the ironic thing, that they have that pull yourself up by the bootstraps mentality. And it's like the statistics show that empathy is on a decline in America. So I, growing up, dealt with a lot of these kind of bougie parents with their spoiled kids, the Karens and Kevins, that love talking about how, like, when people are in less like economically sound scenarios, that it's because of their own like poor choices in life. Like everyone's born equally, and then you see their kids kind of failing out of school because their kids are too busy partying and being irresponsible. And you see like these kind of like conservative parents where like I don't know, their kids are just kind of like just pampered to the point where they kind of lack self accountability. And it's permissive parenting. And I mean, permissive parenting, the research shows that it does have some measurable adverse effects. And it's the adverse effects that I'm talking about, where they grow up, they have failure to launch, they're entitled,
oh,
they just
no one
kind of.
doubts that. No one doubts that factor. If you treat your kids like, oh, I'll just throw money and whatever they want, they're going to grow up to be spoiled little shits. They're going to be the people in college we didn't like, and they're going to be people that are first. But let's be honest here,
There
they're going
you
to be our
go. I'm
first
talking about the
bosses.
people in college I didn't like.
Yes,
Those.
that's it though. You didn't like. What about the people who never grew up in college? What about people who never went to college? What about people who went straight into the military
Well,
or
I mean, I
picked
like
up their
that.
farmer
You
their
mentioned,
farmer shit?
yeah, Quid mentioned like me hanging out with Pimp. I like Pimp. Pimp didn't go to college. I like Shad. Shad didn't go to college. I don't have any issues with it. Like if you go other routes to provide for
No
yourself, as
one
long as you have a
thinks
good.
you have any issues with it. Our
Well,
issue
Quid
is that
mentioned in the chat that like why if you're so obsessed with like education or whatever, like why are you hanging out with Shad and Pimp and stuff? And it's like
no, I don't know what the fuck that one logic was. I'm not going to defend that. That was you're going to need to explain that one there, Quip. But I'm looking more now at Mickey Richards. Mickey Richards, for example, like look what he's saying. That's some fucking that's some fire right there. It's like like I don't think like
well here
you do
PP
know. Yeah, sorry, go on, yeah, go on.
yeah, PP like success comes in different packages. I'm well aware of that PP and I agree. But it's like in this like kind of bougie, conservative, upper middle class American suburbanite culture that I'm talking about, a lot of those people, it's like the one path to success is like having a college degree and being a homeowner and all of these things. And their kids do not follow through with any of that. And these are people who their kids had more opportunity than like a large percentage of people throughout the country. And it's just, it's like their kids are victims of permissive parenting. They're spoiled and they lack self
Here,
accountability. And the
I'm
irony
making you
is their
full screen.
parents.
I'm making you
The
full screen because it makes the most sense. At this point now, there's nothing else on screen, so why the fuck not?
The
um,
irony is their parents are Republican and their parents like to play the game of pull yourself up by the bootstraps. Everyone can be held to the same standards. If somebody is in a bad predicament, it's because of poor choices they made. It's of their own volition and stuff. And I don't agree with that. And this is the irony is that a lot of the kids that do grow up in well-off kind of settings that usually fall flat on their face are usually the kind of kids that were told that they're special at a young age and they kind of lack any ounce of self-accountability and self-discipline. And those are the kind of people where growing up, like they would hate my guts. They would accuse me of being a know-it-all, but then they didn't go anywhere in their adult life. They didn't follow through with like the kind of like paradigm that their conservative parents presented as being the like necessary kind of like qualifiers that a person needs to be a successful or accomplished adult.
I honestly can't influence. I can't interact with this nearly as much because I'm not an American. Like I grew up in Europe, and this segment is called the Morgan Moment. If I could get off my arse, I would put at when the VOD comes up, I would put this whole last bit of the stream in the form of just John. But like, dude, like, I I want to stress this enough. Like, you lived a particular life, and no one can unvalidate that. You saw it firsthand how A, B, C, D worked this to all the others. But here's the thing: others didn't, and they don't care. Like, what difference does it make that you got to see a bunch of rich kids skirt the system when they're more focused on whether or not their parents will have work or whether or not, and this is the key thing here, they'll even be in school at all. Or better yet, like the most important thing of all is whether or not their education will matter at all. Because as you well know, when you get out of high school, you know, your diploma is not going to guarantee you a place in college. And when you're done with college, that college degree is not going to work. It's not going to be worth all that much in the
And
grand
here's the
scheme of
thing:
things.
a lot of the parent like growing up, and this is the thing. It's not like just Maryland. A lot of states in the Northeast had this kind of culture of like I mentioned, like you're told that you need to go to school, and this is called the student loan debt crisis.
Yeah.
So Gen X, they told millennials that to be a complete adult, you need a college degree going to college is absolutely necessary. And
It's the
you had a
same
whole
anywhere
lot.
else in the Western world. Like, college is factored into your bones when you're even before the age of 10. You know that you go through school, you go through, in your case, middle school, then high school. For us, it was a secondary school, and then it was college, and then you get a job, then you find someone to fall in love with, you have babies, you become old, you die. That's the life that you were told as a child. Um, the thing is that like a lot of people never filled into that void anyway. So it's not a big
Well,
deal.
I mean, well, the thing is, it's still a very pronounced part of a lot of different parts of the U.S. I'm well aware that it's not something the United States, like a lot of states, have their own kind of culture, and it's a case by case basis. So
And I know
I'm
some of
not.
them. I lived in it. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
Like I'm an American. I'm an not American. No, maybe American fellow. Yeah, Anglophile would be English, which I don't need to be. I'm partly English as well. Like
But when we're discussing this kind of socioeconomic issue, like when I'm talking about it, usually I do go out of my way to put a disclaimer that I'm talking about very specific groups of people. I'm not talking about the entire country abroad.
I don't get that vibe, and apparently neither do others. That's the problem. So what about, actually, here's the thing. What in your message do you think that people are misunderstanding?
Like, what
Because
do you mean about that exactly? I just think
I mean
that.
exactly what I'm saying. Like, because here's the common denominator. Let's use Occam's razor. I know it's overdone to death, but if you cut away everything else, it isn't just a one person who doesn't like you. It's numerous people from numerous backgrounds, and they all boil down to misunderstanding John Morgan in what he's talking about. What that makes you the common denominator. What do
Well,
you
here's the
think?
thing. I think that when you're on the internet and you're discussing very divisive topics like politics or religion or whatever, there's going to be a bunch, and you're doing live streams that last for hours on end. People are going to pop in and out at different times. There's going to be people that are going to not pay absolute attention because they're doing other things on the background, and it's just a facet of the internet where, like, you're on your phone, you probably have a different tab open, and they're not paying absolute attention. So they might come in at certain times. They don't get the complete context of what I'm saying. And I think that happens to all streamers. I think that happens to TJ Kirk. I think that
Well,
happens
it
to.
definitely happens to TJ Kirk. I've seen it happen to TJ
Yes,
Kirk. And
I think it's just it's something that's just guaranteed. It's part of being in this kind of environment.
but
It's
if
one of
you
the
had
more
to
toxic
guess,
things about the internet.
hold on, no, if you had to guess, what did they misunderstand about you? Like what do I misunderstand about you? What does PP, what was the other one?
I think that if you're any kind of person on the internet and you're talking about divisive things like politics and socioeconomics, you're discussing different like ideologies of like just going about life. It's like you're going to piss people off. I think it's just something that's just and you know, and I think that when you take just a bunch of random people and put them in the same kind of setting in the same room with one another, you're going to get people that just don't like one another.
Oh,
They're not
true,
compatible personalities. So
100%. But the thing is that I'm not looking for people who don't like you. It's people who don't agree with you. That is the key difference here. Like I know you're young, but you do know at this point in life that those two things can happen. Like you can have people who genuinely disagree on major factors, but can still get along. That's why that's why you've been so popular. There are people who genuinely don't agree with you, but can still call you a friend, like a genuine friend. And I imagine it's true to me too, to some
and
degree.
I mentioned that, like, I don't care if somebody thinks differently than I do. People have every right to disagree with me, and that's where when people call me arrogant and know-it-all, this is kind of an ethic that I've constantly preached and encouraged, is that people are so complicated, you're not gonna find a single human being on the planet where you agree with them on absolutely everything. So when I come across people that they don't like movies that I like or whatever, it's just what it is. People have every right to disagree with me, and I've discussed that, like, in my streams, like in my like chat. I don't want people banned. I don't want it turned into an echo chamber. It's like, I think discourse is important. Having discussions is important. I think that is a toxic thing that you see in a lot of different parts of the U.S. is that it's dying discourse. People who don't know how to agree to disagree. People who don't know how to get along with those that don't think exactly the way that they do. And it's like, and this goes back to earlier that I discussed, like, people who want to claim that I'm a arrogant douchebag who's a know-it-all, but yet it's like, when I disagree with them, I'm willing to have a conversation with them even when they don't think like me at all. And even if the discussion ends with them still thinking I'm wrong, okay, they can think I'm wrong. And the thing is, I don't throw ad homs at people and act like, hey, I'm going to bully you and treat you like shit because you dare to question my stance on this issue politically. Or you questioned my judgment in this area. It's like, no one's right 100% of the time. Doesn't matter how well educated you are, how intelligent you are, and that's the thing. So it's like, I've always encouraged people to have as much discussion as possible. It's like, if somebody disagrees with you, I think the best thing you can do is to be inquisitive. It gives perspective. Like, even if a person's completely racist, just asking them questions, you can kind of get inside them and understand why, what has probably brought them to this point.
You
What's
wouldn't think
probably
if
causing
someone
this.
was completely racist, there'd be a point where they're just free game just to insult and then block. Like, you just have this very
Well,
sort
yeah,
of like,
there are
haha.
extremes. There are extremes, but I'm just saying that, like, people get upset over, I don't like a movie that they like, and they get angry. And it's like, it's an opinion. You can disagree, and I think a lot of people fail to recognize that when two people disagree with each other, both parties think that they're right and the other party is wrong. A lot of people fail to see that.
Well,
And
that
like I
doesn't
said, it's
happen. That doesn't happen on every single conversation, ever. Like, most conversations result in, frankly, nothing getting resolved other than the person who had the most time to release air from their mouth will afterwards feel a sense of like they accomplished something. Like, don't forget, I'm a huge Vosh fan. I've seen this. I've seen massive fights that, while Vosh afterwards can be like, yeah, this is why I am who I am. Like, you gotta argue, like, it didn't get anything done. Also, I liked what Quib said. You should do a this is to you, by the way. You should a deep dive into a rich Bull Kids with no motivation. You know why? Because you apparently have insight onto it that others don't. I don't have that insight. It was
Yeah,
pretty
I mean,
cool.
maybe I
Yeah.
should, because I was surrounded by a lot of affluent kids growing
Yeah.
up, and
Absolutely. You apparently have insight that the rest of us don't. So let's see it. Let's actually see what you can dredge up from your memories, better yet, with any actual facts without doxing anyone. There's no reason to do that. But you could still produce some massive video. You could make it into a video series if you really wanted to. Go full Repsion. Um the point I'm trying to get at is, like, you could enlighten people. Some people will be like, oh, I guess that was true. I didn't think of that. But here's the thing, they're doing it probably from places where people that you grew up with never existed. They had their own demons to deal with. And that's the thing. Like, you have to always remember to try to keep yourself as broad as possible. And sometimes you don't. Actually, the majority, I'm going to be honest with you, at times you don't do. You're not as broad as possible. You're an acquired taste. And I've acquired the taste, for the record. I want to stress this enough. Like, you're fine. You're good. You are all right. It's just No, like Mickey Richards said it like you need to move past the initial presumption because they do presume. They do assume. Your job is to change that. And you know who would be the best teacher for that? Fucking Pit Monk. The guy you talk to fairly regularly. If he hasn't already, fucking listen to the man. Like he'll give you advice that don't just dismiss it out of hand. Listen to it. It's genuine gold. And you don't have to take it all to heart, all to at once. And you could even fight back against one or two things. Like, but he's not you after all. He doesn't know you. But he will get you far, far further because he knows how to do it. He knows how to look what he's doing on TikTok right now. Like he's clearly popular. If he can give you some advice, my advice is to fucking take it. And if you want my advice, chill. Fucking chill.
Well, I mean, like, I don't know if I'm gonna have a channel where I discuss the kind of stuff that I discuss. I think it's guaranteed that there's going to be people who are going to be pissed off. You can't please
Well,
everyone.
yeah, but they already are there. So fuck it. The damage is done, right? Like just go full balls. Hold on.
And
Hold on. Here's
like,
the thing. If the haters are keeping you away, fuck the fucking haters. Let's go balls
haters aren't
deep.
keeping me away. I don't like. I'm kind of indifferent towards the haters. So, but
So
it's
what's
like
the
Mickey Rick.
problem?
Well, I don't really have a problem. You're the one like mentioning the
All
issue that
right
people
then.
have with me.
All right then. Well, in that case, like I'm looking forward to seeing the content because you have insights that a lot of other people don't. So I'm looking forward to seeing it. That's not me being sarcastic or condescending or anything. I really am because no one questions that you haven't lived a life. Like you have insights that others don't, and we're looking forward to hearing from it. It's just, I think video format would be very good for you compared to live streams. Because number one, you won't have to deal with constant fucking updates every 5 seconds of the haters in the chat. You can just immediately just go like, I think this A, B, C, D, and better yet, you can edit it to make it however you like. But
I'm considering getting into video essays. Still
oh,
something that's on the back.
you'd be good at it. You'd be very good at it, without a doubt. Like I'm like, there's no joke. Like, I know I'm called low energy videos, but I call myself that because my videos are shite. Like, your videos would be solid. Like, they'd be good quality editing, they'd be good quality effects, and best of all, it would get your point across. Actually, there's the thing. I think a video essay would be better suited for you. But here's the thing. You would draw shit, flies to the shit. You would indeed get your haters. So what? Deal with them as they come. It's all you can
Well,
do in
I'm
life.
not like here's the thing. I'm not really like that distressed or taken aback by the haters. It's usually like you mentioned, like there are these people that have this vitriolic hate towards me, and it's kind of an enigma to you to some extent. So we're kind of discussing like it. It's more of just the kind of weird, I guess, fascinating. Like I wouldn't say that I'm really taken aback or bothered by the haters. It's more of just something like I kind of want to open up their mind and kind of understand. Like,
You never called them out by particular name except for this stream, oddly enough, if I remember right. Like, you never like asked them to come on stream and debate.
yeah, I could have that happen. Well, the thing is, a lot of them I have called them out on stream. Like I said, with the Shab drama, like the people we purged from Shab Fan, there are a million and one examples of me calling them out on stream. I even went on and like had a little debate with Billy on Vent stream and stuff, and I got a lot of messages from people.
So there's two things here. Number one, the first one, if I remember right, isn't he the one who was obsessed with Shab and came after you to get to Shab and also kind of hated you in the process?
I'd say that there are two different groups. There's the one you're talking about where Shab kicked them. They got obsessed with Shab, and they kind of were trying to mess with me a little bit or whatever, and they were kind of like a minor annoyance. But then there were the group of people, and I mean, Dirt's in the chat. It's like we call it like the Among Us saga.
Every once
Because,
in a while, one of these kids is not like the other, like they kind of stick out from the crowd. Or
No. What happened in Shab's community is that he started playing Among Us on stream, and Among Us. Have you played Among Us?
I have not, but I know it very well.
Okay, so it's a game that requires like just deductive reasoning, detective skills, determining who the imposter is. These are people who are pretty sore losers. They didn't like losing, and it's John Morgan sucks at this game even though he's beating us, and they would complain that they'd get upset and cry every time they lost, and then they would claim that I was being a dick. But then you go back and watch the streams, and it's like they're literally streams where I show up and all I do is explain who I think the imposter is. Oh, I went in this room, I saw this person, I think it's them because of this. And it's like there's no I'm not making any facetious comments. There's nothing you could point to and say that this is an insult. And they kept trying to claim that I was being a bully based on just how I was talking. And then you ask them what's wrong with how John's talking. Oh, it's just how he's talking.
Yeah.
So,
you talk the same way as you do with every single person who's throwing shade at you, and this is what I say when I say like you take it too personal. Like, yeah, they're not gonna be your friends.
well, I don't care
fucking-
if they don't want to be my friends, but like this is the thing. It's like what they were doing is they were trying to get me kicked from Shab's community, so they kind of took it to an extreme.
Hold on, they failed.
They
And they failed
and they were
hard.
kicked.
And
Yeah.
hard, yeah. So you stop focusing on the fact that they were trying to get you kicked, and you start focusing on the fact that you could fucking flex and go like, I'm important. Like, because here's the thing. I've mentioned this before, but Honest Red and I are not friends. Although I've had him on stream at least once, and this is really an unnatural level of unfriendship. Like, but I woke up one morning and found that he was booted from Ryby Jenkins' Discord. I asked why, and she said while I slept, he started to throw shade at me because I was supporting Jamie Darkey. And when Ryby was like, "Oh, well, okay, that's fine, but I can still accept him here in my community," he started to dox Ryby live on stream on the DP stream. Like he started putting stuff out there. So Ryby like booed him, as well she should, because yeah, not cool. Like if you have I have personal information about Ryby that will go with me to the grave because it's not my business. It's no one's business. But like he took like a level of trust and fucking squandered it in an instant. Like if you're that level of bullshit, you do that. Like you block that person. You remove that person from reality. You talk about it once, and then you move the fuck on. That's it. Like you just grow up. You like years later, you look back on that person and go, "Oh yeah, I remember that. What a shame." And just keep on going. But like the way you go on about it, it's like it happened last week. Like no offense,
Well,
but
some of these haters.
Some of these apparently did happen last week, which is fair. So
Yeah, they continue. A lot of these people we're talking about, like, and that
but you
little
have to
saga.
understand, like, I couldn't tell the difference between the current stuff and the retro stuff. Like, to me, the vibe you give is the same. Like, you're still pissed off about the stuff that happened 2 years ago, as it happened, like last week. The last week stuff is something to still make your fucking teeth clench, but what the fuck cares who said to you what, like a year and a half ago? Do you care? Really?
Well, I don't care what they said a year and a half ago. Like sometimes I'll just bring them up because they're still kind of like they're not in the community anymore, but they still like some of them try to contact me constantly.
Hold
Like
on,
some of these
well,
people
hold
are
on, hold
fucking
on. I'm not talking
crazy.
about the active fucking weird ass troll motherfuckers who are like sock accounting into like your community. You still do talk about people like, say, Ben. Ben doesn't do that. I mean, he did once upon a time for people he thought he could get clout off. Let's be honest here. He doesn't think he can get clout
Yeah.
off, yeah. Which is good. You don't want it because he is a very fucking petty motherfucker. So, and yeah, like that's nothing new. Like the consensus is that. But you like when you talk about like say something that happened last week, I'm wondering, so this is the thing that happened in like 2017 or something like that. And like where like I really don't like it's hard to gauge. The same with your sarcasm. It's hard to gauge with you. Like I said, you have to start realizing for other people to save shit like this. Save shit like me. You're gonna have to start fucking stamping this shit. Make a fucking tiered system. Trust me, your fans will eat this shit up. Your affiliates, like myself, will be occasionally going, oh, right, yeah, the gold means it happened last week. The silver, that meant that happened like, what, a year ago? But here's the thing, though. Like, dude, you're getting so much hate from so many angles. Do you not just stop and think that maybe, just maybe, someone somewhere has a point?
I mean, I guess, but I think like you could make that same kind of argument about somebody like Destiny or Vosh or TJ. It's just you
Yes,
make
yes, and yes. All of which I agree with, because I'm a fan of all except for Destiny, who's a piece of shit.
is he a piece
Yeah.
of shit? Like well, the thing is, like, I know a lot about TJ because I've been following him for a while. Vosh and Destiny, I know there are people that get a lot of hate, and I've just started looking into them.
Well, all I'm gonna say is very quickly, if you haven't already, you'll notice that Bosch and Destiny have made a big old slice in between
They
each
don't like
other.
each other.
Yeah, they don't like each other, to say the least.
I wonder if I'd get along with Vosh and Destiny.
You get along with Vosh, but he will call you out the exact same way I do. Destiny, however, do not trust whatever the fuck he says, because he will butter you up. He will fucking make you feel very pretty enough that you say all the things that he wants you to say, and then afterwards you'll feel dirty. Oh. But here is the beauty of it. What about TJ? What's your sound, TJ?
TJ.
TJ.
Like, you want to know my opinions on him or why people?
Yeah. Like,
I think he's funny. I think, like, when I originally started watching his stuff, I mean, when I was in, like, high school, and I decided that, you know what, I kind of identify as an atheist. Because, like, prior to high school, wasn't really that sure. You'd ask questions about, like, how science contradicts what you're taught in Sunday school and stuff. And you're taught, well, you're given the same generic kind of non-answer from adults. Like, well, religion's religion, science is science. So I just thought that, okay, I'm too young, I don't understand, there's something I'm missing. When I realized that it's just a bunch of bullshit, when I was like in my teens, I went online and of course you come across TJ Kirk, the amazing atheist. And I agree with him on a lot of his political views as well, so I thought he was a good political commentator. And I also thought that he was fun to watch because he's also funny. And I think that that's something that a lot of people kind of don't pick up on, is that like when he's doing videos and he's talking about a lot of stuff, sometimes he's over the top and hyperbolic, and you can kind of like, I kind of immediately pick up on the fact that he's just kind of being a comedian to some extent. And yeah, to me, he's kind of like just this comedian, political, religious commentator.
You know what I noticed with TJ when it comes down to his humor? He always has to increase it by 4,000 degrees. It isn't just that, like, we need abortion. It's that we need ultimate abortion. Kill everyone. Kill the trees. Kill the fucking molecules
And
in the air. I like that. I like that a lot.
That's my style of humor, and that pisses people off. And I came across videos of TJ haters where, like, the criticism they would give him is that they don't really go into detail about what kind of, like, they criticize him for being an e-bagger, so there's that, like, that nonsense.
Oh, the shill arc is fucking
Yeah.
glorious. Because let's
But,
be honest here, TJ is a shill like anyone else. Like he did Viking War of Clans. I once said, I miss your Viking War of Clans beard. And he was like, okay, well, you know how long that took me? Not long enough to receive their fucking money. Like that's like he didn't like the beard that they said he should have. Like he needed the quote unquote Viking beard. So he did apparently what he thought the Viking beard would look like, which is why for like 3 episodes of early DJ post breakup, with the little hand axe that he had, which he still has apparently, it's like that little beard he had was like his interpretation of a Viking beard. Like he's like he's the most natural person I have ever seen on YouTube. And that includes myself, which has slept on stream more than once. Like I have fallen asleep on stream, but I don't think I'm as natural as TJ. So yeah, I'm a big fan of TJ, but we were talking about you.
Yeah, and like I've seen people do like there's this one series of like the top 20 whatever schmecked up YouTubers that I saw from this one dude, and they put TJ on there and they talked about how like he's arrogant, he comes across as like he's better than you and he knows it, and they don't really point to any of the things that he says in particular. It's just like, oh, it's the vibes that make him an asshole.
Be honest, in all fairness, how many hours do you think they would need to take to break down why TJ is considered arrogant? Because there are people who know him who call him arrogant. Pim Monk has some strong opinions on him. I don't know if it's arrogant, but he has some strong negative opinions on him, or at least neutral opinions on him. And he knows the man. He knows him. Marshall thought that he was very large in life, and I wouldn't say the term egotistic, but he was definitely aware that TJ was trying to play a role. Like TJ is, when you meet TJ and you're looking to meet the amazing atheist, you're gonna meet the amazing atheist. Which I don't know. Like, I wouldn't want to meet the amazing atheist. I want to meet TJ Kirk. You know, like I want to meet the person. And I hear that like comes out really quickly. Like the facade ends in like 5 seconds if you're the right sort of person. But it makes sense to me that everyone I've ever met who's met TJ and anyone who's like hung out with TJ that I know is, you know, like they have this idea about him, and it includes a level of arrogance and self-aggrandizement. But here's the thing: you do realize he's doing this as a form of like insult towards his enemies, right? Because I watch so
Yeah,
many
but
people
it's
who do the same
also
thing.
like when people are goofing off and joking around. I mean, like you watch any comedian like Conan O'Brien, like I like him as a comedian, and it's like they always come across as kind of pompous when they're doing stand up. I think that's just part of like that kind of like comedy act. Like whenever you're doing any kind of comedy, you're gonna come across that way.
Some comedians are pompous. I've always liked the English approach, which is blind bewilderment, where they're like, "What the fuck was that?" You know, that's a very
Well, I think that's
English.
just part
That's a very
of
English stand-up.
I think that's just part of comedy, and I think a lot of people who really aren't really just like they can't really tolerate hijinks or people who don't have a funny bone or a good sense of humor. Like I think they're the kind of people that just when people goof off and joke around, they automatically interpret it as arrogant. And even as like a teen, and I watched TJ, it's like you see him discussing stuff. I could tell he was just kind of like being over the top and obnoxious to some extent when he's discussing it. And like if
What
you're pointing in and
era of TJ did you watch, by the way? When you first found him, what era did you find him in? Because he had numerous eras, well predating me. Like he started in 2009, for fuck's sake. Like this shit went
yeah.
back.
Well, I graduated from high school in like 2012, so I'd say 20 probably was like 2010, 2011 DJ.
Okay, so think of your first video. What was the earliest DJ Kirk video that made you go, "Oh wow, this guy knows what this guy's speaking fire"? Like,
Can't really. I remember watching his videos where he didn't just discuss like Christianity. He discussed like Buddhism and Islam, and I remember like he got a lot of backlash from Buddhists that he didn't really get from like criticizing the other major faiths because I guess Buddhists weren't really used to being criticized.
that does sound familiar. Well, that does pin it down. Uh, TJ, TJ Kirk, very first TJ on the list. Buddhist. TJ Buddhist.
He's an atheist, owns Buddhism.
6 years ago. 2015? Seems a bit late.
Yeah. Well, I think it's somebody else commenting on him. So I think that's probably a video that predates to 2015 that they're commenting on.
Okay. So TJ was kind of like your gateway in, which is fair because mine wasn't was TJ politically, but it wasn't TJ's stream wise. That's spoony for me.
And I remember him on Channel Awesome, and I remember like, where have I seen this guy before? Because he actually was on Channel Awesome for a little bit.
I should know. That's where I saw his stuff.
And he was the Distressed Watcher, I believe. And what's weird is he really likes the Nostalgia Critic. Now, I think TJ is funny. I do not think Doug Walker, the Nostalgia Critic, is funny. And
All right,
TJ
now
really likes.
hold on. Now you have made it personal. You honestly don't think this not Nostalgia Critic. Oh wait, no. Cinema. Did you say Cinema Snob?
I like Brad Jones. I'm subscribed to him. I like his reviews.
Good. Because while I can accept the arguments for Nostalgia Critic, I cannot accept the arguments for Brad Jones. Brad Jones is a fucking treasure. He is he is awesome.
Like before I like watching his movie reviews or whatever, like after I like go and see a movie in theaters, like seeing what he has to say about it afterwards. And we seem
his
to have
midnight screenings, yeah.
Yeah.
which he can't do nearly as much now since COVID. But yeah, they're getting back into it. They still occasionally get into the car. No, I was
But
a
I do
huge
like,
fan.
yeah, I like Red Letter Media a lot more than like any of the Channel Awesome people.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people say that. The closest thing I can get to that is I'm a big fan of CinemaSins. Actually, this morning I woke up, I turned on YouTube, and the first thing I watched was uh, three CinemaSins videos. I think one of them was the fucking Wild West video. Just because I've never seen it. I'm really getting into it now these days. But the no, Channel Awesome is it's borderline a relic of an older era on YouTube.
It's kind of like when people do videos, they'd always try to put skits in, like even though they're just doing movie reviews, and you could tell that it's like they weren't really that professional when it came to editing or whatever, but there's actual editing. They weren't really professional when it came to special effects, but there's actual special effects, and I think that's what kind of impressed a lot of people. They'd watch like the Angry Video Game Nerd and be like, "Oh, this actually
Have you
has."
seen his movie? That is full of the most generic sort of like photoshopped in sort of like brr explosions and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I was
it
not a big.
sold well.
I didn't really like the movie that much. Like James Rolfe, I like a lot of his content. Like I like listening to some of his movie reviews and stuff. And like I mentioned on the stream, like it's bullshit. Like when he covered like hotel TVs, the Angry Video Game Nerd videos. What I kind of liked about them was I didn't grow up with much of the games that he reviewed, so I like learning. It was kind of educational. He talked about the ColecoVision.
Yeah, that would have been like. Don't get me wrong. Like I didn't like. They were my generation, but I didn't grow up with them. Like I came into Commodore 64 when I was being minded by a woman a few roads up. But when I actually got a console myself, it was a Sega Mega Drive, of which I had about maybe 4 permanent games, and I could rent them from the store at the edge of town, which was pretty fucking baller because you could rent games, physical games. Um, of course that shifted and changed, and it was like it was such a crazy different change of like generations that by the time Extravision closed, which was our version of Blockbuster, though we had our own version of Blockbuster called Chartbusters, but it never did nearly as well. Extravision was an Irish run thing, so people would always go there out of some sort of weird sense of patriotism. It doesn't matter. Yeah,
I actually grew up with Blockbuster, so I can actually like when I have younger relatives, I can actually tell them about a time where you actually had to go to the store to rent movies, and there wasn't just a streaming service. You didn't just Google it and it. Well, to be fair,
you're probably the last generation that will ever be able to say that.
yeah. When I was in middle school, what happened was like you discovered very quickly that if you wanted to watch something, watch Star Wars online free, and you're gonna find a site where it's you can watch an upload of it. Even on YouTube, where they didn't have good copyright like regulations and stuff, it's like people would like you could only upload it in 10-minute parts, but people would upload entire movies in 10-minute segments. And my parents would always go to Blockbuster, and I remember they realized like, oh, he's not interested in going to Blockbuster anymore because I would just watch anything I wanted to online. And this was before you didn't even have to like download or pirate it. It's just like pretty much it was very easy to find websites that just had a huge plethora of movies you could just watch and upload to.
AllyouSee.org. I remember that one.
Yeah.
You would just go to alluc.org and you click on a link. Occasionally, you'd have to avoid the horrors of an online ad, and then when you clicked on it, it would show this about not seven. If you were lucky, 720. If
And I
not,
remember,
a lower tier file of it. But I mean, it saved you 20 quid, right?
Yeah, and the Xbox 360 had Netflix that you could watch on it, and I think that's what got a lot of people into Netflix is that it was available on this game console that they had, and then it started to become common for it to be embedded in Blu-ray players and stuff like that. But I remember my parents and my older generations were like, no, digital streaming, digital, it's evil, it's new. I didn't grow up with it, and they were completely against it. When Blockbuster shut down, they insisted on just using Redbox because they were anti Netflix.
Hey, I just want to address the chat. Galen, we've been trying to reach out to you for some time, man. Would you be up for sometime next month being a guest on the good old-fashioned bearded ramblings, which you see here before you? And if you were here early enough, you would know had another host and even more than one guest. We've been trying to pin you down for a while now.
Galen said he might be interested in becoming one of my co-hosts on the PPP.
Now that would be fascinating because that would change the core dynamic of the show. It wouldn't just be about let's look at this shit. It'd be about let's have an entire episode based on a particular topic, which, depending on what topic you chose, solid. That would be a solid show. Yeah, yeah. Like
Well,
like that would
Mickey
work.
Richards, yeah, Galen, Mickey Richards, and a couple others said in the chat my last stream that they think I need to find new co-hosts. And Galen said he could probably
Depends
find a
on my
group of
health,
good.
however, I'd like to know who would appear and the topics. That is very, very fair. Galen, in my mind right now, I'm thinking the first Friday of next month. And unless you know the 40K lore community, you won't know this person. Like, I have been trying to branch out with new faces, and one of which was the 40K community because, well, they don't live on ivory towers as much as I thought they did. Seriously, she jokes about it to this day, but when Naira saw my DM, she was like, "Aw, he was so polite and scared, like I'm gonna bite his head off or something like that." And I'm just there like, I felt like some sort of weird peasant walking towards like some sort of law. "Oh, I'm sorry, your ladyship, but if you have so much time, we'd be ever so grateful for you to join us." You know, like I'm twisting my hat as I'm not making eye contact. I don't have shoes. I'm some sort of fucking, I'm some sort of serf. But I gotta say though, it bloody worked. He's coming back for round 3 now. No, yeah, we need someone to pair Naira off with, and if not, well, the rest of the month is free too. What is that?
40K is Warhammer 40,000.
Ah, okay, that's fair. I swear to Christ, sometimes when I look at statements like that, I swear is like it's a legit sort of like shade, sort of like, "Huh, oh, Star Wars, I've never heard of that. Tell me about it in graphic detail."
A lot of people probably wouldn't know that 40K is like short for
40.
Warhammer.
Yeah, that's
A
the
lot of
weird.
people probably
Go on.
know what's that.
No,
Yeah,
no.
a lot of people probably wouldn't even know what Warhammer is. So some people you gotta explain. Like more people I think know about Magic than Warhammer.
You know what the weird thing is? That is so strange to me because when I was in Dublin, like there was this one big store, and it was the Games Workshop. It was not the Games Workshop. That's in the UK, but in Ireland, Dublin had a link, and oh my God, you talk to random people like just about this stuff, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, my brother is big into that." And they tell you about how they spent 127 euro, or hell, I'm old enough to remember it, but like 200 sterling to get themselves an army that was up to like 4,000 points. And it was so goddamn expensive and time consuming. Oh, no wonder I
Yeah.
focused on all that shit. What
I've
is
still
it
got my
called here?
models like buried in my back closet somewhere. Like
Oh yeah,
I don't know, like the
what did you focus on? What army?
I played like Imperial Guard and like Witch Hunters and Demon Hunters, so Sisters of Battle and Grey Knights.
Oh what? Wait, so you actually ever fight with the army or just have them?
Yeah, I played the game quite a bit, and I don't know, like you mentioned like people of giant John Green hate the owner like Games Workshop. I dealt with this is when I was like in middle school. Dealt with a lot of
All right, now that's a universal. You don't gauge normies to what you see in Games Workshop. Games Workshop brings out some interesting characters, some pretty fucking
yes.
cool. I guarantee you that you met some pretty fucking cool characters in Games Workshop.
Well, here's the thing. Let's just say
Let's
that
not focus on the negative. Tell me, tell us. No, tell us about some cool people you met.
I didn't really think
I met
for that.
people who started bands. I met people who found love there. Like I met this one guy. He was fucking taller than Billy, as in Billy the Fridge. Would look up at this motherfucker. Oh God, I think we called him like uh uh Gallon or something like that. Price, he was huge. He was a lovable motherfucker. He was obsessed with the pink elephant from The Simpsons. Stampy. Yeah, Stampy, you're always there for me. So he always had it there by his side. He was a big Blood Angels player. This was about fourth edition. He must have spent he was a baker. And when I say he was a baker, I mean like he was one of the most important bakers in like Ireland, or at least in Dublin. As a result, he made a fortune, and he put the vast majority of it in there, left with a huge lump sum for his own gullet. Because not only was he incredibly tall, like we're talking about six something, like he was also very fat. But here's the thing: he wasn't the tallest person there. The tallest person there was a guy. I think his name was Christopher, but I don't fucking remember that. All I
So if
remember
that
is the
was
title.
freakishly tall, doesn't
Oh
that mean the
no.
guy who's taller, like what he
Yes, 7.
7 feet tall?
7 feet tall. We called him
Oh, that's odd.
Gigantor, and he
I mean,
was
that's
cool.
pretty tall, but that's not like whoa, like this person's
No,
like.
he is going to be in the Guinness Book of Records. But I mean, like, we already had people like me. There was like 4 people like me who were 6, and I noticed in America
Yeah.
that plays a bigger role than I thought it would elsewhere. Because you go to the UK and everyone looks like me. You go to France, everyone looks like me. You go to Scandinavia, I'm actually a little bit short. But you go to America, you go to New York. And just a smidge of an edge. Not a huge amount, but a smidge. I am exactly 6. This
Yeah,
motherfucker was exactly 7. And we all called him Gigantor, and he was a great artist. He was a fantastic artist. Scrawny motherfucker. Very scrawny. He started working with the art team who eventually helped make the fourth Crash Bandicoot game, if I remember right. Like he gave them the concept art. I don't know if he
Well,
ended
like
up
there was some
in.
board game community that I was part of where you met some really interesting, fascinating people. But I found that in Games Workshop, it was pretty much accepted that it's like the most toxic element of people in that kind of like board gaming kind of
Oh
like
yeah, no, yeah, you 100% agree with you there. Yes. Any of all the communities, the like Magic isn't anywhere near as toxic, and despite what some people might think, like Magic really is Pokemon cards might get pretty worse than the 40K community or the Warhammer community. But
well, the thing is, like
game,
Magic,
go on.
I found that my experience, like with a lot of Magic, well, there's a lot of people that play Magic. They're the people where you can play and just have fun. But then there are people that are just so like anal. It's like they're constantly releasing new cards. There's going to be confusions when it comes to like the rules and stuff. There's some instant or spell where it might not be completely clear. So if anything's ever arbitrary, it's like there are people out there that are just like they're so quick to freak out whenever somebody makes some kind of like technical error. And it's like, do they honestly think they don't do the same thing?
All
And it's
right,
like it's that
I have to ask before we go further. Uh, you have been in contact with Magicus about this, right? Because Magicus is the guy you talk to, or I suppose Billy. Well, but you're not a big fan of Billy, so you're not going to talk to
yeah.
Billy about this. But what about Magicus? Like, you have talked to Magicus about this,
I haven't had a one-on-one conversation with them before. Like,
right?
what
Also,
does he say about this?
I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to basically bounce the effort off. Never been in such video games and far worse, but would have no topic. Galen, I think the best answer to all these questions is for us just to DM and talk it out. Like I've been looking forward to having you on the show for since probably episode 1 because of, if nothing else, just clout. Just to say that I had Galen on because you're you. But I am also aware that I am trash media at best. That's alright. Everyone needs trash media. Fuck it.
No, but Games Workshop, you go into that community. Like, I find like a lot of comic book shops where they have other games and people play Warhammer and other games as well. They're not as like religious and draconian when it comes to the game. Like,
You've just described the Dublin politic in a nutshell. So when I started, Games Workshop was the only place to get this sort of stuff. But if you wanted nerd stuff like comics and the like, you would go to Forbidden Planet. However, and this is where Games Workshop was pissed the fuck off, you would go to there was a hobby shop. You'd walk down a flight of stairs, and when you got to it, like we're talking about trains and more trains. Like all these like model trains for the ICC. No one cared about the trains. Everyone cared about the paint. The paint was 1/3 of Games Workshop's price. That's what was the talk of the day. Everyone loved 40K. Everyone loved or Warhammer if they were going old school like fantasy. Or when I was joining the
hit a Lord of the Rings game.
yes, thank you. You actually got me there right there. That's exactly what I was going for. they were trying to promote that. So there was always people talking about that. And like these weren't like plants. These were genuine fans talking about the pros and the cons about it. But you never bought the paint. You never bought the paint. You never bought the green stuff. You never
Yeah.
bought. You always went to a second supplier because that shit costs a fortune. I
And
think
they
it was
would
a.
get
Well,
that's what I was talking about. Like in Games Workshop, they freak out if you used stuff from like other suppliers. And like I could understand that, like advertising and promoting in the store, but they get mad if they just like saw you using paint on your models and it wasn't their paint. And it's like I think that's a bit draconian, like not letting somebody play use the models in the store because they're not using
I
stuff that's
have been
supplied
in
by.
one Games Workshop where they did do that, and I was in one workshop where they were terrified, and the owner turned around and said, "Oh goddamn." Like if I remember right, he said corporate would love me if I told you to leave. You're staying. Like that's how he said it. Like he's staying because he's not a fucking tool. He's
Well,
not.
it's also there's like units in the game that they don't even like sell in the store. So you'd have to like modify it or you'd have to create it your own using like bits from other models and stuff like that. And then what I love
Yeah,
is it's like that's something that people would do is they'd modify stuff. You'd use one
I
unit or
did it.
model that's similar.
I
Yeah.
put a chaplain, a Space Marine chaplain on a bike. I think they were Crimson Fist. I think at the time I wanted Ultramarines and they gave me Crimson Fists, which gave me like I didn't have a choice in the matter. I almost certainly bought them because I thought, oh, they look similar vaguely. Um, but it was a chaplain, and he had a plasma rifle, a plasma pistol, and I always remember his hand was pointed sideways. You know, like the cool ass sort of way to shoot a gun, even though it doesn't make life any easier. Um, and I always remember like he's in Terminator armor. He's in a he's on a bike. He's not going to he's not going to help anyone before he dies. But I do like how I could do that. Put it on a table and they found the points for it. Apparently he was 275 points.
Mhm.
That was
Well,
it.
I would also do things like the gun servitors or whatever, like I would take guardsmen and I would take the legs and paint them black, and then I would
Yeah,
take like the heavy weapon.
I knew people who did like that. Like, did you try to like replace a commissar's retinue with like 14 servitors and shit like that?
I haven't played the game in a while, but when I did play, it was like you would have like the acolytes, the Inquisition acolytes, and part of them where would have the gun servitors, and I would have like the heavy bolters, and it pretty much I guess like the big dog robots. That's what I was going for. Like, or if you've ever played like Metal Gear Solid, where they had those weird black like organic legs, like that's like how I modified it, where it's pretty much just a heavy bolter gun turret like with a pair of legs.
What do you mean the
And
Titans all start mooing like cows? Like, you know. Yeah, I
but like
do.
with Games Workshop, like I mean, one of the things they would do is like there are people that would like get mad as if like you're not supposed to be modifying your stuff, but then it's something that everyone did to some extent, and then you'd see that they had certain modified units, and it's just they would randomly decide when it was like a foul or not, and it's like they
Oh,
made no fucking
yeah, I
sense.
mean, if you're gonna equip every single one of your units with, like, say, plasma guns, well, obviously, I'd want, especially if you're at like a convention or a battle, um, I'd want people to come in and actually be like, yeah, no, that's bullshit. But I, if I were to do things like, hey, I've put a little blue fleck in the front of every one of these guardsmen's foreheads and give them all like little feathers to show that they all come from a society that's kind of similar to the Aztecs, I wouldn't be angry as some sort of like official. I would be angry if after the fact you're like, oh no, you can't play with them because they're not the official armor. Like what the fuck? Like it's aesthetic. It's just I wanted my army to look a particular way, especially because when you looked at the booklets that came with the monthly issue of Black Dwarf, or White Dwarf rather, um, they would always have a monthly set of new armor, which would always come from any place. Like I always remember someone actually took a bit of fencing from his old house and put it around a unit's head in a very lean amount to make it look official. And I was like, that's really cool. But is that legal? No. Does anyone care? No.
Well, I came across a lot of people that did care, and what was weird is that the rule books and stuff would actually encourage you to be creative. They'd encourage you to make up your own scenarios and chapters and stuff, but they really were draconian with like being like completely like loyal to like down to the exact decimal, like all the basic mechanics of the game. And it was also like I made this one mistake once where it was this guardsman like the command squad, and it says like two guardsmen may form a single heavy weapon crew.
Yeah.
And I took two heavy bolters in a command squad, and the way it's listed is kind of arbitrary because it says that like any of the guardsmen of the command squad can have any of these weapons two can form a heavy weapon crew, and it's like, but it says like in the heavy weapon squads the same thing, two guardsmen form a single heavy weapon crew. So the manager's like, oh, it says two guardsmen, so only 2 out of 4 of them can do it. And it's like, I don't know. I guess he was too stupid to comprehend how like semantics and equivocation works. But it's like, even if I was wrong when it came to that technical thing, it's guardsmen. It's like there's a million and one other places to take a heavy weapon. It's like I wasn't getting away with anything. That's just a trivial technical like mistake. And it's like I remember he made such a big deal about it. And it's like, but then he was the manager of the store and he didn't know that like infantry don't block line of sight to other infantry. So he didn't know basic mechanics of the game, but then he's freaking out because I made some really small, like technical, like trivial error. And
oh, hold on, I have to ask this. Does a heavy unit get a template or not?
What do you mean? Like a heavy? Yeah,
Like
they have a.
Yeah, you know the type, the little plastic sort of funnel that you put it down on top of everything.
Yeah, they have a
inside it.
larger. The heavy weapon teams have a larger.
Yeah, that is so OP. That is like aggressively OP. We all know that.
What's
Like,
OP?
the fact that anything in that arc is going to take. You can't escape damage. Like, if you're inside that range, you're going to take damage of the. Well, actually, that was it
Oh,
in.
you're talking about the bases. You're talking about
Yeah.
the. Yeah.
And you wanted like more than 2, was it? Like, what was
No, the
your?
a heavy bolter is just it fires 3 shots, so it's 3 rolls of the die. So it's not it wasn't like an ordnance weapon or a weapon. Like I know the artillery weapons would have like the template. He was mad that like instead of I essentially had 2 heavy bolters in a command squad, when he was claiming you could only have 1 heavy bolter in a command squad. But
why didn't you switch it out to a heavy flamer?
I don't know, but I just made a mistake because I misinterpreted like what it said in the rules. But it's like that is a very trivial mistake to make because it's like you can literally take a heavy bolter. Like any squad can take one. There's heavy weapon teams. They're everywhere in Guardsmen. It's a very common generic like weapon, so it's like you weren't really getting away with anything. It's just there's 2 in this squad instead of it being like 1 in this squad and 1 in another squad. And it's just
Isn't
like
that really Space Marine thinking? Like you're like immediately like, oh well, a heavy bolter is next to nothing, so like it's not a big deal. But no, like a heavy bolter will not only destroy people, but will fuck up a Space Marine's day. So I don't know, like I don't know
Well,
the
it's
context of why the you're saying the ref
well, he worked there and he was freaking out when I was like playing with another person, and the person I played with didn't care. That's one of the things they would do in Games Workshop, which was annoying with the employees, is they would hover over other people's games when it's like it's not like
that part I do know.
Yeah. And it's like it's not like it's an event in the store. It's just like you're playing with somebody like who's your friend, and it's like who cares? Like we can consent to anything, and it's like they get mad if you're not playing the game
Well,
a
you
certain
build
way.
it at home. Like in all fairness, that's what I did. I made my own thing. Even though I wasn't very good at the actual game, I wanted to build my own. Other people took it and roll with it. And to this day, there is a game group that's going on that is made up out of my old friends in Dublin. And they have an upstairs room dedicated to them. Like all you have to do is just take your ball and go home, for lack of better terms. Like,
Yeah, we started playing other places, but yeah, just you find a lot of I don't know pedantic people in Games Workshop when it comes to the rules and everything.
well, they have to be to a point.
Yeah.
Like it's not a huge issue if they're raging because, for example, you have one let's say you have a model of the Saint Celine and she wipes out the entirety of the enemy map, and you could argue that that was her wings flapping and this one big arc of movement. Okay, yeah, that makes sense in the storyline, but in a game wise, it's not going to be very fun, is it? So how
Well,
about
that's a very extreme thing. Like I'm talking about like really small things, like you have grenades and you take like frag grenades in a squad, but then they don't have the frag grenade on the side of the belt, which is something that like lots of people don't do. They don't
Yeah, I know. I always made my figurines to always have at least 2 frags on their belt. Which
For
somehow
something
magically resulted in fucking like what, like 6 grenades? No, there was a little bit more than 6 on them, but okay, fine.
for something like you're playing like a 2,500 point game and you go over by like 3 points and like freaking out over something like that, and it's like 3 points is like water weight. It's just I can understand if it's like a tournament and you want people to be exact, but it's like just being very very anal over like very minor technical like kind of flubs. And plus like if they made mistakes as well, they overlook stuff, like they brushed under the rug. And we've like dealt with this kind of stuff in Chav's community, like the kind of, and these are the kind of people where I've only come across these kind of people like on the internet and in Games Workshop. So it seems like most people seem to understand that, and it's like Paul said it on Deep Fat Fried. Like he had a slip of the tongue moment, and he's like, "You never accidentally say the wrong thing." It's like you would come across people in those communities, like I was mentioning with like Magic the Gathering, like how like sometimes you might have some spell on a card that's kind of stated in an arbitrary manner, and it's like if you overlook something really small, they'll freak out and make a big deal about it, but then they make the same kind of technical mistakes, and it's like they're unwilling to acknowledge that they succumb to human error just like everyone else, but they seem to believe that they come out of the womb and they go every moment of every day, never overlooking any minor like trivial thing.
I honestly do get the logic in it. I for one am in absolute
Well, do you
faith.
acknowledge that you make the same mistakes?
Oh, I make tons of mistakes. I'm more
Yeah.
focused on the
So
fact that all the wine in the world doesn't seem to stop me from feeling pain, so I gotta get off this chair, which means the stream is over. No joke. Like I can't keep on going anymore. So we should spend the last few seconds promoting
we've been
you, there,
streaming for
John.
5 hours.
But yes, don't forget that Bearded Ramblings is 2 hours. You, by the way, the longest hour we have been, the longest stream we have been.
Yeah.
So
I
you
know how to carry things out.
statement. But I knew what I was doing, and for the record, we good. You know my stance, and more importantly, I know your stance, and best of all, everyone heard you as honest as possible, and I suppose everyone heard me as honest as possible. Um, I really do say this to Galen though, like I'm welcome to have you on board for the podcast. It's just, we got a DM. We got a DM to a lot of people. Um, uh, uh, Regardless of anything else, like, share, and subscribe. Check the links in the description for, you know, preferences such as Discords and Twitters and stream goals. And the best of all, Friendar is there too. Maybe check him out.
Tomorrow we're doing the PPP stream.
We have honest guests.
I have neglected. I'm gonna have to do everything last minute to get the stream together this week. Because I've been really busy this week, and I think Galen might come on. I'm gonna ask him, but would you like to come on tomorrow's stream?
I was
No energy.
about to ask, do you need a guest? Because what time
Yes.
wait, what time is it happening?
We're doing it 9 o'clock East Coast time. And we're probably going to do another watching random vids, discussing random topics, discussing different global news streams again, because
2 in the
yeah,
afternoon. And yeah, fuck it. I'll set my alarm for noon, just in case. Although in all fairness, oh, it's 4 o'clock. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, I'll be fine. I will be fine. I will be fine. Fuck you. I will be fine. Yeah, no. It's time for me to say the following, which is that I've enjoyed every single inch of the motherfuckers who have been a part of it. However, I need to focus on myself, and I will get back. All right, so
Yeah.
yeah. I basically just said, don't call me, I'll call you. Fuck it. All right. Yep, that's me. I'm out of here. So, thank you so much for everyone who tuned in to Bearded Ramblings episode 80. You can't deny it was a good one. It was, for the
Yeah.
record, it was a very good one. It was a very good one. Motherfuckers just have to work for it. I love the people who go through the VOD in the future and they're like, "Oh no, I want my quips here and there." No, no, motherfucker, you have to fucking endure 20 minutes of us staring off into the middle distance. There, that's your payment. But as for me,